Region champions for the first time in school history.
It's time for the Southwire 3rd Region Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Let's join our host, Vic Evans, as he interviews the coaches and players of the 3rd Region.
And the last 2 seconds round off, and the Owensboro Lady Devils are going to win the 3rd Region title for the first time since 1992.
Remember, your home for the 3rd Region Sports is 102.7 The Game.
And welcome to Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. I'm Vic Evans. Also be joined all day long by Ty Cowan, as it's going to be all day here on 102.7 The Game. You can also catch out the live stream on the 3rd Region Sports Network. Todd, I think we put the links out there on the social media pages, so you can have it here all day long. And we get started with the defending 3rd Region boys champions of Butler County and Coach Dockery. Coach Dockery, thanks for joining us there. Grab the mic. There you go. Pass around the mics there.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We got
absolutely.
You. Good. Glad to be here. Thank you guys for hosting us and allow us to come and share our program and what you do for the 3rd Region.
Well, we appreciate that. And, I'll start with the first question. The defending 3rd Region champs, last year you guys were kind of the hunted. You got into the regional semifinals the year before, lost an exciting game against Owensboro. Now you got to go with the target on your back all year long. Have you had that conversation with the guys, and how does it feel to be the hunter, the hunted, and not the hunter?
Yeah, we've touched on it, but we don't spend a lot of time thinking about that right now. Right now, it's just about trying to get better every day and making sure we're doing the little things. There's no doubt it's in our minds. It feels a lot better to say, hey, you're the defending 3rd Region champion than it does to say, hey, we've never done this before. So now it's like, what do you do with that now that you've done it before? And that's just kind of where we're getting to.
And the support you got from, Butler County last year at the Sports Center was tremendous. I mean, they won our fan award that we gave away last year. Now is it like, hey, now you got to win? Is it any different out there at Butler County in the fandom?
It's been great. I mean, our support from our community is amazing. I would put it up against any community in the 3rd Region, but they show up, and that means a lot to us.
That's just what's so awesome about a small community. When something like that happens, the whole community just goes crazy, and the support's just off the charts. And it's really awesome to see coming from a guy that's from a small community.
Oh, I completely agree. There's not enough positive things that I could say about everything that took place last year. And, yes, I fully expect we're going to see that same sort of support this year as well.
And you always hate to talk about injuries, but, losing, Lawson Rice, to the ACL injury. We were talking to you before we went on the air, that the recovery is going good and he's ahead of schedule. But, how does that change some of the things that you guys may do in the regular season? Because that's you're talking about a guy that averaged 18 points and double-figure rebounds and is a major mismatch problem for a lot of people because he's a big that can do a lot of things. Do you foresee changing some things around in your offense, or is it just next man up?
For the most part, it's going to be next man up. We're not going to change a lot because, we have an identity. It's who we are. It is going to give some other guys an opportunity to step in, and maybe some guys that will surprise some people as to how good maybe that they are because, they didn't get as much time last year. So we're not really going to change much. I promise you that. We're going to come with the same energy and those things. And, we miss Lawson, no doubt about it. Lawson is he's a great player, great person. But, our mentality is the same as it was going into last year,
I think one of the misconceptions that a lot of people had was, it was just your starting five. You had with Daviess and Castlin and Griffith and Price and Rice last year. But it seemed like in every game that we did where even somebody got in foul trouble, there was somebody coming off the bench who gave you great minutes. That the team was a lot deeper than what people thought it was, and it wasn't just the big five. And I guess that's going to be even tested more now with losing one of them.
Absolutely. The thing I don't think people think about all the time is there are other kids who are working against these guys in practice every day, and it makes them better. It makes them stronger competitors. And yes, whenever we need somebody to step up because they've worked against these guys every day, we believe somebody will be willing to do that every game.
before we get to a couple of players, the last question I have for you right now is, just looking at the schedule. I mean, it's been beefed up where you guys are playing Great Crossing, and I'm sure that may be the hottest ticket in Western Kentucky and Butler County history with Great Crossing coming into town. Live at 5 will be there. I can promise you that. But, talk about that, knowing what you had coming back and losing in Rupp Arena in the first round last year. Do you want to get back there? Was that a goal, was to try to beef up the schedule as much as you could so you're ready for tournament time?
Yeah, it was, but that was actually kind of 2 years planning. They had invited us to come and play in their Jersey Mike's Classic last year, and I told them that, I said, I'll come and play. I said, but you've got to return a visit. And I wasn't really sure if he would go for that or not, but he said, sure, okay, we'll do that. So, we're happy about that opportunity and that challenge, but there's a lot of good basketball teams to play before we ever get to that one for sure.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. We'll jump over here to Briar Griffith and maybe the best defender in the third region. And watching you play, you seem to, for me, kind of take that as something that you want to be known as your defense because it's been unbelievable. Is that something you really pride yourself in? Put me on the toughest player, let me try to shut him down?
Yes, sir. No doubt. When Coach gives me the scouting report, and I'm just going to try to shut down their main player because if that happens, you get their floor general out, then you can do a lot of things.
Coming off, you got a huge offer from Brescia the other day. I mean, is this something that you're seeing? We always have kids that are listening. If you could give a little piece of advice for anybody out there about the quote unquote recruiting world, what would it be? I mean, I know at times it can be frustrating, at times it can be tough, and we'll ask the same thing with Ty. But what have you learned that you wish you knew 2 years ago about the whole recruiting process?
I'd say just putting a lot of your workout, like your hard work, just putting it out there and being patient about it.
Social media and stuff like that, getting it out to where you can be seen.
Yes, sir.
I've got to ask because you guys are the ultimate competitors, each and every one of you. Just how competitive does it get in practice sometimes? I mean, like do you like to, hey, Coach, I want Ty tonight. I want to play Ty, in defense. That's who I want. How competitive does those practices get?
It gets highly competitive, no doubt. Me and Ty go at it all practice.
Who gets the better who? You can be honest. He's not listening. Nobody's listening. Go ahead. You can be honest.
No answer.
Yeah.
But we definitely go at it all practice. It's going to be physical. We're going to make each other better, no doubt.
Well, that makes both of you guys better, though, and that's the whole point of the whole thing. Yeah, you're competitors, you're buddies and everything, but if you're giving him everything that you've got, and that's making him better in the same way with you. So when you play somebody else, then, you're right there. You've got them.
Yes,
so that's a win-win situation right there for you two.
I've got to ask you, Briar, talk about the great people of Butler County and the support you've gotten. How's it been different this year than maybe it was this time last year as far as the support? I know people, it's the defending third region champions, but is it, you get this world of what have you done for me lately? Have you seen any difference of how the fans and the people treat you?
I would say, of course, it's I'm more the whole team, the guys are more out there, more known to the fans now, so it's kind of pleasing when you have conversations with them and stuff throughout, if you see them at the store or something. And then I would say, pretty much that.
That's right. You shouldn't have to buy food anymore in Butler County. You guys should all just let them buy it for you all the time. What are some goals or things that you wanted to work on from last year to this year, looking back, that you wanted to get better at, that you set for yourself, that you've been working for this senior year?
I would say just getting more in the weight room, because from a lot of colleges that I've talked to, that pretty much decides if you want to play like a freshman in college or like a junior. So.
We talk about what a great defender that you are. Is there a player in the region that's giving you the toughest? Like if I had to ask you, who's the guy that handles you the best? Is there a guy out there that you either had struggled with guarding, or he just seemed to always be, have a good game against you? Is there one guy out there that comes to mind?
I wouldn't say in the region, but one of the toughest guards that I've guarded, other than Ty, is probably Chance Dillingham.
Okay, and then I've got to ask you, being a Kentucky kid, that first moment you stepped on Rupp last year. What did that mean to you, and what was that like? And then how bad do you want to get back there?
I'd love to go back. It was an amazing feeling out there with thousands of fans that had our back throughout the whole season. It was an awesome feeling.
And we'll go now to our two-time ESPN Player of the Year. I don't know if we've ever had a three-time ESPN Player of the Year, but, I mean, he's going to be right up there in the conversation. First of all, Ty, congratulations on your commitment to UT Martin.
I appreciate it.
You know, and I'll ask the same thing, Briar. You know, if I were to ask you this question, what do you wish you'd have known now, maybe than 2 years ago when you kind of started this recruiting process for young kids that are listening, or for people that are listening, that you learned going through the process that you could give maybe a couple pieces of advice?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot harder than you think it is, you know, just with the portal and, you know, coaches don't know what their team's going to look like the next year, so they don't know what to recruit. So, you know, it's definitely a long, drawn-out process, but as long as you enjoy the process throughout it, you know, trust your work, trust God, like, you know, it's going to play out the way you want it to. Obviously, you know, I was wanting to make a decision before the signing period so I'd be able to sign, and you know, it ended up working out for me. So, you know, if you just trust the process, you know, continue to put in work every day, it'll work out. So,
you know, I don't know what – I mean, everybody's game's got to get better. You're the two-time ESPN Player of the Year, but maybe what in this offseason that you and, you know, Coach Count have been working on that you want to see your game grow this year?
Yeah, I mean, because I was battling a few injuries this summer, but once I got healthy, you know, my biggest focus was just defensively, and then, you know, kind of like Briar said, just being in the weight room. Obviously, I want to be impact freshman when I step into the, you know, at the next level. So, you know, the weight room was a big thing for me. Just putting on a little bit of extra muscle, a little bit more athleticism, and then just continuing to improve my defensive game.
He really doesn't get the best of you in practice, does he? Briar, come on.
I ain't going to say that.
You know, it is a big loss with Lawson out. I mean, you know, we had the Price and Rice show that we've talked about it for a couple of years now. You know your teammates, and, you know, have you seen your teammates so far kind of take that step forward? And there's never going to be one guy that's going to replace it. It'll not only have to be guys coming off the bench. You may have to rebound more. Griffin may have to, you know, Castlin. Have you seen everybody just kind of maybe take a step forward so far in practice?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's tough, you know, just – not only from a basketball standpoint, but just, you know, being best friends, like not being able to play our senior year together. So, you know, it hits hard with us, but I think the guys have handled it well. Like, you know, everybody's stepping up, playing hard. You know, I'll kind of brag on Curtis Murphy a little bit. Obviously, he's one of those guys that's going to have to step up and play a lot. So he's been able to go against Justin and me and Briar all this summer when, you know, Lawson was at golf and stuff like that. And then since Lawson's been out, you know, he's been kind of like our fourth best player with football being, you know, still going on. So, you know, he's been getting challenged a lot in practice, and he's accepted those challenges, and he's grown a lot this summer. So, you
know, I've always, you know, everybody talks about, you know, Price and Rice, and then last year, you know, Daviess really stepped up and played a game. You know, Briar took his game to another level. Castlin, who had a huge, you know, I think kind of showed what he could do, you know, at Rupp Arena. Yeah. But I think sometimes people forget, you know, the other guys. You know, you guys like you know, Coach Docker was talking about. You guys practice against these guys every day. That makes you know, iron sharpens iron. Yeah. Who are some guys? And I'll ask Coach Docker this in a minute too. But who are some guys that maybe people don't know that's on Butler County that when the year's over with, and it may not be a double-digit score, but it's going to be an impact guy for you guys this year that maybe we don't know yet.
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously you kind of know Clayton and Case coming off the bench, but. You know, Curtis, he didn't get a whole lot of time last year, but, you know, I think he'll get a lot more with Lawson out. And then we got a shooter from Oak Ridge, Eli Oaks. He's a freshman this year, big-time shooter. I think he'll, you know, surprise a lot of people. And probably Kanan Vincent, you know, he's 6'4", sophomore, can dunk it. I mean, there's not many people in the region that have a 6'4" guy that barely plays, and he's, you know, dunking in warm-ups and, you know, pretty talented. So, you know, we got a lot of depth, and kind of like you said, they get to go against us every day in practice, so they're getting better, even though they might not be getting game reps. You know, they're getting to practice against a, you know, region championship team every day. So, you know, we got a lot of pieces, and we're confident in what we can do this year.
You know, you talked about wanting to, you know, to make your commitment early and sign early. Was this something that was you may wanted to get this all done before you started your senior year, where you could just relax and enjoy your senior year?
Yeah, I mean, probably – around when AAU started, that's kind of what my mind was set on. Obviously, I was going to let it play out and see what happened. You know, if I had to wait it out, I was going to. But if the opportunity presented itself, obviously that's what I wanted to do. Kind of made that decision around when school ended, so it ended up working out for me. So.
with you guys like, I saw where, Castlin and Daviess and Breyer all got offered.
Yeah.
Have they come to you guys in Lawson because y'all kind of been going through this process a little longer and asking for advice and what to do? Or do you hand down a little bit of advice every now and then?
Nah, I mean, kind of before they was getting offers, I would just tell them, like, just keep trusting your work because obviously they have the talent to play. It's just, with the portal and stuff like that, it's hard to get offers these days and stuff like that. So, I think they handled it well, though.
I think people don't, and especially parents, I think it's something that's well to talk about when people are listening, that they don't understand just how much the transfer portal has changed the whole entire recruiting process. Now, it may change again because now they're talking about adding scholarships out there. It's an ever-changing world, but it is tough, and you dealt with these coaches where – that used to be in football, you would sign 25 freshmen.
Yeah.
Now they're only signing, 6 to 10, and the rest of them are saving for portal guys. Is that also happening in basketball where instead of signing 6 to 7 or 8 guys, it's more about, hey, we're going to wait and see who's in the portal too?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a big thing. Like, obviously Memphis was kind of recruiting me this summer, but one of the things, they thought I could play at that level and was good enough, but they wouldn't take any freshmen next year. So it's kind of like, some people would rather – ride with somebody that's proven themselves at that level and a little bit older. So, it's definitely a hard thing. I remember watching college basketball last night, and they was, it used to be who had the best recruiting class. Now it's who has the best transfer class, which is kind of crazy. So,
Kentucky's right in there. That's all I know.
So, Ty, with you going to UT Martin, is part of your mindset like I go there and prove myself and show people that, hey, I can play at this higher level, and is that something on your mind that you've thought about, or has it not really crossed it yet?
I mean, it's definitely been on my mind. Obviously, I'm kind of trying to focus on this year.
Sure, I understand that.
But
when you go to UT Martin, and you go lights out, and then the portal opens, that's the nature of the beast. I mean, would that be something that you would be interested in? I'm sure, right?
I mean, I would definitely, I'm going to listen to anybody, but obviously,
I know you're with
the program
UT
I'm in. I'm definitely going to be 100% locked in with them.
Sure. I was just kind of saying, inside your heart, it's like I'm going to prove to everybody that I can play.
Yeah, I mean, definitely I want to, when I get there, the coaching staff believes in me, so that's a big plus. But, just proving to everybody I didn't think I was at that level, that I can play at that level.
Right.
So.
As we talked about, this year now, you guys are the defending champions. So it is a little bit different. I mean, you're going to get everybody's best game they can give you that night. You're everybody's World Series that night. Is there anything you do differently to prepare for that, or is it just go out and we're going to do what we do?
Yeah, I think it's more so just going out and do what we do. Kind of like I said last year, I feel like we still have the pieces and the team that's capable of, doing what we did last year. So, as long as we go out and handle business in the game, I don't think, anything in the region is going to be a problem for us. Lawson's, that's a big blow, but, we still have talented players. We still have the pieces to do what we want to do. So,
Coach Doc, I'm asking you, you get up the rubber. How difficult is it as a coach where, and I think high school is so much different. It's like it's in every level, but – you kind of reach, close to the mountain, not the top of the mountain, but you get to the Sweet 16, the first time in Butler County history, and now you start back and everybody's back at zero, and now you got to go through the process. It is all about going. You can't skip steps in the process. It is starting back at day one, zero, ground zero, and going back and not resting on what we did last year.
Absolutely, it's about not being satisfied. That's life. Every day in life, you're trying to achieve something better, do something more. It's a great life lesson, not to be satisfied, to continue to work for your goals and your dreams. And same thing with coaching staff. We're looking at this. We know that there's some things that we're going to have to do a little differently. But at the same time, we know what our kids can do, what they're capable of, and we're going to continue to play to their strengths. But, yeah, being in that situation, it definitely it affects you. I'm very thankful, very blessed. Thank God every day for that opportunity that we had. But I'm praying every day that we get another opportunity to do it again.
Well, there'll be a lot of teams out there to take their shot at the best shot at you. I know that. And we asked Ty this, but, everybody knows, the Big Five. And, they all played so well last year and at different points were, leaders of the teams throughout the games. Who are some guys at Butler County that maybe the average fan doesn't know that will step onto the scene this year and when the year's over with will be somebody that will be the future of Butler County?
First of all, I think Ty did a very good job in answering that question, because the guys that he mentioned are guys that would come to my mind first. But there's a couple other young kids that have that potential. Carson Davis, sophomore, he has the opportunity that he could possibly come in and give us some minutes. But yes, Kanan and Eli and Curtis. Curtis, I can't brag on him enough, because what we really needed from him, he has come in and given us. Little maturity, some growth, willingness to be coached. Those sorts of things are things that I think he may be the one today, if I'm looking at it today, that everybody will be, oh man, didn't realize that kid could play that well.
You know, and before we let you guys get out of here, you know, you talk about, you know, new kids. This is a special group that you do have, and they don't always come along. And just thinking back, and I know you got this whole senior year, you know, with this group ahead of you, but what has this group kind of meant to you personally, and kind of either as a coach, but also as personally?
I'll hit both. As far as the coach goes, just having a group that wants to come in and work and not be afraid of the expectations. You know, I've had some teams in the past that could have been more successful teams, but they didn't embrace the expectation. And it's not a slight on them. People are just built different.
Right.
But these guys, man, they accept it, they embrace it, and they want it on a personal level for what they've done for the community, for the youth of Butler County, who now sees that these things can be accomplished and that your dreams can become a reality. I think that is huge for our community, for our county, for our school system. So in that way, I just can't thank them enough for what they have done, and they've been great role models for our kids too.
Yeah, it's like one of those, if you see it, it makes those dreams and beliefs that can come a lot better. And I've got to ask you before you get out of it, we see the videos where you guys will play a game, and, you know, your guys will be in the weight room at night, or they'll be in the gym playing after the game. Are there ever a time that you have to kind of pull them back a little bit and say, guys, you know, you got to get some rest too. We got to slow down just a little bit?
It's about commitment. You know, I give my kids so much freedom.
Right.
On the court and off the court, and I trust them. If they're going to trust me, I have to trust them. So I put my trust into them, and hopefully they know that I'll fight for them as well.
Well, we appreciate you guys for being here and being the guinea pigs for the first one for Basketball Media Day. Good luck on trying to defend the regional title, and a big season for both of you guys. It's been a lot of fun to cover you, and I can't wait to cover you this year. Thanks so much for coming.
Hey, thanks for having us to be here.
And it's Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health. We'll be right back in just a few moments.
Green River Federal Credit Union is what local business is all about. Not only is it ran by local people, but all decisions are made right here in Owensboro. Serving the community since 1958, we're proud supporters of local high school athletics.
Put us in, Coach. Disaster Team has the training and experience to get you back in the game after almost any type of disaster. We can help you recover from the unexpected and get you back in the winner's bracket.
Find us on Facebook or call us at 270-926-5001. Call the team, Disaster Team.
Experience ultimate control and peace of mind with Labor Management Federal Credit Union's Secure Lock Equip, an easy-to-use mobile app that allows you to protect your credit and debit cards in real time. Turn your card on or off. Customize permissions as needed to prevent fraud and control spending. Visit lmfcu.net for details.
Hawkins Avenue PLLC is a full-service architectural firm providing design services for K-12 education, business, healthcare, industrial, religious, hospitality, and mercantile projects across the state. Our motto is design-focused, service-based, and feel it nothing less than mandatory to provide a service to our clients that exceeds their expectations. With a combined 30-plus years of experience, the team at Hawkins Avenue is the architectural firm you need for your next project. Located in Beaver Dam, give Jeremiah or Kyle a call at 270-363-2235.
Ever wonder why it's better to have a local insurance agent?
Someone like Gavin Roberts?
Yeah, he's with Kentucky Farm Bureau Insurance right here in Owensboro. He understands what we need.
Personal service, local knowledge, that counts for a lot these days.
Exactly. With Gavin, you're not just insured, you're cared for.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, Ty Cowan. And Ty, before we get to Edmonson County's boys and girls basketball team, you're going to tell me about some people making all this possible.
Southwire, Owensboro Health, Kentron Manufacturing, and Chip Parish Drywalling.
Without them, we couldn't do what we do. So when you go out and spend your money, make sure you spend it with the people who are supporting our third region athletes. And we'll start with the brand new head coach of the Edmonson boys basketball team, Coach Meredith. And Coach, it's kind of an interesting way of coming in. Is you come in kind of later on in the year, you have a couple people move out of the program. How's the adjustment been so far for your first few months on the job?
Well, you're right. It's been a huge adjustment. Just getting back to these boys, getting to relearn them. I had most of them in middle school and kind of started back with them later. Being hired later. So I feel like we're kind of a little bit behind the ball, but it's been going great so far. Kids are working hard, and like I said, just trying to relearn them.
Every time you get a new coach comes to the program, there's always, whether it be, the stamp that he wants to put on the program. And for you, coming in the situation you're coming in, what stamp were you looking to put on this program here early in your first season?
Just, getting them to work hard and be competitive and have a winning mindset. That's my main goal right now, just trying to change our culture back to winning ways right now.
The team last year goes 14-16. You do, like I said, you had some kids transfer out, a couple of lost from graduation. Of the guys that are coming back, we talk about, Colin Doyle's, I think, the leading returning scorer coming back, averaging 7.6 points per game. Has this been a program where it's just, hey, it's free for all? It's a new system. We're going to play a different style and then go out and earn what you get.
That's exactly right. That's what it's all brand new for these guys, and we still haven't had our fall athletes yet, so Colin's the only one with significant varsity playing time, so it's all a learning experience, and it's out there for anyone who wants to work hard and is coachable, to get that playing time.
When you take over a team that is inexperienced at the varsity level, does it kind of rejuvenate you too? Because it's literally sometimes you have to start out and say, "Hey guys, this is a basketball." I mean, it's starting literally at at block one. Has it been something that you've enjoyed doing here with a younger, inexperienced team?
Yes, I love a challenge. Last week we spent a week on how to tie our shoes, so they're finally getting that.
Hey, if it's good enough for John Wooden, it's good enough for me. I can promise you that.
So we started at the basics, and like I said, I love a challenge and love to get this thing going and rolling for these guys.
For the fans that are listening, especially here in Owensboro, there's times that the fans can get a little Owensboro centric. What is it that they should know about Edmonson County basketball that maybe they don't know yet?
Just that we're going to come ready to fight. I was telling these boys on the way up, looking at our schedule, I don't care who we play. We want to compete with anybody. So, we've had to add some games, change some games already. And, anybody that's willing to play, we're willing to play them. So, we're going to come ready to fight and compete day in, day out, every night.
Well, let's jump over to Colin. And Colin, as we talked about, the leading and returning scorer, maybe in a year where it was more not having to be a scoring leader or a leader on the team. How have you adjusted to that, being the most experienced guy coming back and kind of being the de facto leader here early on?
Well, we got some guys on the team that can put up some good numbers, so it's not really all about me. But I've been really working on getting in the paint, shooting, passing, normal stuff.
Just normal stuff?
Putting the ball in the hole.
What in the off season that you were working on that you'd like to see your game be better at this year than it was last year?
Handling the ball. Getting it up the floor. No turnovers, stupid turnovers. Just handling the ball.
Can you score on Carrie Ann? Because I've seen her block a lot of shots. Do even you guys want to go mess with her when she's in the paint?
I don't know.
Let's be honest.
If I saw her down there, I don't know if I'd be in the paint. I might give her a try.
And how there's always coaching changes. This one was a different coaching change. What have you learned about Coach Meredith that maybe you didn't know yet that has made so far everything be going good?
Really, just his play style, getting up and down, running. Last year we took things really slow. Didn't work out in some situations. But
so we're going from Calipari to Pope down there in Edmonson County is what we're doing, huh?
Yeah.
For young kids, that's fun though, isn't it? I mean, there are times where you got to stay within the structure of offense, but I mean, everybody likes to shoot and move, and I would assume it's a more fun style of basketball to play.
It's a lot funner to run up and down than just stand there, just call up a set play, dribble it back out, but. I mean, everybody likes shoot the ball. So.
But you can play free because you're not having to think about the set or whatever. I mean, you've got sets, but nothing like where everything's just regimented to where when you're playing slow and you're looking for a shot every time, you can go down the floor and just play free. And if you're playing free, it makes it a lot better for you mentally to where you're not thinking about everything. You can just go.
Yeah, instead of having to stand in one spot, wait for this guy to be here, you
kind
of play free, wherever you need to be.
And we'll jump over to Ben. Ben coming out, last year averaging 2.6 points per game. Does this new style that Levinson's looking, does it suit you better? Is this something you've enjoyed more?
Yeah, I definitely enjoy it more. I like getting shots up just like Colin said.
Who's the one guy on the team that you got to be like, whoa, you got to pull back a little bit? I mean, who's the one guy that can be a little bit can shoot anytime, anywhere?
Hi, Colin.
They always know, Coach. The players always know. Yeah. As you're going into this year, what were some things that you were looking to improve on your game in the offseason that you think you're in a better spot now than you were this time last year?
Definitely just working on IQ, learning the game a little more, getting a little better on defense, trying to be a better defender than I was last year. Maybe trying to score a little more this year. That would be great.
We see in football, when we hear at Football Media Day, when we talk to Grayson County, we talk to Edmonson County, you could tell they didn't like each other. Is it like that in basketball too? Is that rivalry that you see in football, fighting for the tobacco stick, is it there in basketball too?
I mean, I would definitely say it's there. Grayson's a big rivalry, but I'd say any district game's pretty big rivalry, in my opinion.
It's more of a rivalry in the stands than it is actually the players.
I agree with that.
It gets interesting in some of those 12th district stands. I can promise you that. What's the goal for this year? Is it to get to the Sports Center and take your best shot?
Yeah, I'd say so.
All right. And then, as you start to learn Coach Meredith here, tell me a little bit about him. I mean, what is he bringing to the table of Edmonson County?
I think he's really improving us and trying to just make us think and play better. And I think he's a great coach. And I think he's really going to help us this season.
Coach, we always love to ask who the people that we don't know yet that the third region will know, but with your team, it could be a lot of guys. Who are some guys, we know Colin, but who are some guys that maybe people don't know that you're looking for to step up and be leaders on this team?
But like I said, trying to relearn all these guys. We don't have our fall guys in yet, but right now in practice we have Braden Rice been playing really well. Jasper Young, Eli Prunty been shooting the ball, playing hard. Braxton Lindsay is a senior that came back out this year that's playing really well for us. So, I mean, hopefully when we get our fall guys in, we can go 9-10 deep and just play the style that we want to and share the ball and everybody be able to shoot the ball. And so it could be a lot of people.
We probably have some Edmonson County fans listening. What's the message you would give them or what they can expect from this Edmonson County team this year?
That we're going to play hard, play with pride, and compete every game. It doesn't matter who we're playing against. We're going to go out there and lay it on the line and do our best no matter, what the outcome is. We're playing hard from horn to horn.
Yeah, I've got to ask before we get to Coach Booth down here, when you go into that interview room at Edmonson County, do they ask you if you like Grayson County? I mean, is that part of the interview process?
That was the first question.
love it. I love it. We'll go down here to Coach Booth, and he was a guy that had a big media day last year, and bring back a lot of players, especially starting with ESPN, all ESPN Owensboro player and Carrie Ann Williams. Are the expectations for you and this team at a different level than they were at this time last year?
Yeah, absolutely. When I first took the job, I knew that we were still young, and that was just a great part of us last year. Our motto was get better, and we continue to get better. Like Coach Brad was talking about with the boys, learn how to tie their shoes. We learned how to tie our shoes last year, and now we're working on the double knot. And so we've got high expectations, and that was something right at the end of the season. I met with every single girl. We had our exit meetings. We broke down what we need to do to get better during the off season, and we broke down what we wanted to achieve and accomplish this season. And it's been region run. That's what we've talked about. We want to take care of business in the district. We respect our opponents in the district. It's always very competitive, but with the experience we've got back, the expectation is to take it one game at a time and get back to that regional tournament and make a run.
Yeah, I went 21-8 last year. I had some injury problems towards the end of the year that kind of really hurt you. How's that? Everybody healthy right now?
So far, we are pretty healthy. We're not 100% with everybody. We've got Swihart here that is just a slow process getting back from her ACL injury, but she's doing a great job in physical therapy. We slow her down. We restrict her in practice, and she's a go-getter. She always wants to get in on everything, and so it's hard to get her out of something. But we try to run her through a couple times down the trip and then sub for her. We've got a freshman, Rayleigh Moon, that's dealing with a shoulder injury. Really feel like she's going to be just a key part. And then just the girls in practice, they always go at each other and compete. And so they might have bumps and bruises and stuff. And we've really upped our game with our recovery. We got 2 ice baths that we got in the locker room that set up, and they really took advantage of that last year. And it was they really focused on doing those after games and practices, and they figured out real quick that it helps them going on to the next day.
With you bringing back all this experience, has this preseason been a little bit different as opposed to last year?
Absolutely. Last year we had everybody that was brand new to the varsity level except Carrie Ann, Swihart, and then Jenna Cook. They played during their sophomore year, just minutes here and there, a big part of that district tournament championship team. But everybody that came last year was new to the varsity level, new to each other. They were a new team that were trying to pick up how to play together and learn each other's ways of moving on offense and playing with each other on defense. This year we return everybody. We lost one senior in Cheney Browning. We're going to miss her. She was a big leader to us, and I always called her the mother in the locker room. Which you need, and she helped us a lot. But these girls are back, and it's a different vibe in the locker room. And it could have been just the way our season ended, but I believe that they're motivated. These 3 that are here with me, the ones that are at home right now, I wish I could have brought all of them.
Oh, we do too.
Yeah. It's been a collective effort with just the maturity and the focus on what we need to be doing at this point of the season.
We'll slide over here to Shelby. And Shelby, coming off a year, you averaged 9.1 points per game. We know the year didn't end the way you guys wanted it to, losing in the first game of the district. Have you used that as motivation this offseason, whether it be in the weight room, whether it be in the gym? Is that something that motivates you?
Absolutely. I think that we all kind of have in the back of our mind right now that we don't want to lose first round again, and we want to get through district, and we want to make that region run. And whenever we're in practice, if our energy gets down or our mood gets down or something like that, we are always thinking like that first game that we lost, and it just always helps us get better.
What about your game? Did you work on the hardest this year that you wanted to be? You had it set in your mind that when we get to this time this year, I want to be so much better at doing this than I was last year.
I would say my strength, my weight room. I worked on that a lot during the off season with our program. Our assistant coach, Coach Maddie, she definitely had a great program in the weight room for us, and that's probably the one thing I really, really want to improve on is my strength, and especially when I get in the paint, I want to be able to go up without falling back or getting pushed around.
Well, I always love to ask questions about your teammates. So if you got a big district game on Friday night, but on Friday morning you've got a math test, which teammate, and you got to pass to play, Which teammate are you having help study on Thursday night?
Definitely Carrie Ann.
Okay.
I call her a nerd sometimes. So if I had to study with somebody, it would definitely be her.
Be Carrie Ann. And have you, Coach Booth talked about how last year you guys were so inexperienced, and now you're bringing so much back. Have you seen the difference in practice and the way things are handled?
Absolutely. There's a lot of girls that didn't really know much last year, and this year you can tell the difference. And I mean, me included. We know a lot more about what we're doing. We know how to run stuff, and we scrimmaged the middle school boys the other day, and our ball movement was just 10 times better than it was last year. And, I mean, that was coming off of us, the bench players, everybody. It was just 10 times better.
Well, the guys want no part of carrying into the paint. Do you want any part of that?
I'll take some.
There you go. I love it. We'll slide over here to Kennedy Swihart. And Kennedy was having an unbelievable year last year. 8.9 points per game, 3.2 rebounds, kind of one of the leaders of the team, and then suffered the knee injury. How tough was that to have to be able to sit back? And I know athletes, when you get injured, sometimes it can be a very lonely thing when you're going through rehab. How tough was that process?
It's not how I wanted to end my season. I was upset about it, but I'm thankful it happened when it did and not this year. And like Coach Booth said, me in physical therapy, I've been doing great, a lot better than I thought I would be doing. Like, it's a physical thing, but it's mainly mental. Like, you have to have the right mindset to push through it, because it's mainly just been me and myself if I want to push myself to get better, and I do, because I guess I took it for granted last year getting to play, and whenever we had our in the locker room meetings with Booth, I told him, I was like, I can't take it for granted again this year. This is my last season. I want to play fully.
Did you reach that point where physically you were, basically 100%? But did you have that where you had to get over that mental aspect of it where, hey, I can make this cut or I can do that? Or are you still going through that process right now?
I still try and limit myself with, like, big cuts and, like, how I injured myself last year, but I'm trying to get back in the groove of things with the hard cutting and everything else. It's still tough, definitely, but like I said, it's more mental. Like, I can't be thinking about I'm going to hurt myself again, so I can't do it like this. I just have to go out there and play, and if I start hurting, then I restrict myself. I just sit back and watch.
Well, Coach Booth said you guys lost the locker room mom last year. She graduated. Who is the new locker room mom now?
Honestly, it's not me.
I have no problem believing that. I can tell you right now.
I honestly don't know if it's anybody. It's just us as a group. Like, we all act like little kids at times, but we have times where we have people that step up and take the role. Like, it's not just the seniors. It's Carrie Ann, it's Shelby, it's everybody, really.
And he talked about how inexperienced you guys were last year, and you were learning to tie shoes, and now that growth as a group, as you're a high school basketball player, it's a lot of friendships and stuff. Have you seen that growth over from last year to this year, where you guys, where not only you're at, like, in the basketball IQ, but just as friendships and as a team?
Oh, yeah, definitely. We've always been close because we've always played, like, sports together, like, not just basketball, just other sports, and we've always just been, like, a big friend group, and that definitely helps whenever playing basketball because we already have, like, so much. There's no drama, and that is great because, like, I feel like that would just bring it down a lot, and, like, we're just all best friends, and that helps us just play well together.
You talked about this being your last year, and you coming back from the injury. Has it hit you yet? I mean, do you ever go like, oh man, this is it's the last time I do this, or do you think that'll come later? But has it hit you that this is your senior year?
It has not hit me yet. I still keep on thinking that I'm going to come back next year, play summer ball.
Well, I don't know, in college, sometimes you can play till you're 25. They may change the high school rule before next year.
I still, it has not hit me yet, and I'm sure it will sooner or later. Maybe, by our first scrimmage or first game, but it has not hit me yet. It's not comprehended that this is my last season with them, but I sure do want to go out with, on a good note this year because I did not like how I ended last year.
And we'll go over here to Miss Carrie Ann Williams, one of the stars of the third region. And I thought, from where you started, where we kind of bust onto the scene a couple of years ago at the regional tournament, at least for most people in the region, the average fan maybe didn't know who you are. But from where you went at that point to last year, the game took monster steps. What kind of steps are you looking to take your game this year?
I'm working on outside shots, of course, and mostly just a leadership role. I want to take on the leader of the team and help bring my team up and bring the energy so we can stay strong throughout our games.
Well, Shelby tells us that you're a little bit of a nerd. I mean, is that a fact?
That's valid, yeah.
100% valid. You know, and we talked about it, you know, where you guys were last year as a team and as a, you know, a program and where you are now. Do you also see a difference like Kennedy did?
Yes, and it might not be big steps in our game yet, but it's our energy and we're more together. There's so much more togetherness on the team.
You know, and then we talked about, you know, with Shelby where, you know, that there was a tough loss to Butler County in the district tournament last year. You know, how much has that driven you in the off season?
It has driven me. I can't even begin to tell you. It hurt me especially because I had that opportunity at the end to make the free throws, and I missed them, and it just, like, it's always in my head. It's terrible, but it's helping us.
Oh, I'll tell
harder.
You, a great piece of advice my dad told me was if you can't handle being the GOAT, then you can never be the hero. So you have to be able to work to take those shots or to go to the free throw line, and you have to understand that sometimes you're going to miss. Michael Jordan didn't make all his last-second shots either. But, you know, talk about Coach Booth and what he's done to this program in the last couple of years that he's been here.
Well, he completely changed how we had been playing. We had our set plays, and we played a zone defense, and we've completely switched. Like, we just feel, and we do curls, and it's just a feel of the game, and we play man on defense every time. So it was a big switch last year, but we're getting more in the groove.
So as we always love, I love to ask these teammate questions. And, you know, who's the lady on the team that when things can be a little tough can always crack a joke and, like, lighten the mood and you know, make you laugh or just kind of ease the stress or the tension in the room? Who is that?
I think it's me, but Maggie says some crazy things too. So, I mean, it's me or Maggie.
You know, looking at, we talked about you've been on the, you know, the ESPN Owensboro team. You're right there as one of the defensive players of the year too. You know, what do you want to take out of this year? I mean, like, have you set some individual goals that you want?
I want to hit some benchmarks. I want to get more blocks. Obviously,
good luck to everybody in the region.
Yeah, I'm really working on that. I also want to score and rebound more, but I want us to be a new team together. I want us to be together more than anything.
Let's go back down here real quick to Coach Meredith. And, you know, for the, you know, like I said, we talked about all this new, you know, when you look back at the end of this year, where do you want the program to be come at the end of, you know, May to where it is right now? What growth are you looking for out of the program?
So as far as, like, this year's team just being competitive, you know, like, from the start to finish, I want people to look at it and say, gosh, those guys gotten a lot better this year, you know, and being competitive and competing and having that mindset, a winning mindset. You know, if we can come in with that and then next year build on that and keep improving with all these younger guys that we have.
You know, and Ben, you know, we talked about, I mean, are you looking to score more? And what individual goals have you set for yourself?
I'm definitely looking to score more, but I just really want to help the team. I mean, whatever I can do to help the team is what I want to do, so whatever it takes to win games.
Whatever it takes. Who's the guy on your team? Who's your teammate that you're going to have help you study? Who's the smartest guy on the team?
I got to think about that one.
You're going to go see Carrie Ann too, huh? There you go. And then we'll ask real quick, we'll ask Colin, who's the funny guy? Who's the guy that's the funniest guy on the team? We'll make it easy. Who's the best looking?
Best looking?
Yes.
Blaine Louise.
Oh, you got to say yourself.
No, Blaine Louise.
Oh, there you go.
Good looking.
Who is the funniest guy on the team?
Funniest, probably Braden Wright.
All right. Well, Coach Booth, before we let you guys get out of here, you know, what can the Edmonson County fans expect from your girls team, and what are you expecting out of this girls team this year?
We're always going to compete. That's the biggest thing is we're going to compete. We're going to play hard. We've got a tougher schedule this year, and we did that on purpose. That way that we can experience loss or we can experience hard-earned wins. Either way, we're looking to get better during the season. And so it's just a process where every game we're going to take it one at a time. We're going to try to get better. We're going to continue to improve and build ourselves up for the district and region run. And just for the fans, both teams, I know I've known Coach Brad for a long time, and he's going to have the boys working as hard as they can. They already are. Our girls are working hard, and just from the whole community, expect teams from Edmonson County to just give it their all. And that's all that we can ask as coaches, and that's all that I ask our community to ask of them. We expect to win. We don't play to lose. If we did that, then we shouldn't be playing.
If they don't keep score, you wouldn't be out
exactly.
there.
But we expect to win every game, and if we don't, we move on. And we can't worry about it. We just learn and move on. And we're expecting big things on our side, and that's it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we're looking forward to following all of you guys and ladies, young ladies this year, and thank you so much for coming to Basketball Media Day. It's Edmonson County. I'll tell you what, we'll take a short break right here. We'll come back. We'll have more players and coaches of the third region. It is Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Roof replacements.
When you're craving homemade food, head to Windy Hollow Biscuit House in the heart of Owensboro for a true Southern feast. This Saturday and Sunday, they're serving up their country ham breakfast buffet. And if you need a little pick-me-up, try the customer favorite. Caramel latte, iced or hot, the perfect companion to your home-style meal. Windy Hollow Biscuit House is open 6 days a week. Windy Hollow Biscuit House, 630 Emery Drive in Owensboro.
Hi, this is Travis Sultry from Foreman Watson Poultry. Whether it's a car wreck, an injury, a business dispute, criminal defense, or a family law matter, our attorneys are known for a relentless pursuit of perfection with an expectation of excellence. We are creative, consistent, and courageous. We are Foreman Watson Poultry, dedicated to you, committed to justice. FWHlegal.com.
Step into the forest with Maxwell Brothers Logging, masters of the timber since 1946. Whether you're building a future or clearing the past, trust in their licensed and fully insured service to handle your logging needs with precision and care.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, Ty Cowan here. And before we get to Coach West with Trinity, Todd, you're going to tell me some people who are making all this possible.
Johnson Plumbing, Purple Walrus Lawn Company, Above All Roofing, and McLean County Public Library.
And we'll have Coach West, Nathan West, the boys basketball coach at Trinity. And Coach, this is, a year where – last year was a tough one. It was kind of a rebuilding year. When you're at a small school like Trinity and you lose 6 guys that have been playing since they were 8th grade, you knew it was going to be kind of a tougher year. How's this year looked and how's practice gone so far? Microphone. There you go.
There we go.
There you go. I got to get you on the air.
Yeah. It's actually been a great year so far. Last year, we graduated our 6th, and then Connor, actually, who'll be here in a little bit, he was coming off a pretty bad knee injury that year too. So he was probably our 7th man, and he didn't get to play. He only played 6 games. So last year was an adjustment year for him too. But it was a learning year. But I think it was one of, here comes some of my Raiders right here. But it was one of the best things probably, I know for me personally. I was listening on the way over here, and you guys were talking about, Coach Meredith at Edmonson County having to kind of start all over with some of those things. And that's kind of how I had to go back this summer. I had to kind of go back and see how could I make our offense as simple as possible, our defense as simple as possible, and just to keep things simple and effective. We're still pretty young, so we have no juniors in our program at all. 4 seniors, a big group of sophomores, a big group of incoming freshmen. So the future is bright, and I think this year we've had a great off season. So I'm really excited.
Well, go ahead.
I was just going to say the good thing is that this year you're not starting where you were last year. Now you've already got all that stuff set, so now you guys can really work on the finer points of what you're wanting to put in.
Right. Yeah, that was a big issue last year was we had a big group that they not only, we graduated a big group, but they were starters for 3 years basically.
Right.
And so we had an identity with that group, and last year we didn't. We were trying to figure out what our identity was going to be. It took us the majority of the year to figure that out. But then once we established that, I think you can see, especially later on, we kind of had an idea of how we wanted to play, what would give us the best chance to win. This summer it's been totally different. Now we know who's going to play. We know who's going to get the most shots. How we're going to play. So it's been fun.
We talked about with Coach Meredith. Did this rejuvenate you a little bit? You have that group and you kind of grow with him as a coach. And I'm not saying it gets stale, but it can only go so far. Did you feel like it rejuvenated you a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. It's interesting because having a tough season, there's always a fear as a coach that something like that could happen, and then once it happens, you're like, well. There's nothing like what could get worse, you know what I mean? And so it's really been like that. It got me to evaluate how I could be a better coach, and that's what I did a lot of the summer. You can ask some of these guys, and my family too. Basketball is my passion. I don't have a lot of hobbies. That's what I do. And so it drove me crazy at times last year, but it was one of those things that it was great. Over the summer, I really think we figured some things out. But it's really kind of revived. I don't know if I ever really lost any passion for it, but it's something that, I don't know, there's just a freedom now, I guess.
You get a different perspective.
Right.
Well, and to be a great coach at any level, I think you have to be willing to sit down and go into those deep, dark places that people don't want you, that normal people don't like to go to, and really evaluate yourself. And that can be tough. Did you go through that?
Oh, absolutely. You have to, because, I feel like at the end of the day, it starts with me getting these guys prepared. I thought, there's some things, and there's some things with youth and size and things like that. It's hard to overcome anyway, but there are some things that you can do to try to give yourself the best chance to win. And I think we had to do that. Some of our offensive plan going into the season, we thought we were going to play one way. It didn't work out. And so we had to totally flip it. Now we kind of know how we're going to play. So that was a big thing. And, our scoring numbers, probably some of the lowest that they've been since I've been there. I had to evaluate that. How can we score more points? How can we get more possessions? I had to really reflect on all of that stuff. And then now I've got to get it to where they understand it too. Here's why we have to play this way. Here's the film. Here's, some sets. Here's why we're not going to run this, that. They'll probably tell you it's been a whole lot less of me. It's been more of me teaching them, and then I don't call a whole lot. We compete every day, and they got to figure it out because, a good coach is going to try to take the other coach out of it, and so they got to make the decisions, and they've done a good job of that all summer.
We'll go over to Connor, and you talked about a guy that, coming back off injury, just, played a few games last year, averaging 9.5 points a game, 5.2 rebounds. How tough was that to miss a lot of the year with injury? I know it's always tough on athletes. How tough was that for you mentally?
Mentally, it was kind of tough because from back when I got injured in the first place in 8th grade, it was before the basketball season, but then, the recovery, it was a lot of work, a lot of dedication. You had to keep to it to get back, get stronger. And what I took from that is never give up and always stick to it, because if you don't, you're going to be even worse before you even started.
Coach West had talked about, giving you guys, showing you some things and giving you a little more freedom. Have you seen a difference in practice this year to where this was last year?
Oh, yeah. There was a lot more energy than there was last year. There's a lot more dedication, I feel like, this year than there was last year. We have a lot of guys that went from practicing a lot this off season to now, and you can see the big jump we all took from last year. Because we didn't lose anybody like that was from the team last year from our season.
Mm-hmm.
So there was an extremely big jump from what we had to what we did have.
What is it about Trinity that makes it so special? I mean, I'm a huge fan. My family's from out there. But for the people that don't know, what is it about the high school and the people of the high school that make it so special?
It's a small community, man.
You know everybody, right?
Oh, we know everybody.
Well, before I get to him, I want to ask you, is Will the best Hernandez you've ever played with? I'm just asking. I mean, I'm just curious.
He's up there.
Good answer.
At least top 2.
Top 2? That's what I was thinking. He's got to be in the top 2, right? Top 2. And we'll go to Will here real quick. I can kid because we're related, but one, you walk in, I didn't even realize it. How much has he grown in the last year? I mean, how much taller have you gotten?
I think I've grown 2 inches, 3 inches.
I was going to say, you look much taller. And, so what was it? What have you worked on this all season that you wanted to get better at other than being like the 4th best shooter in your family?
Well, I did switch positions halfway through the season last year, so working on, getting stronger in that area and also working on my shots so I can be a threat in both areas.
Okay, and Coach West talked about changes that he made in himself. Have you seen a difference in Coach West this year compared to last year?
Yeah, I think he's been more, not lenient, but I guess he's let us do a little bit more than what he did last year, and it's paid off, I think.
What are some individual goals that you have set for you this year?
I want to score double digits, and I want to get.
Yeah, leave it to you. Hey, listen. There's nobody in your family who's ever met a shot they didn't like. Okay, I can just tell you that right now. So I mean, Coach, you probably have to put a muzzle. You have to draw him back a little bit, don't you?
He's actually the one I don't.
Oh, okay.
He's the one that I probably have to get more shots out of him. And it's funny, Connor saying top 2. He's going to play with all 3 Hernandezes. So we've got Isaac, who's a freshman too. So
look out!
So he's going to have all 3 of them there. So you're leaving somebody out, Connor. But yeah, he can shoot it. We do a lot of transition stuff this year because we are small, and that's one of the things I realized with Will is he's probably one of our best transition 3-point shooters. And it was kind of tough because he really thrived last year when we moved him to the 5 spot because he's quick, he's long. But now I got to figure out a way to get him to the corner some too and popping out and things like that. So that's been some stuff that we've been working on.
I'm telling you, that's the first person in that family that's ever had to get to shoot more. I can promise you that. That is no question that. How about you, Connor? You got some individual goals that you have for this year other than stay healthy all year long, which is the big one.
Yeah, that's big. I don't really want to get injured this year. It is my senior year. It's a big year. But I've been mainly focusing on my ball handling and two-way finishing. I've been working on my shot mainly, but majority just shot making and dribbling mainly.
And they talked about another Hernandez coming up. I mean, how tough is that to be the older one now? That the big brother's off to college. I mean, how big of a change has that been?
Not really a change.
Do you? I gotta ask you, do you miss him?
Yeah, I guess. It's not really that much different. I feel like it's just the same at home.
All right. Hold that up just a little bit closer. There you go. So that people out there listening can hear you. We didn't get a chance. Individual, you want to average double figures. What else are you looking to get better at this year?
I don't know. Rebounding better, I think. Running the court harder.
Spoken like a true coach's mom's, there you go. It's always the other stuff. We'll slide down here to Mom down here real quick. And she's
got one.
Oh, she's got one, yeah. A little fashionably late, but, she's a busy lady. Coming off a year.
I started at 11. I was here at 10:57. I practiced right before this.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. Sorry,
I will say, coming off a tough year last year, for a couple of years now, y'all have been really, really young. Mm-hmm. Have you seen a difference this year where this team is at this time this year than maybe where it's been the last couple of years?
Definitely. So I felt like the last couple of years we've been teaching them to compete. Like there was always back when we had Kat and Josie and Cassidy, and they, there was just a competition level, and they just kind of went along with it. But when it became their turn to be the ones competing, it was like there wasn't enough competition going on. And we're always dealing with certain situations. Like today, it's November the 5th, right? This is our first practice where we've had every kid. So
right.
Today we had 15 kids in the gym. Prior to that, we just got volleyball last week, and I'm proud of our volleyball players. I'm proud of what they've done. They went to the Final Four in the region, and I don't think they were picked top 5 for the year, and so they did all of that. And I kept telling them, just keep going as long as you can go. We want them to win the region, but we got them at the end of last week. Then our middle school, we have 5 middle schoolers that play with us, and at least 3 of them, maybe 4 of them, will play significant minutes, and so they're playing games every other night. So we're dealing with that. But today we had everybody there for the first time, 15 players in there, and it was just a complete competition. We've been making sure that we're competing in every single drill. Our shooting drills are making those competitive, and we've been trying to do that, but now it's just naturally coming to them. They're the ones talking about it. They're the ones communicating. We're trying to get them to talk more. The intensity is way different this year than it has been for the last 2 years.
And you talked about the volleyball. Do you think especially at a small school, when at the female program with volleyball and with softball the last few years having success, that also helps you, like success in other sports can help the basketball team also? Do you see that as a coach?
I do think that. I do feel like that we had a conversation at the end, very last game last year of, hey girls, I'm proud of you guys for what you're doing in volleyball, and I'm proud of you guys for what you're doing in softball. But if we don't do some stuff in the off season to improve, you're going to come in here October 15th or November the 5th when we get them all, and you're going to be the same place you were. And so we had softball girls, and when we were having open gyms in the spring and having open gyms in the summer, those girls were coming out. Even if they could only show up for 30 minutes, they were coming in, putting time in. They were doing their stuff in the off season, and I can see a huge change in these girls. But yes, I do think success in other areas is going to help with success. Nobody likes to lose. Everybody's going out there to win.
Well, you don't think Will's the 3rd best player in the family, do you? I mean, are you going to rate him for me?
I don't rate my.
I
love them all.
I was going to say,
they all have their skills, but yeah, I'm not doing that.
Just slap him.
That's what moms always say, Will. Don't worry about it.
I do think that he has an agility inside, like to get around people and stuff like that, and he can shoot. I think he has some specific skills.
He can't be in the family if he can't shoot. I mean, come on. I was going to say, you kick him out of the family. But, you only losing one player from last year. Mm-hmm. You also had a couple transfers that come in. Mm-hmm. I mean, Trinity's always going to be a place where, it's not always going to be reloading. I mean, because of being a small place, there are some steps that you have to learn how to win. And I think this team's probably right there where they're going to learn to win a lot more than they have in last year.
Oh, yeah, I believe that. I believe that we're going to have a successful season. But I won't say that because of the last 2 years that our record is the way that our record was the way that it was, that we weren't successful. They were working hard. Oh, yeah. We're putting just as much effort in the last 2 years as we are right now. We were just building. And so I do think that in any high school program, most high school programs, you're going to have some times like that. Mm-hmm. And I've coached teams that, have won one game the year before, and then we've come back and won 15, 20 games the next year. So that's our goal.
How tough is it to juggle all that you do out there? Being the principal, coaching. I mean, do you find, and then being mom and and a wife? Is that something that you had to work on to learn how to balance all that?
Yes.
And are you still working on it? I was going to say.
No, I do have to work on keeping my priorities in line. Will tell you, Coach West will tell you, these girls will tell you, God always comes first in my life. Mm-hmm. Right behind that's my family, and I try to organize everything in that direction. Obviously, my principal's job is where I'm going to get paid a lot, but I do put every effort into basketball too. So if I can't be there at practice, right now we have one gym going. We actually have been utilizing 2 other gyms, so we're excited about that because the barn came down, which we were all a little sad about, but we needed another practice place. So we've found those, but if I can't be there, and so we have to go early. Coach West and I are normally going early so we can get our middle school teams in, so we can get our elementary teams in, because if not, we're going to be in trouble in a few years. So we're working on those types of things. But if I can't be there at 2:30, I have 2 assistant coaches who are dedicated, and somebody's there. But I'm normally there about 2:45. I can make it there pretty early. They're stretched, have their form shots going, and then we're there. So I try to balance it all. And is it easy? No. Is it worth it? Yes.
I was going to say, and for somebody who scored a bunch of points in that barn, you did have to shed a little bit of tear when it came down, didn't you?
Oh, I was sad. Yeah, I was sad. There was great memories, but well, for one, I'm not super attached to material. Like if something's done at this time, I'm okay with it not being there anymore. Some people didn't feel that way, and I get that. But I did enjoy the time that we had with it. However, I am excited that we have a new facility coming along, and I think it was time that facility served us for 50 years well, a little over 50 years well, but it was time for a new facility.
We'll go over here to Sophie now, and a young lady that plays multiple sports. Do you have a favorite? I mean, if you had to pick one as a favorite, is there a favorite?
My favorite's definitely softball. It's always been my favorite.
I know that.
I was going to say, yeah.
And I want to go play college ball for softball, but I do feel like basketball and my other sports prepare me for softball. Like they teach me life lessons that'll help me in my softball.
Oh, there's no doubt. And I think as you go on, college coaches love people who play multiple sports. It's just something I always do. And, what was some stuff that you wanted to be better at this year than maybe at this time last year when in the off season? What did you want to work on your game about?
Definitely scoring more and being stronger in the paint. I like to last year avoid contact and not go in strong, but I've been working to get stronger this year too.
Hold on. Now, aren't you a catcher?
No,
she's a pitcher.
No, you're the pitcher. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was going to say avoiding contact. You're a catcher.
Dude, ask me on the softball
there you
questions.
go. I interviewed her for this week in the third region. And I think I also interviewed the catcher, and I just got them back.
Yeah, 1 week apart.
Yeah, I was going to say sometimes I'm on the radio so much I forget everything. But talk about she's talking about the great changes and facilities that are being built. How's it exciting to be a Raider? I mean, there's a lot of great things going on at Trinity that a lot of people don't know about.
Yeah, with the new school being built, we're excited to get in there, and we've been having a lot of hard practices, and it's fun.
Can you see a difference in where the team is right now and what's going on at practice than maybe this time last year? Do you see a big difference?
Yeah, definitely. We have 4 new transfers that are going to be a great aspect to the team, and you can tell the energy level is just very high right now.
And then what is your team goal for here? I mean, do you think this is the team? I know it's always to get to the regional tournament and you take your best shot. Is that something that's on your list to do?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think we got it this year.
Think you got it this year?
Yeah.
We'll slide over here to Madison, and I'll ask you the same question. Have you seen a difference right now in the team than at this time last year?
110%. I feel like there's so much effort, and everybody's just so excited to be in there. Back out there.
And you averaged 4.1 points per game last year. She talked about some transfers coming in. What are some individual goals you have this year? Is yours to shoot more too?
Well, I didn't get to play much last year because I had an injury and sickness, but I want to. My game is defense.
Okay.
And I really want to be able to play defense and not foul out.
I'll give you a piece of advice. When she was playing, your coach was playing, she may get on you about defense. Her idea of defense was she scored 27 and her opponent only scored 24. That means she won the game. So whenever she's on you at defense, just remember that. No, I kid. I've got to ask you, we always love to ask about your teammates and stuff. Who's the funny one on the team? Who's the one that can break up the seriousness, or when things are stressful, or Coach Hernandez comes in and chews a little tail in the locker room and she leaves? Who's the funny one that can break the stress?
I think it's myself.
Oh, okay. There you go. I like that. And what does playing at Trinity mean to you? I mean, I know it's hard for people. It's such a small community, such a small school. It comes with some disadvantages, but what does that mean to you to be a Raider?
It is my whole entire world. I would never change it for anything. There's so much happiness and joy, and it's just amazing to be around a small community where everybody knows everybody.
I've got to ask, and I'll ask you, Sophie, next. You've got a great role model and a female role model that we talked about. I mean, she's handling, principal and mom and, and wife and basketball coach. What has Coach Hernandez meant to you, and what has she taught you that maybe you don't and I will say maybe you don't understand now, but that maybe when you're 30 and you've got kids of your own, that maybe you understand a little more. What has she meant to you?
I think she's just a great person overall, and she teaches us so many life lessons, and watching her deal with all of those multiple things that she does, it makes me think that everything's possible.
Well, all right. How about you, Sophie? I mean, she's been a stalwart out there, and she's been the basketball coach out there for a while. What has she personally meant to you? Maybe personally and also as a coach.
She doesn't just teach us basketball. She teaches us how to be a better person. And back when my sister played, she used to tell me, like, after every practice, coach gives you a life lesson, and remember those. And I pay attention every practice and make sure I get those life lessons.
Well, I promise you, as a guy that I had a great coach that I loved a lot, Coach Van Hoos. There'll be a time when you're like 33 and your kids will do something, and then it'll hit you. You'll be like, that's what Coach Hernandez was talking about. Like, you didn't understand when you were 16, 17, and 18. But it was later on, she is. I kid her a lot, and I give Will a tough time, but she is one of the stalwarts here. And who, I'll ask you, is Madison right? Is she the funny one?
I'd have to go with Nevaeh Mills.
Okay,
Sorry,
all right.
Just like today, Coach said something at practice, and all Nevaeh did was look around and start dying laughing, and everybody just started dying laughing.
Well, what's the goals after high school?
I'd like to go play college softball, like I said, and
do you have a school picked out yet, or are you just still? I know it's early, but if you had a dream school to go play college softball, where would it be?
Probably UK.
Okay, that's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. And before we get you out of here, Madison, let me ask you. You talk about the transfers that come in. Have you seen what they're bringing to the team? It's something different.
Yes, they have brought a lot of joy, and they're just very uplifting. And I think that they'll really be a big part of our team.
All right. Well, I'll ask you one last question, and this will be about Sophie. So, if you had a test on Friday that you had to pass to play Friday night, and let's just say it's a history test. Are you asking Sophie to help you study for it? No? Hey, I love those honest answers. Well, Coach Hernandez, before we let you get out of here, we'll come back to you two real quick. Coach West, what are you expecting out of the season? I mean, I know you've always put together goals. I mean, if this team reaches a ceiling, what can that ceiling be?
Well, we want to get to the third region tournament. This group, I haven't had, since I've been back there, we haven't made it to the third region tournament, so our goal is to get there. It's going to take a lot of team effort, a lot of nobody cares who does it as long as it gets done, and because we have some really young girls that can come in and contribute too, and along with the experience, and you can't ever always appreciate our experience, and I always want them to bring those young girls along. Offensively, I think we're figuring it out. I think defensively, we have a ways to go. Especially with our young girls, just making little mistakes like letting people cut over your face and, not bumping cutters and just lots of little things like that. So we got a long ways to go with that. But and it's going to be a big key for us. We're not big, so we're going to have to play fast. And then we're going to also have to box out and keep saying that every day at practice.
You say it here, they're all shaking their head.
Because it's going to take 5 people boxing out every single possession because we're not tall. But we have a lot of skills that are good. And we're fast, like I said, and they're running the floor well, and they're seeing the floor well. So there's lots of really good things, but we're going to have to get those specific things because we know that we have to play good defense to win and make it to the regional tournament.
Which is tougher, sitting on the bench in a tight game or sitting in the stands watching Will play in a tight game? Which one's tougher for you?
Both. But I try, I wasn't always good at being quiet in the stands when he's playing.
I can vouch for that.
But I've gotten better. I don't say anything. I just wait till after the game to say whatever I have to say. He doesn't like Nathan, I could kind of yell something out there, and he seemed to respond. Will does not so I've learned to keep my mouth closed, and I'll tell him what I think after the game. But it is, both are equally difficult, but coaching in a tight game is exciting because, you have some parts you can do when you're just sitting in the stands. That's Coach West's job to get them to do what they're supposed to do.
I'll ask you, Coach West, the same thing I asked her. What do you think is the ceiling for this team, and what do you guys have to do to reach that ceiling?
Well, I told them on Saturday that after one of our practices that I really think where we're at right now, I think we're probably, I would say, middle of the third region. I think we've improved that much. I think to get to the higher tier, the next tier, the upper part of the third region, I think our defense has to really step up. We've been working on some things, drilling some things quite a bit. It's some kind of unique things, but I think it'll really pay off, and a lot of it's just instilling the right habits defensively. Obviously, we're not big, so doing some kind of some philosophies on rebounding, finding guys early, being extra physical. They have gotten a lot stronger. So just now they've added the strength. Now it's using that strength and learning how to use that strength. But no, I'm excited. I really think you're going to see a drastically different team.
Well, we appreciate you guys for coming down here to Media Day. And like I said, Steve and I on Live at 5, we're big fans. I will always be a Trinity Raider fan, even though I didn't go there. A lot of my family did. Most of my family is in the Hall of Fame out there, because they're all better athletes than I was. But thank you so much for joining us as you're listening to Basketball Media Day, Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health.
Great news for our local athletes who play Friday night games. You now have access to walk-in sports medicine care from Owensboro Health on Saturday, as well as weekdays. But you don't have to be an athlete to benefit from convenient orthopedic walk-in care at the Owensboro Health Sports Medicine Walk-in Clinic. Open 8 to 11 a.m. Monday through Saturday at the Pleasant Valley Medical Building in Owensboro. Learn more at owensborohealth.org/Owensboro Walk-in.
This is Jalen Darty, the voice in the McLean County Cougars. Did you know that the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Check out the latest titles, join a workshop, or explore their e-library. Visit McLeanCOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events, or give them a call to learn more.
Unleash your team spirit with a visit to Simply For You, where Hornets pride comes alive. Nestled at 435 Haas Boulevard in Hawesville. We're more than just a store. We're your partners in passion. Come join us at Simply For You, the heart of Hancock Hornets fandom. Go Hornets!
When you're craving homemade food, head to Windy Hollow Biscuit House in the heart of Owensboro for a true Southern feast. This Saturday and Sunday, they're serving up their country ham breakfast buffet. And if you need a little pick-me-up, try the customer favorite. Caramel latte, iced or hot, the perfect companion to your home-style meal. Windy Hollow Biscuit House is open 6 days a week. Windy Hollow Biscuit House, 630 Emory Drive in Owensboro.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, Ty Cowan here. We're about ready to get joined with the Meade County boys and girls team. But before we get to Meade, Todd, you're going to tell us about some people making all this possible.
Simply For You, Hancock County Farm Supply, Green River Area Federal Credit Union, and Kyle Culbreth and Sarah Brown from Kentucky Farm Bureau.
Green River Area Federal Credit Union can be a mouthful sometimes.
It just was for me after having a bite of biscuit and gravy.
Yeah, we've got to thank Windy Hollow Biscuit House. We're riding all the food. You got the breakfast food. I think they're supposed to get lunch here today, too, so that's for all the players and coaches. But let's get straight now to the Green Wave, and we'll start with Coach Trippier. Is coming off a year, coming back 16-16 last year, lost a heartbreaker to Muhlenberg County in the first round of the regional tournament. And how's the team looking so far, Coach? Where do you like where you're at right here in this early part of the practice season?
Yeah, I like where we're at. We've got some guys back that have some experience. Hayden and Aiden Medley are back. We got 3 guys in football right now, so obviously when they get back into things, it'll be a little bit more competitive because right now our top guys are going against JV guys, and it's kind of hard to gauge where we're at. But working hard, they're getting after it every day. We're getting up down the floor, so I'm pleased with that.
You know, you did lose one big score last year. You bring Hayden back, averaged 13.1 points per game. Who are some guys that maybe the average fan of the third region maybe doesn't know yet? Because you lost a couple. You know, you had Johnson that graduated. You did lose some guys that gave you some good minutes. Who are some people that the average third region fan doesn't know now, but maybe by the time we get to the district tournament, they're going to know who that person is?
Well, they should know who Cade is.
Well, yeah, that's a little different. He was injured last year.
Yeah. So that was a big blow to our program. So him coming back this year is going to be big. And Ethan Kaiser, a kid that got hurt a little bit last year but came out big and had a big region game. I think he had 12 points in the region tournament. So he'll be big for us. Like again, I said Aiden Medley. I think he's going to be. He started late for us in last year. He come off the bench early, but then worked his way into the starting lineup and actually had a big game in our first district game against Hancock. I think he had 13 or 14 in that game. So I think those are guys you're really going to be looking for.
You know, you've got to replace, I think it was about 33 points a game that graduated last year. You know, getting Cade back from injury this year. We didn't get to play.
That's 20.
I was going to say, there's a bunch. But you see this as the same where outside of him, but like everybody maybe just increase their scoring a little bit to kind of take up for that, other than try to have one big person take over?
Yeah, we've never really had it where it was one guy scoring a whole lot. Ever since probably James Baker, probably back that he did. But every year we're trying to get guys double figures. I think these guys will be double figures. I think Aiden Medley has a chance to be a double figure guy. If Kaiser stays healthy, he can do it as well. So after that, I mean, we have another kid that hasn't played in a couple years. He's coming back to play his senior year. So he's a big body guy. He should help us a little bit. So, but yeah, I think it'll be, I mean, night to night, you're going to have a kid like Cade put up 20, maybe Schaus put up 20 as well. But I think overall, if we can get them averaging mid double figures, I think that'd be pretty good for us.
You know, for a guy that's been a head coach out there at Meade County for a while now, how different is it now coaching high school sports than maybe it was 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago? I mean, have you seen a big change, whether it be, you know, the quote-unquote transfer portal or just kids? I mean, how different is it, or do you think it's, you know, just about the way it's always been?
I think it's about the way it's always been. Transfer portal, there's no transfers coming. I mean, we had one, obviously. That was a long time ago.
We lose them.
Yeah. The biggest thing is I think our numbers is a big thing. Just like we have kids that, not a whole lot, but there's a couple kids in different classes that like we probably could get out there to play, and they just don't play for whatever reason. And back in the day, we never had that problem. We had to cut kids.
We didn't have PlayStations and all that kind of stuff.
So always try to get top 3 or 4 kids out of each class to be out there, and that's kind of been a struggle here the last couple of years for whatever reason. They want to go to one sport and just work on that sport instead of doing multiple sports. And I try to keep telling them, you look at all these kids in college and pro and look, and they were 2, 3 sport athletes, not one. So and I know Cade, he's big on football, and that's his number one thing, but I'm glad he's playing basketball. He loves playing basketball, and he's the type of kid that's like, I want to be an athlete, and I want to do all the things. That's what colleges are looking for.
Oh, they are.
I mean, for athletes.
You look at it, Mike Trout, Aaron Judge. I mean, those guys were all 3 sports athletes in high school. A couple of them were 2 sports athletes in college.
Right.
And, you know, as a guy that coached in college, you're always looking for that guy that played multiple sports, because I think the jump is bigger, you know, where you haven't been, you know, playing one sport at one time. And even at a place like Meade that's a 6A school, do you still find that to be a problem sometimes, that parents are wanting to specialize at an early age?
Yeah, some of them do. I mean, I think it's at every school.
It is.
But like I said, it's just a few of the kids. Most of the kids that come out that want to help us do the best we can and be good basketball players. Most of them are out there.
For a guy that's been there a while, what makes Brandenburg so special? I mean, it's a special place. What makes it in your mind to be so special?
Well, it's a community. We have a lot of support, whether it be at the games or financially. Anything we ever want, we can ask for, and we usually get. So the community supports us big time.
I need to move my wife to Brandenburg then. if it's that easy, you know, I think I'll move out there.
Coach will tell you the same. I mean, financially, if we ask for things, we usually get it. So
I got one question. How in the world do y'all put up with that AD, Todd Clank?
Yeah, I want to know that one, too.
He told me today that y'all were going to be getting on him about something. So. Todd's a good guy, and he works hard, and I'm going to support him all the way.
I coached against him when he was coaching baseball.
I did too.
He's a good dude.
He is a good one, and we'll go to here to Cade. I mean, you got a big game coming up Friday, Cade, but we won't talk about that yet because you guys are going to go up there and beat Great Crossing. And I want to say Todd wants to say thank you to you because you led him into the championship game of fantasy football.
Oh, did I?
Just so you know,
you're on my team.
Yeah, you're on
You're
his
my
team,
secret weapon.
So there you go. But talk about how difficult it was last year. You know, when you get hurt, you hurt your shoulder, you can't play basketball last year. How tough was that for you?
Well, mentally it was draining every single day. I mean, I was going to physical therapy and then watching some of my best friends who I've grown up playing basketball with, watching them compete every night, and that was just really tough to sit on the bench and just watch that play out, and I couldn't do anything about it.
You got the commitment, or not the commitment. I'm sorry, you got the offer from Marshall. I hadn't committed anywhere. I didn't mean to put that out there. Sorry about that, Marshall. But for kids that are listening or parents that are listening, you're going right in the heart of this whole recruiting process in football. What is something maybe you wish you'd have known now, maybe 8 months ago, of going through that process that you could give a little bit of advice to people out there that are either going to be heading into recruiting or in the recruiting process?
Just always be confident in yourself. Sometimes you're going to get down on yourself. Like, you're going to think, oh, this coach doesn't think I'm good enough to play for his team. I don't think you should get down on yourself because what someone else thinks. I think you should always be true to what you believe in, and eventually the hard work's going to pay off. All those hours you spend on the field or the court or on the baseball field. I mean, it's eventually going to pay off.
I mean, I'm assuming if you guys are down one, you got to go the length of the floor. If Ethan's going to play too, you're taking the ball out of bounds and Ethan's running down the sideline. I mean, y'all been doing that all year. Is that in the playbook for high school basketball too?
It could be. That's kind of a question for Coach Tripp over here. But.
You talk about you missed last year. Hayden comes out, has a big year last year. Tell me something about Hayden that we need to know that we don't know.
I think you'll see a few more dunks this year out of Hayden.
Okay.
I think he's through his work in the off season, playing AAU, and the countless hours I've seen him in the weight room and on the court. I think you're gonna see a big year from Hayden, and you're gonna see a big jump from Hayden.
Well, I hope it takes a couple more weeks before you get back full time at basketball. Good luck Friday.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm picking you in an upset. That's all I can tell you. And so maybe you look good. But we'll jump down here to Hayden, who comes off a big year last year, 13.1 points per game, 6.4 rebounds. He talks about you're going to see a big jump. What was it in the offseason that you've been doing? What did you want to get better at?
I've been trying to get better, more consistent on three-point shooting. Last year wasn't too hot. I mean, it was all right, I guess, but wasn't too hot. Trying to get more consistent from threes. Bigger rebounder. Peyton, he graduated. He averaged a lot of rebounds for him being a guard. We're going to have to rebound so we can push and get out and score. Defense, too. I've been trying to focus on defense.
I was going to say, every time I ask, it's always, I want to shoot better. Nobody ever says I want to be a better defender. It's always shoot better. For the people that don't realize, now last year was really the first time I'd been to one of these games. Meade. We went up and we did the girls' game and the boys' game, a doubleheader up there. I think people in Owensboro miss out on what that game is all about and probably need to go up there once. Talk about that rivalry that's kind of built not only on the girls' side, it's really on the girls' side, but even on the boys' side. I mean, it is a rivalry that's maybe second to none in the region.
That's everything. I came in Meade County freshman year. That's the first thing I heard of. We get out here and brag. There's gonna be people everywhere. Packed, nowhere to sit. It's just fun to play in. It's a fun environment. It's just good. It's a good environment to play in.
I've got to go ahead, Cade.
It's just it's nice to know that you're going to get on the court and, first of all, you're going to bring everything to that game, and you know that the other players are going to bring everything to that game. So it it means so much to kind of know you're both going to go out there, both teams are going to go out there and play absolutely the hardest they can and to win that game, secure the dub.
I've got to ask you, Hayden, I'll ask Coach Trippier this too later on, but what do you see as being the ceiling for this team? Like, if you feel like that everybody gets to their potential, how good can this Meade County team be?
I truly think we can make a run in region. Last year we could have, that Muhlenberg game. I truly think we can make a run in region and just see where it takes us. Anything can happen in region.
Talking about when you grow up in Meade, and Coach Tripper talked about it's a very tight knit community. On the basketball team, I mean, these are guys that you've been gone to school with for a long time. How is that relationship with the players, and how's your relationship with Cade?
It's good. I mean, the locker room, that's what fuels it all. You want to fight for your brother in the locker room. It's just makes you want to play harder whenever you know everybody and grew up with them and you've seen them grow and what they can do.
Cade is, he talks about Coach Tripper's been there a long time. He's a staple in the third region right now. What's he meant to you personally and as a coach?
I think just his trusting and him believing in me since I've known him since the camps, in first, second grade, all the way up to freshman, sophomore year. I think that's meant a lot to me, and it's pushed me to become a better basketball player.
Coach, we asked Hayden what he thought. All coaches kind of have a ceiling and a floor of, where they think this team can be. Is he right? Is this a team that if everybody reaches their potential can compete for a regional title?
I mean, if everybody plays to their potential, yeah. As a coach, let's give a shot at district here, see what we can do. Our job is to get better every day.
Right.
That's what me and the coaching staff always talk about, be better every day. What we did yesterday doesn't matter. How we're going to get better today. And whatever it takes you, it takes you. But, I think that's everybody's goal in the region to get to the title game and give yourself a shot to go to Rupp. But a lot of things got to happen. You got to be healthy. A little luck's got to fall in there.
Always.
And you got to play well. The year we wanted, those things happened. The healthy part didn't, but we got him back at the right time. We had a little luck, and we played well when we needed to, and we won. It's tough. It's very hard to win. It's very hard to win district. It's very hard to win region. A lot of things got to fall in place, but as we tell these guys every day, today we're getting better than we were yesterday.
How good has Hayden understand how good he can be? I mean, or is it still a learning process for him that just how good he could be?
He got a lot of playing time as a freshman and a sophomore, and a lot of kids don't get that.
Right.
As a junior now, I've seen him grow up a little bit. He talked about defense. He is working on his defense harder. 2 years ago, he couldn't guard his table. And, I'm being honest, and he would tell you the same thing, and he didn't care about guarding the table. But now he's working hard. I see him in practice doing things, in practice working to get better at those things. So it's a maturity process. I mean, both these guys, when they were freshmen, you could tell them something. They're freshmen. Now that the seniors and juniors, they're starting to listen a little bit better, and they're starting to feel the process out, and they're like, all right, yeah, we need to do these things to be the best we can be. So, and I'm glad he talked about defense and rebounding, because those are things, like you said, kids want to talk about scoring and doing things like that. We're trying to get in their head. They got to be a complete player. If you want those goals and dreams of getting to the region title game and having a chance of winning it, you got to do all those things. So.
And we'll jump down here to Coach Hackett, talk about needing a little luck and staying injury-free. That wasn't quite your year last year, Coach Hackett, is you got two ladies that, you end up losing the injury last year. First of all, we were talking to them before. It seems like the rehab process is going well for both of them. Oh, hold on. Got to turn that one on. Just grab it.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, we got you.
We're good. Yeah. So we've actually got them back a little earlier than we thought, which is always great. At the same point, we're trying to gauge things a little bit, not push them too hard. We work pretty hard in practice, and our practices have been a little not as long, intensive at times, and then we'll take a break to make sure that their legs get breaks, and we keep a culture of hard work going on. So we've adjusted, the coaching staff have adjusted some things, having them back, but we're grateful to have them back. Every day we have them makes us better, and we're a better team.
I've got to ask is, and I know as a high school coach, classes come and go and stuff. But you had Fox and Babb for a long time. Has it been a little different this year of coaching without those two?
They're fun kids. They're fun kids, and we call them. They carry the culture.
Yeah.
They're very much about our culture, and we miss them. But they're playing college ball, and we were talking about we're just big about the legacy of what we do. As Coach mentioned, our community. It's a big deal to our community. And bringing success and packing that gym, and they work hard for us. The community does, in supporting what we do, and we want to work hard for them too. So it's a great place to. We think we have the best. We're grateful for where we play and what we do, and we got a new floor this year, which we're thankful for. And I know the community will come out and support it. But missing those two kids is big. We lost Maddie and Durbin, and they played college ball, so we've graduated 4 college players in the last 2 years, which are big holes. And these two will play college ball. And, we pray that can keep happening, that Lady Waves have dreams to impact during the community during their years, and then go on to play college ball if you do. So we miss them, but next team up, and we got a lot of young kids in. But our seniors, our captains are carrying a great work ethic, and even relationally with our younger kids in the locker room.
One of the young ladies I was looking for next year to kind of make a jump onto the scene was Savannah. She had a great offseason, a great summer a couple summers ago, and then had an unfortunate knee injury where she couldn't play last year. How big a loss was that for that team last year that you didn't get to have her out on the floor?
Well, we lost speed. We didn't realize how much we were losing until we lost her. That kind of happens. And, Savannah's type of player, she does all the little things. She was, at the top with rebounding. She was there with assists. She's a great defender, a great athlete, great passer. So you take somebody who touches the ball and can impact the full game, and she's not there. That was one big hole that we didn't fill very well initially. And then when Peyton went down, we just say, let's just get better for next year and get as much experience as we can with the kids. And I was really proud how we finished the season.
Speaking of that, was that kind of like the thing that helped you all? It's going to help you all this year that you lost them too, but some kids got some experience that normally wouldn't have, that could build upon to where you can be a better team this year?
Yeah, I think when you have the expectation that these kids do after you've gone to the state tournament and you've experienced it, when we lost the year after that, there was a hunger that kind of rose up in our kids. They worked really, really hard. And then when we had the injuries, you feel like you had a loss to a dream.
Right.
And I feel like what happened to our kids, and I'm super proud of them, they've been in the gym 2 days a week, off season, all season. They worked hard to finish the year. And sometimes when kids get some touches where they maybe wouldn't at the end of the season, then they got hungry for something more. And I think the work that you'll see in our team will be these other kids who are stepping in I think they're going to surprise a lot of people. And that just, I think Kate mentioned it earlier, hard work pays off. And we've had kids in the gym twice a week for a good 6 months, and it's gonna pay. They're going to come around. And these guys, I'll say it, they were in the gym. It wasn't just our kids who were wanting to get better. These guys were rebounding. These guys were encouraging them. I think you're going to see a lot out of Kaylee Ryder, our senior, who's back. She is so much improved. Paige Harrison.
Oh, she was a young lady that after the injuries, you could see the growth from the first. We were there. We did the Breck game at Breck, and as kind of her coming onto the scene. But the growth from there to where she got later on in the year was huge. Are you expecting that same kind of jump this year?
She's all a 6'1" right now and plays much bigger. She's probably put on 20 pounds. She wouldn't like me to say that. But,
well, there's putting on.
That's a good thing.
Well with girls,
but there's putting on weight and good weight.
We talk about multi-sports. We're all about it. She ran track. She went to state in track. She's fast. She's strong. We've had guys in the gym all 6 months working with her down low, and she's going to be the surprise this year. I think in the region. She's just come along and just making strides every day in practice.
Well, we will go down here to Savannah, who's working her way back. You said you got released now. How difficult was that for you, just mentally going through that whole process where you didn't get to play last year after the knee injury?
It was definitely hard going through. It was a slow process. It felt like forever.
It's got to be lonely at times too, doesn't it? I mean, that because you're away. A lot of that you have to do on your own, and it's like, will I ever get there? How mentally tough was that?
It was really tough, but I think PJ having her along my side with the same injury made it easier because we understood each other. We knew what we were going through, so I think she made it a lot easier for me.
You did tell you she didn't have to join you. It could have happened, but see where you just committed, right, to Lindsey Wilson. Congratulations! It is Lindsey Wilson, correct?
Yes.
We try to keep up with all the commitments, and there's enough of them going out here. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
I always like to say, what did you want to get better at? But about not able to play last year because of the injury, what are the expectations you're setting on yourself for this year?
I definitely want to be more of an offensive threat this year. Want to pick up my rebounding and my ball handling. Want to just be better all over.
We know about Peyton Bradley as the player. She's a two-time defending ESPN Owensboro, female player of the year. What can you tell me about Peyton Bradley as the person and as the teammate that maybe we don't know that people out there should know?
She is a great teammate. She's a team player, which not many people probably don't know that, but she is. She's a really good team player. She very encouraging to everybody.
The check's in the mail. That's all I can tell you. But I will also say I've been a big fan of Coach Hackett's forever. I mean, I know she's been a staple up there for young women up there at Meade County. What does Coach Hackett mean to you personally?
Oh, she's been there for me through a lot. With what happened my sophomore year, what happened with
Don't swing it around because you can.
Sorry.
There you go.
She's been there for me through a lot. Yeah.
I mean, it's more than a coach, right? I mean, it's got. I know she has a great relationship with all the young girls, but it's a more of a mentor and a friend other than just a coach.
Yes, she's been there a lot.
As you've gone through the knee injury and you see stuff on social media, I know great relationship with your parents. I've seen them put about a bunch of stuff. How tough was that on them to see you go through that? Was it did you see them struggle with that also?
Definitely, yeah. My mom definitely struggled with it as she played college ball too. So I think it was rough for her to see her daughter going through a knee injury too. So what is the ceiling for this team, for this Lady Wave? How good can this team be? I think we're going to be better than what people expect. I think it's going to be a really good year for us.
And we'll go to like I said, the two-time. We were talking about Ty. I don't know if we've ever had a three-time winner of the Player of the Year, but we got an opportunity for twice this year. Peyton Bradley, and how good was it to get the news that you got released from the knee? I mean, I know, I remember talking to you right after that happened, and and then also down at the regional tournament. But how good was that news?
Oh, it was awesome. I was honestly shocked because my surgeon is very in and out of the appointments. So he's in there. He's like, yeah, you're looking good. You can start practicing everything. I'm like, wait, like with contact? I was just shocked. And then he left the room to write my note. And then my mom and I were in there, and we just sobbed. And then the nurse came and she's like, is everything okay? Like, what's happening?
These are happy tears.
We're happy.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
And I've always said, what do you think maybe you learned when you had to take a step back and be kind of a de facto coach on the bench and be a teammate? What were some things that you learned just by watching that now you think you can take your game to a different level?
Yeah, I think I just saw the floor better, just from a different perspective even. And I want to be a coach when I'm older, so I think it helped me even for my future.
That's a given. I mean, if you're not, I'll be severely disappointed. I'll tell you that.
And then also let me be more vocal because I couldn't even go out there and play. So I could use my voice and just show them things that I wouldn't even see on the floor if I was playing. Just try to coach them through it and just show them the things that they wouldn't see or I wouldn't.
And Savannah talked about you guys kind of, once you got hurt, it was kind of like a tag team in the physical. What did that mean having somebody, a teammate along with you kind of going, that you could lean on? And, were there times where you had doubts that maybe you talked to her, or if she had doubts, she talked to you?
Yeah, I mean, I tore my ACL the day after her surgery. So it was pretty back-to-back for us. So I remember I went to my MRI that day after, and I found out, and I went straight to her house to tell her. And we just cried together for a while. And then I finally texted the team. But, I mean, it was huge having her with me, just trying to talk me through things because she already had surgery. So she was telling me, like, if it was better or worse because the pain was a lot different after surgery. So we were talking about that, and just having PT together was big. We're in there encouraging each other. Yeah. in the same room, just encouraging. She would be doing E-stem or something. I'd pop like, hey, keep it up. Let's go. And just try to hype each other up and just get support that normally you wouldn't get from other teammates.
Still going through the recruiting process. I don't think I've seen I didn't miss a commitment.
No.
Okay,
No,
I'm not going to ask you where you're going or anything like that, but we do have a lot of people that listen, a lot of athletes that listen. You've been going through this process for a while. What's something that you'd want to give some advice to young kids out there, either starting the process or maybe going through it, because it can be a tough process.
Yeah. I would definitely say take your time with it. It can be very overwhelming at times, and coaches may want to rush you into decisions, but if you're not comfortable, take a step back, relax, and just try to work your game.
Have you kind of set a time frame that you're going to make a decision, or not? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm originally, before I got hurt, I was going to try to before the season started, but now I really don't know.
Don't know? Well, that's fine.
So I'm going to try to probably after season, definitely before the spring, and hopefully get the spring signing period.
Okay. Well, I mean, I happen to be the voice of the Panthers. If you want to wear purple, I'm sure we can make that happen, because I would love to call your games for the next 4 years. After this, I'm just putting it out there, whatever. But how good – I mean, listen, you've played for teams that were regional champions, and you've played at Rupp Arena.
Yeah.
Is this what do you think the ceiling is for this Meade County team?
I mean, we have a high ceiling, I think. Like Tripp said, we're going to shock a lot of people in the region, I think. Just – people are unsure about how we're going to come back, how the team's going to look with missing Bell and Page and Miranda, everything. But I definitely think Rupp's can be our ceiling, and we can get there if we play together. Our culture's been great in practice. We're pushing each other every single day. So I think we can the sky's the limit for us.
Scale of 1 to 10, you're going to rate Coach Hackett for me, not as a coach, but as a person. I know you two are tight. I'm sure it's a 10, but I know I'll probably ask you this before. What does she mean to you? I mean, this is your second mom, I think, is what you explained it to me. So, I mean, but for people maybe that don't know Coach Hackett or that are out there listening, what does not to you, what does she mean to the Meade County female athletes up there that have somebody like her to look up to?
Yeah, I mean, definitely she's a 10 out of 10, I would say, as a person. But she means everything to everyone in the community, for sure. Just people can look up to her as a role model, because she even played college ball, so she knows the process and experience. She's been a great coach. She's brought legacy to our school, and just the wings is a big thing too. She's brought fan support and everything, just trying to build our program, and just even for the future of it. So I mean, she means a lot to not just me but everyone. She's definitely my second mom, and just has been there for everything. I mean, I've known you for 14 years, maybe. This is my 6th year playing under her, so it's just a lot.
Well, Coach, I've got to ask you, I've always said that, as being a former coach myself, the biggest compliment I ever get is when you get the letter in the mail and you're getting asked to go to your former athlete's wedding or something like that. I just have a feeling in the future you're going to be going to a lot of weddings of former players. I just think that's how it's going to work.
Yeah, it does. My husband and I are pastors, so I've married a lot of my players.
You may be married a lot of them there.
We've married a lot. It's a great honor. Coach and I would all agree we're getting older, and I think the older you get, the more you realize you do it because you love kids.
Right.
And the basketball court is an opportunity to experience life and learn life. And I think in the day and age that we live in, the game is teaching us that it's much more rewarding. Yes, we're competitive. We're all competitive, but it's better to go through it together. And you have a lot to look back on, and other than maybe the Breck games, a lot of things you don't remember every moment of every game. But besides that, you remember your teammates and playing in front of our community, and just it's a special place. It's a huge honor that I don't ever want to take for granted. The opportunity to impact a life, regardless of what that looks like. When the ball goes up, it's the same thing. Sometimes it's hard because we're competitive, but at the same point, if we can keep a bigger picture in mind. I mean, I'm super proud of these guys. We're going to Arizona, which that may never happen again. It's a certain criteria, and I think when we got that call this spring, for us, it was like, I sat down and cried just because I wanted these kids to be able to experience something, and something for our community, something for the Lady Waves that goes back beyond, because it's a formula that works from the years before, and some of the history that you bring. And our theme is play for legacy. It's always there from our little 3rd and 4th grade tonight, where they have tryouts and begin to put them on teams that some of these kids are coaching teams. And we got to give back. And I think as they do that, it makes the game a lot more rewarding because, as Coach said, a lot of things have to come together to win a region tournament. And it's all the little things we do with our kids and in our program along the way that make lasting impact and make a difference in a life. And we say that all the time, make a difference in someone around you and make an impact. And then that's the reward that you can count on. We can't count on whether or not kids get in. We don't know. Mm-hmm. We can't control that, but we can control our integrity and even our testimony of life. And these guys are a testament to hard work. Nobody's in our gym, but when you see them in the gym, I think they'll be surprised how well they're going to come back, how quickly they're coming back, and the percentage that they're playing at. And that's just their desire to come back and be a part of something really special in Meade County that we all have.
Well, thank you so much. Big fans of both of yours. Thank you for coming down. It's a long trip down there for Meade County for Media Day, but thank you so much for coming out here as you're listening to Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game.
We're proud supporters of local high school athletics.
Feel the power of the road beneath you. Rick's Tire and Service can make it possible. Offering comprehensive car care from front-end repair and brake work to air conditioning and diagnostic services. We're more than just tires. Elevate your ride with our range of aftermarket accessories. Get those wheels, tires, level up with lift kits, sleep bumpers, bed covers, and running boards. Even lights, you bet. At Rick's, we customize your vehicle to reflect your style. Rick's Tire and Service, the place where we turn your car from basic to fantastic.
Shuffle into Champion Ford like a boss. Imagine your dream Ford vehicle right there. Calling your name, and guess what? We've got them all. F-150s, Broncos, Super Duties, Escapes, even Bronco Sports. You want it? We've got it. We're the #1 selling truck hub. So, what are you waiting for? Shop online at championowensboro.com. Champion Ford, proud sponsor of Daviess County Player of the Week and KWC Athletics, where your Ford dreams come alive.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission, to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
Great news for our local athletes who play Friday night games. You now have access to walk-in sports medicine care from Owensboro Health on Saturday, as well as weekdays. But you don't have to be an athlete to benefit from convenient orthopedic walk-in care at the Owensboro Health Sports Medicine Walk-in Clinic. Open 8 to 11 a.m. Monday through Saturday at the Pleasant Valley Medical Building in Owensboro. Learn more at owensborohealth.org/Owensboro Walk-in.
Hi, this is Travis Sultry from Foreman Watson Poultry. Whether it's a car wreck, an injury, a business dispute, criminal defense, or a family law matter, our attorneys are known for a relentless pursuit of perfection with an expectation of excellence. We are creative, consistent, and courageous. We are Foreman Watson Poultry, dedicated to you, committed to justice. FWHlegal.com.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, Ty Cowan here. And Ty, before we get to Brett County, Should have had Breck and Meade go up here together and just have a Breck Meade party right here on Media Day. Tell us who's all making this possible.
Maxwell Brothers Logging, Windy Hollow Biscuit House. Man, that breakfast was good, I have to admit. Disaster Team and Gavin Roberts, Kentucky Farm Bureau.
We'll start first with Breckinridge County's girls basketball coach, Coach Mormon. Chad Mormon went 22-10 last year. Before we get to anything else, Coach, I've got to ask you, how you doing? How are we feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. I got one more treatment left of 42 rounds of chemo, and November 18th is my last round, so everything's looking good. Scans are looking good, and hopefully kick in the butt.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're all praying for you every night, and that's one thing I wanted to ask you. You know, it was a tough, emotional year with you, where the team went through a lot. As a person, as a coach, what did you learn about your players and your community that maybe you thought you knew, but maybe you now know with what you've had to go through?
Yeah, it was tough, especially for the kids and my family. Man, it was emotionally tough, just physically. I mean, you don't think, especially, you hear the word cancer, everybody scared, and, you don't know what to think. Mm-hmm. And, once I went to Vanderbilt and kind of got my prognosis and everything was coming up, man, the team rallied around me, the community rallied around it, and, man, we made the best of it, and we're still hanging strong, and we're still fighting. But the girls themselves showed so much courage throughout the year, with Brad and Raymond and Denny stepping in and coaching and doing what they had to do, and day in, day out, didn't know if I'd be there or not. But, man, it was a great ride for us, and, it's not the way we wanted to finish, but I'm pretty excited with what we got coming back.
Well, as a Hancock County guy, I was just blown away by how their whole community come together and for you and just for the whole team and everything, and it was pretty special to watch.
Yeah, I mean, everybody. I mean, it wasn't just Hancock or anybody. I mean, for regions around stepped in, did things for us. I mean, everybody's been so grateful to us, and it's pretty special to see how many people, maybe I've touched, and especially they've touched us. Because it's definitely a roller coaster. I mean, you can ask these two sitting next to me, and
absolutely,
it's tough. You don't want girls to see a coach go through this or anybody. So hopefully get this behind us and let's roll on.
Well, I'll ask you one last question. I promise we'll get to basketball, but I've got to ask, anytime you're going through this, you got to have, whether it be coach or what you're going through, you got to have a rock at home. Talk about your rock at your home and what that's meant for you.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, being from Breck County, I mean, it's so special. These girls here around me and my family has been great. I can't say enough about what the community's done for me. I mean, as a whole, and especially the administration in Breck County, and giving me the opportunity to come back, and stuck with me and battled through everything. So, going back and forth to Vanderbilt, I mean, from January 26th, I think, till November 18th, I've made every Monday. And I've yet to miss a treatment. I've yet to been in the hospital, knock on wood. And, we're going to rally around it, and we're going to ring that bell here November 18th. And
absolutely.
We'll be right there with you.
The scan is clear, and it's going to be good news, and we're going to get through the season.
Well, we'll get to basketball. You basically return everybody. You lose one big thing. Caroline Lucas is a big one that you lose, averaging 17.9 points per game. But, with everything you return, have you seen that, maybe – that you're maybe at a farther position now that you can even get into more stuff than maybe you would on a normal year with what all you have coming back?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we're, the last 2 years, these girls here, we've had a lot of experience return because these girls kind of played as freshmen and eighth graders as well. So with us coming back, Caroline, I mean, probably one of the most athletic kids I've ever coached. I mean, hands down, and we're going to miss her tremendously. But with what we got coming back, I mean, we got a lot of experience coming back. I mean, write us off if you want. We don't really care. It's just kind of rat poison for us. So we're going to have that intensity, that fire. We're going to have our game plans ready. And, man, we're pretty solid, 6 through 8 there that we're going to show some teams. We're going to be ready.
So, you talked about losing Caroline. She's kind of been your fire, who do you see that could step up to, create that for this year's team?
Yeah, I think I got 2 or 3, especially with Elizabeth. Mitchell shows a lot of fire. She plays with she's kind of high strung. We got to pull her back a little bit. Kaylee's kind of my quiet one, my senior leadership there, but kind of quiet, but she kind of mumbles under her breath a lot. So, a lot's going to be on Elizabeth, running the point. we've kind of had our meetings a little bit about having the leadership and stepping up and being that one to go to, and it's going to be exciting. We got a lot of girls that's got a lot of potential.
I mean, it's Death, Taxes, and Brett County girls playing in the semifinals of the regional tournament. And then we'll go to Kaylee right here, Miss Huffines. And, coming off a year where you averaged 10 points a game, 5.6 rebounds a game, what were you wanting to work at on the offseason to maybe take your game to another level? What were you looking to get better at?
Definitely being able to work outside the paint. I feel like my whole life I've been kind of stuck posting up and that kind of thing. So, just expanding it and making myself better all around.
You tell him you can shoot three-pointers too, just like anybody. Just let him know. We talked about it for you, what all you had to go through last year, with everything. It was an emotional time. We were there for the Meade game where, where he came out and Coach Mormon came out. Looking back on it, what do you think you've grown as a person, that what you've had to go through with this, and what has it taught you?
It definitely, I had to grow up a lot, mature a lot emotionally and stuff, because, it was one of the hardest things, to go through, but especially having to watch the way it affected everybody around. But, yeah, I just think it really made me mature and realize that, it's bigger than just basketball.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talk about the Brett County community. What's that community out there? What is beautiful scenic Harn mean to Miss Huffines, and what has it meant to you so far?
It's a lot. It means a lot. It's it means a lot. It's crazy. It's you don't realize how much people care about you until something like that happens, and then everybody's just there. And I love Brett County, and I love that I'm from there, and that everybody there is so supportive of our basketball program.
How good can this basketball team be?
Very good. I feel like we're definitely being overlooked.
Okay. I've got to ask, because I always ask about teammates. So, who's the young lady on the team that, if you have a serious time, or Coach Mormon came in, you had a bad practice, he chews a little tail in the locker room and then he leaves. Who's the one that cracks the joke that just kind of lets everybody release and lets the stress go? Who's the funny one on the team?
Probably Josie Mitchum. She puts it out there.
I will say, when everybody at the table laughs, she was right. But, you're talking about, losing Carolina, it's 18 points a game. Can you see yourself taking more of a role into being more of a scorer than maybe you have been in the past, or maybe looking? I've caught a lot of your games. There are times that you always score, but you don't always look for your shot. There's times you can be a little passive. Is that something you're wanting to do this year? Looking to score more?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to learn to step up and be more of a threat offensively. Especially losing Carolina and losing those 17 points. Somebody's going to have to make it up, and I'm just hoping that I can definitely be more helpful in being one of those people.
I've got to ask, as a teammate, when she puts the ball on the floor and was dribbling, were you guys as scared as her as everybody else was?
Yeah, that's a get out of her way.
I was wondering, because I was just calling her games, And we'll go down here to Elizabeth, and this is a legacy name here. It's like you better have some more Grimes, or you're going to have to find more point guards, Coach. You're going in, you're coming back this year. What were you looking to improve on your game this year?
For sure, being more of a threat on offense and just my ball handling. I am the point guard, so I kind of need to be the leader on the team this year, especially without having Caroline. So I think definitely offensively, just getting better, just all around. My shooting percentages need to go up. Just overall, I need to improve in a lot of areas.
As it was a tough year that y'all went through and everything, where you're at now as a team, do you feel like that, looking back to this time last year, that everything y'all have been through, that you're closer as a team and more prepared, for this basketball season, and then just for things in general?
Yes, 100%. Last year what we went through was so hard, but I honestly think it made us so much stronger as a team, and now we bond better than I think we ever have, and it's just, no one wants to go through what we had to go through last year, but at the same time, I'm glad at where it's brought us to now.
I've got to ask you, because I've been a big fan of Coach Mormon's. Watching from a distance and broadcasting his games and talking to him in different interviews. But what is it people out there, maybe outside of Brett County, need to know about Coach Mormon, that what he means to you that maybe we don't know?
Well, I would say that he's a father figure to me. I've grown up with him since I was so young. We've all played basketball together, and just he's just so loving, and he can be kind of immature and dumb jokes sometimes, but he really is just someone that cares so much, especially for the team. He loves us all, and we all feel that way towards him.
You know, I've got to ask, as we talk about Kaylee, how good does Kaylee realize sometimes just how good she could be, or is she still learning that?
She's learned that she can be amazing, and she is going to be amazing this year. She's going to really prove so many people wrong. I think we all will as a team, but no, she's going to be really good.
You know, you guys have been knocking on that door, like we talked about. It's, you know, death taxes in Breck County, playing in the second, you know, that weekend of the finals of the regional tournament. Is this a team that can kick that door in and finally bring that title home to Breck County?
Yes, sir. I think we really will. I think we will surprise a lot of people. Obviously, we're still learning, just like especially not having Caroline now, just exactly like what we can do to, you know, get there. But I think we have a really good shot at getting to that region championship game.
Well, Kaylee said that, you know, Meacham was the funny one. So I'll ask you, like, you got a test on Friday, all right, and you got to pass this test to be able to play in the Meade game on Friday night. Which teammate are you asking to help study on Thursday with you?
Probably not Josie. Oh, goodness. Probably Kaylee, honestly.
Okay.
I think we would click really well there, and she knows a lot about them, so I would say Kaylee.
All right. Well, Kaylee, let me ask you, you know, she talked about what Coach Mormon meant to her, and, you know, what has he meant to you? I know you've been playing a long time there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what does Coach Mormon mean to you?
Well, like Elizabeth said, I mean, he's literally like another dad to me. He treats me like I'm another one of his kids. Like, I feel like I'm definitely a part of his family, and it's he means a lot. He's definitely someone I look to for everything, honestly.
Well, I've got to ask Coach Mormon, you know, first of all, how long ago was it before your daughter could take you in golf? I mean, you know, have you stopped playing her now?
No,
or is
absolutely.
That, you know,
absolutely.
Yeah.
She's so competitive anyways. We couldn't play putt-putt when she was 5. So it's, she's definitely turned that around this year.
You know, and a regional champion.
Absolutely, yeah. That was a big honor.
I've got to ask, you know, you coach her, which is tougher, sitting on the bench during a game when she's playing, or just being out there in the crowd and in the gallery as she's at the regional golf tournament? Which one was tougher on you?
That's tough. Well, I would say golf, because the basketball I can at least yell at her and set her on the bench and talk to her a little bit. Golf, they might frown upon that a little bit.
When we talk to them, you know, I always love to ask, you know, we have a thing where we set ceilings and floors for every team. Just how high can this team's ceiling be if it reaches its full potential? Is this a team that can knock down that door finally? Oh, we must have turned it off the mic there. Try the button there. Or it may have.
You hear me?
I got you now. There you go.
Yeah, I think we're a region championship contender team. I mean, hands down. I mean, we have all the pieces put into place, from a point guard to a post player. We got the grit, we got the experience. You know, we just got to go out and do it. That's the thing. You know, can this team hold it together for 30 long games, preseason games, what we call them?
Catch a little luck too.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to the Mecca, you know, you don't know what's going to happen. You know, it's 50-50. So, you know, we got to be ready to play every night. We're going to be a target for everybody, and it's going to be a fun ride.
Well, we'll go down here to Coach LaGrange and the boys basketball team coming off a year. You went 16-13, lost to Ohio County in the regional tournament. You know, where this team is at right now and where they were last year, or do you like where you're at right now?
Oh, I love it. I think we're a night and day different team that I see in practice every day, every drill. We've talked about it. This is year 4 with me, with these guys. Consistency has really hurt us over the last 3 years. And I see it consistently every day in practice, every drill, that this group, especially a big group of 5 seniors, realizes that this is it. There's no more playing around. And every drill, they are bringing it every day, and they're holding each other accountable. Like, I'm not having to get on them as much. They're pushing each other every drill, every day, to live up to the standard that we want to set. And so I'm excited about the year.
You know, when I asked you last year, somebody that maybe the region didn't know, the average fan of the region didn't know, it may have been Mercer Rogers. He came onto the scene, had a huge year last year. How much better is his game this year than where he was at last year?
Definitely. They should know him by now.
Well,
but,
if they don't, that's on
if
them.
If they crawled under a rock. Yeah, he's so versatile. We've asked him to do a lot. Like, he's been playing since, 8th grade? We've asked him to do more and more each year, probably too much at as young an age as we did. Guard the best player. Some nights we need just score. We couldn't score. We need him to score too. That's hard to do. Be the best on both ends. But leadership is a huge thing, And I think you can tell that that is carried over to the other guys on the team, that he's not having to be the only voice now. He's kind of let them challenge them, and now it's everybody to where they're all pushing each other. But I think people are going to be surprised at how good he can be.
You know, if I ask you, give me a couple names of people that maybe we don't know now from Breck County, some young guys coming up, some new guys that are in new positions. Who are some guys when we get to the district tournament, the average fan of the regional tournament would be like, whoa, that's just what Coach LaGrange was talking about?
Yeah, we've got a lot of seniors. I think Chase has probably flown under the radar. Offensively, he's going to be a lot better this year. As far as a lot of people know our seniors because they've been playing a while. I think one guy that hasn't played as much varsity that may surprise some people is Ryan Nottingham. Big junior. He's grown a little bit. We've got, honestly, 7 or 8 guys that at any night can really step up and be great for us.
You know, you got to the regional tournament last year. We said lost to Ohio County in the first round. Is this a team that can make a run and do some damage in the postseason if it reaches its ceiling?
Sure. Our goal is to be the best. So we got to feel like we can do that, and I definitely do. It's up to us. That's the good thing. I like the team I have, and now it's up to us to reach that potential. And that's on me if we don't. That's been on me the past 3 years with these guys. So that's the challenge I have, to make sure that they reach their potential and we reach it as a team.
You know, you were on the other side of it, and you were there with, Coach Woolman going through. But what did you learn about your community, maybe that you thought you knew, but you didn't, maybe you didn't know, of what the girls' team and Coach Woolman had to go through that makes you so proud of being from Breck County?
Yeah, I think you know how great our community is because we've all grown up in it. Like, you just don't expect that to ever happen until it happens. But first of all, I don't think people realize how hard it is to coach. Just in general nowadays, with everything going on. And the fact that he went through and is going through what he's going through and is kicking it in the butt and never missed a beat. I mean, you can ask the girls. He never took a drop off from his coaching either. Like, that's just incredible, amazing, and it's a testament to him. But great coach, great guy.
I will say this: I was at the district tournament. Our regional tournament. There were times he wanted to get up and yell at officials like he used to, and he kind of pulled himself back. It was fun to watch. But I just don't know how Breck County, such great people. How did it come out with Brad Payne? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, I haven't understood that one.
I've never understood that one.
He's no longer a Breck County guy, though, right?
We'll go down.
He's ostracized.
Yeah, we'll go down here to Mercer Rogers and a guy that averaged 15.2 points per game last year. What was your goal to get better at in this offseason? Where do you think your game is better at right now than it was at this time last year?
I was just trying to get my numbers better, really. I struggled with free throws a lot last year. Different percentages.
Hold on, I've seen you shoot. How can you not make a free throw? What's going on with that?
Right there.
Some mental stuff, physical attributes, things like that. But I really think not just me, but everybody around me has improved a lot this year. Got a lot more mature and things like that.
What have you learned in the recruiting process? I know you had the offer from Brescia, and there's a couple other ones. What have you learned in that recruiting process that you wish you maybe known 6 months ago?
Yeah, it's a long process. You got to know the right things to say and got to contact the right people. It's all in networking.
Is it tough to be patient sometimes?
Yes,
is it tough that we live in kind of a society where I want it now, and
yes.
is that the toughest part?
Yeah, I mean, just waiting, whether it's waiting a week on a coach to text you back about something, or you're having a conversation that goes on pause for 2 weeks. It's hard knowing if they still want you or things like that.
How good do you think this team can be? I mean, do you think this is a team that is where you're at this year compared to do you like where this team is at?
Yeah, I think as Coach said, I've been playing since 8th grade. I think this is the hardest that we've ever hit it at practice and things like that. I think we all the older guys have come together and really matured and know this is the last shot that we have at it, and so we really want to make the most of what we can do.
I'm going to ask you the toughest question we'll ask all day long, but who's the better shooter, you or Elizabeth?
Man, I don't know about it. She might have had a better percentage than me last year. I couldn't even tell you.
I know one thing. You don't want her guarding you. That's all I know. She'll pick your pocket just like that. Talk about your teammate right here next to you, Chase. I mean, you talk about guys that, grown up together. Talk about, what Chase means to you and your other teammates.
Yeah. I mean, back in elementary school, we were crosstown rivals. We were always going against each other. But really this summer, me and him have hit it hard in the gym, kind of getting there 1v1 all the time, working out together. And I've seen his game improve offensively and defensively both a lot.
And we'll ask him, Chase. You know, he was talking about how much your game's improved. I mean, what work did you put in this summer? I mean, how hard did you hit it this summer?
It was every day, you know, just shooting about 300, 500 shots a day, dribbling.
And talk about the game of Mercer. I mean, you know, this is a guy that you kind of – I don't know if he really burst on the scene. Most fans knew who he was, but really had a great year last year. How much better is he right now than he was at this time last year?
Oh, he's definitely a lot better than he was last year. Definitely improved his shot, got bigger, you know, more physical.
Well, we talked to Meade earlier, and I've got to ask you, you know, just how much is that rivalry with Meade County? I mean, that Meade game, I mean, is that do you have that marked on your calendar already and looking forward to it?
Yeah, that's an exciting game.
Yeah.
Big crowd, loud.
What's Coach LaGrange mean to this program? I mean, you know, you've been playing under him now. You know, what does he mean to you personally?
He's a great coach, you know. He don't cuss or nothing. If you cuss, we got to run.
We're on the radio, too. You can't do that here either.
Yeah, you know. Yeah.
Hey, Coach, I'll ask you, you know, these two guys have been hard workers. You know, you've also, you know, you got Lance Poole that comes back. You know, I'm sure he's playing football right now. He's supposed to, you know, average 10.6 points per game. Talk about having 5 seniors. How different is that, or how has that changed your coaching a little bit when you're a more experienced team coming back?
Yeah, I think it's more in details now. So we've laid the groundwork. They've worked hard, and now we're really focusing on the details and the discipline of things. Like we know we've got a chance to be really good. We know everybody wants to be really good. Like everybody's goal coming in here today is
win the regional title. Exactly. If it's not, you need to go do something else.
So we talk about it all the time. How are we setting ourselves apart from that? Everybody's working hard. Everybody conditioned. Everybody lifted weights. Everybody got shots up. But it's in the details then that will determine that. And I've just been so impressed with the group of guys we got, how they've pulled together and the change, even though we've got experience and it's the same guys back pretty much, the change in their attitude and work ethic and all that. I think we got a chance to surprise a lot of people because we got so many dudes on any given night that can really step up. If somebody's having an off night or they want to take away Merce, we got 5 or 6 other guys ready to help us, and they do the little things that they want to win. That's the big thing, too. They're willing to do those little things because they want to win. Practice is competitive, whether it's running or whatever we're doing in practice, everybody is competitive. And they're helping build our standard for our young guys, too. I think our JV team has gotten a lot better. So now practice is really competitive, and that's important. Like sometimes you have a team of 5 or 6 guys and you don't have anybody that pushes them in practice. So you lose a lot of time. And when you first get that action, it's completely different. Yep. But I think they'll tell you, like our younger guys, and that's a testament to these guys, they have pushed them to be so much better and competitive and have confidence in themselves that everything, there's no gimme days in our practices. And I think when they're done, that legacy they're leaving too will grow with the younger guys because they know the standard and the expectations, and that's because these guys have set it. We like to say it's Breck County, we don't mess around, 65, 95, and it's 2025 now. So maybe luck will be on our side this year too.
There you go.
Well, thank you so much, Coach Mormon, Coach LaGrange, and the players for joining us here at Media Day. Make sure you get plenty to eat. Wendy Hollow Biscuit House will take care of you, and we'll be back with more players and coaches interviews. It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
Green River Federal Credit Union is what local business is all about. Not only is it ran by local people, but all decisions are made right here in Owensboro. Serving the community since 1958, we're proud supporters of local high school athletics.
Put us in, Coach. Disaster Team has the training and experience to get you back in the game after almost any type of disaster. We can help you recover from the unexpected and get you back in the winner's bracket.
Find us on Facebook or call us at 270-926-5001. Call the team, Disaster Team.
Experience ultimate control and peace of mind with Labor Management Federal Credit Union's Secure Luck Equip, an easy-to-use mobile app that allows you to protect your credit and debit cards in real time. Turn your card on or off. Customize permissions as needed to prevent fraud and control spending. Visit lmfcu.net for details.
Hawkins Avenue PLLC is a full-service architectural firm providing design services for K-12 education, business, healthcare, industrial, religious, hospitality, and mercantile projects across the state. Our motto is design-focused, service-based, and feel it nothing less than mandatory to provide a service to our clients that exceeds their expectations. With a combined 30-plus years of experience, the team at Hawkins Avenue is the architectural firm you need for your next project. Located in Beaver Dam, give Jeremiah or Kyle a call at 270-363-2235.
Ever wonder why it's better to have a local insurance agent?
Someone like Gavin Roberts?
Yeah, he's with Kentucky Farm Bureau Insurance right here in Owensboro. He understands what we need.
Personal service, local knowledge, that counts for a lot these days.
Exactly. With Gavin, you're not just insured, you're cared for.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Here on 102.7 The Game, Vic Evans, Todd Cowan help me right before we get to Hancock County boys and girls. Todd, you're going to tell us about some great sponsors who are making all this possible.
Hawkins Avenue, Labor Management Federal Credit Union, Billy Tyndall Trucking, and Trophy House.
Without these great sponsors, we couldn't do what we do. So make sure when you go out and spend your money, you're spending it with companies that are supporting our third region athletes. And we'll jump here with Hancock County. We'll start with the boys' side. Coach Josh Roberts, his second year out there, coming off a 9-20 year, lost in the district tournament. It was a year where you at Hancock, the year before, they graduated a bunch of guys that had played a lot of minutes. And so you were kind of starting fresh. Where you were at this time last year and where you are this time this year, can you see a big difference, Coach? Oh, we got to turn it on there.
Yeah, we're good. Now do it. Other way.
Check. Check.
Yeah,
check. Just use that one then.
Yeah.
Hey, man, we'll have to check the batteries on that one.
Last year we had no experience. We had one guy returning with 1 point a game, which is crazy to think about. I mean, I've talked to the guys and different people around, even across the state. You don't get that. I mean, we had no experience at all. New system. Offense and defense. So one of the things that we got returning is guys that's played. They got experience. That was my goal last year, to get a lot of experience. We had 11, 12 guys that got varsity minutes. We also got to play a lot this summer. So, we gained a lot of, experience from the summer too. So we feel a lot better about where we're at. We know what's going on. And then we got guys that got experience too.
And as you return Alex Madden, who kind of splashed onto the scene last year, averaging 11.3 points per game. Also, I think it was right at 10 rebounds a game. Won a couple ESPN Owensboro Area Player of the Weeks in the voting. And so that's a good start, where you get to start right there, where you got a double-double guy coming back. Talk about his game a little bit and the growth you've seen out of him, even from last year.
He's the Joker.
Oh, okay.
If you follow Jokic, then you know that, that's our thing. He's the Joker. He is a great passer. So, if we've got shooters spotting up, he sees them, he connects. So I think his game is not only improved, obviously, we know with the rebounding and scoring, but he makes people better on the court too. And we're looking more for that this year, as well as being a leader and making people better. He's worked a lot on his shot. So his shooting, his range is deeper now too. And then in the summer, he played a lot of travel ball. We worked on his quickness. So his speed off the court or on the court is really elevated too. So, yeah, he's a great leader, great kid, someone we want to lean on.
You know, you talked about you returning 1 point a game. So we've had this conversation with a couple of coaches earlier where you literally go out to the first practice and say, gentlemen, this is a basketball. We've had some coaches say, hey, we had to learn how to tie our shoes. Do you feel like now you've advanced to the point where you're not only tying shoes, now you're, as another coach said, we're learning how to tie double knots now. Like, is that where this program is now?
Yeah, we're moving. You know, we work hard. You know, the expectations are there now. So the guys know what we expect, what I expect. You know, and we try to raise the notch to where, you know, those guys putting in the time in the off season is huge. You know, scoring 1 point a game last year, we struggled to score points.
Yes.
I mean, it was just a problem because nobody had played at that level. They played JV. It's a big jump. So, you know, there might be some games where our defense was great and we're holding teams in the 30s, but we might do good to get 30. So we're looking to really advance our offense this year. We got some guys, some shooters that have really worked hard on their shots, and I think, you know, we got some good bench guys too that can fill in.
Is it? Are you at the point this year? Now I know you don't have your football guys yet, but to where last year you were having to teach everything. Now this year you're more fine-tuning where guys can play a little more free because they're not having to think so much.
Yep.
Does that seem to be the case?
I think we're moving in that direction. You know, right now we have 8 guys in the gym. We got 12 football guys.
Ouch.
Okay. So, you know, we're super excited for football and what they've accomplished this year. But definitely I'll be glad when we have them all. But yeah, we're moving in that direction. Like, they know the system, they know our offense, they know our defense. And having football guys like that, it's key in the summer to be able to play games when I have them.
Yeah.
If we didn't do that, then, you know, we'd be really starting from the beginning. But I feel pretty good about where we're at, what they know, and what we're trying to do. And, you know, I think the summer before we won 1 game. You know, walking in with the guys who had not played any. This past summer we won 6, so we made a good jump. So it's continuing to build. You know, a lot of people say it takes about 3 years to really before you can imprint things, but I like where we're moving.
You know, we've got to ask Alex. I mean, a guy that kind of jumped on the scene. If we were going to say, you know, maybe the most improved guy in the region, you go and you average 11.3 points per game, 9.3 rebounds. What did you want to get better at? Because I know, I mean, it was last year. You always wanted to improve. What were you trying to get better at, and where do you think your game is right now?
Yeah, well, I might have had some individual success, but for us, it's more about the team. And we all had our weaknesses. Like for me, I had to work on my shot, work on my free throw, my handles, trying to become more versatile. So I spent a lot of the off season working on that, getting with Kim Swift over here down the road. You know, playing AAU with Kentucky Supreme, Coach Colin Doss and Stuart Doss. So really trying to expand my game and get better at all aspects of the game has been a focus for me.
Do you see a big difference of where this team is at right now? If you look back to where it was at this time at Media Day last year, can you see a big growth from it?
Yeah, I think really the main areas of growth for us have been gelling on offense. We had struggle scoring, like he mentioned. And now it's just kind of becoming second nature of, you don't have to tell guys you got to cut here, you got to screen there. It's more about, you know, just doing it naturally, flowing and gelling as a team.
So who's the guy on the team? You know, we talk about you kind of burst on the scene. Who's the guy we don't know right now, a name of Hancock County players that this time next year we're going to be like, oh, that's who he was?
Well, a lot of guys have improved a lot. Keegan right here has improved, and Taylor Payne has improved. I think one player that's going to surprise a lot of people is Nolan Maxwell. He's coming in as a freshman, and people talk about how he doesn't have a lot of size. He's a little guy, but he's really smart, and he works really hard, and he's got a lot of skill. So I think he'll be surprising this year.
So tell me something about Keegan I don't know that I should know. What should I know about Keegan?
Well, last year his role was more so shooting than anything else. This year he's gotten a lot stronger. He's going to be scoring on 3 levels instead of just outside shots, and he's going to be moving without the ball and doing a lot more this year.
Oh, Okay, well, we'll jump down here to Keegan. He talks about how much better your game is. I mean, was that something that you specifically worked on over the offseason with Coach Roberts?
Yeah, I worked on just facilitating and passing more because last year I was just staying out on 3. That was really just my main role.
Oh, stay right here. You guys give me the ball and I shoot, huh?
That
I mean, it doesn't sound like a bad role.
No, it wasn't bad. I mean, I did what I had to do. But this year I can score basically any level, or I try to. I'm looking to facilitate and just do whatever to help us win.
Well, we talked about how well Alex played last year and winning a couple of Player of the Week awards, but tell me something I need to know about Alex that the average fan out there doesn't know. I mean, tell me something about it. Give me some good dirt on him.
I don't know. He's got a real good shot. He doesn't shoot as much as he should. He's got a real good shot. I mean,
that's odd. Yeah. I mean, you got to make him shoot more, huh?
Yeah, I know. I mean, he likes to sit in the post. Once he sits in the post, I mean, he's got a good turnaround. He's got a lot of stuff. I mean, he's really unpredictable. You can go wherever you want with him, honestly.
Do you see a big difference in what Coach Roberts is teaching and where this team is out here, now and how it was last year? And do you see a big change in him and how he's handling things?
Yeah, I mean, last year we basically came from like nothing. Everybody graduated. We only had like 1 point back. This year we lost our 2 seniors. They were our leaders. Now everybody's stepping up as a leader. Everybody's just working to see what we can do to win. People are improving their roles and just becoming a bigger person and thinking about the team more than themselves.
Coach Roberts, when you took the job, you knew it was going to be a process. It was, it's a smaller school. It's a 2A school. It's not, a big city school with, thousands of kids. And you knew it was going to be tough and accepted that challenge. Do you like the steps in the process that you've taken so far, and do you feel like the kids have bought into that?
Yeah, I think it's, you got to come in with kind of a master plan with this. And, 10 years ago, we did this. I did it with, different coaches and it worked out well. But like I said, it's everybody wants things quick. And, the time it takes to put in, the off season and putting in the time and building players and making them better. There's just, it's a master plan that you got to take steps, baby steps, and keep working. I feel good where we're at. We're going to work hard. I think we're going to really compete. And, I like the challenge. I've got to ask, have you got the master plan ready and making a lot of trips to Campbellsville? I mean, is that in the process? Is the schedule all laid out for you? We have we've been there quite a bit, but it's been entertaining because Campbellsville's came to us a lot too on the weekends. But yeah, it's going well. She's working hard, and we're proud of her. So it's interesting to see how the college level where you're getting up in the mornings, you're working out.
It's a job.
It's a job.
I've got to ask, and this is just off the subject, but how's Mom handled that? I mean, with baby being away for the first time, how's Mom handled that?
Well, now she's coaching with these guys.
Oh, okay, you got to get her a coaching job. Huh?
Yeah. So
get her mind occupied.
Yeah, she didn't want to help me. She would probably smack me around a little bit. You had to see the divorce lawyer.
That's
right.
It doesn't work
That's
out
right.
well.
It probably went well. At least when these girls were younger, we kind of coached a little bit together, and it was entertaining to say the least. But now she's helping these girls, and we're excited. Both of us kind of keep them busy with it. So
was it an adjustment for you too? I mean, how tough was that?
Really tough because the hardest part for me when we dropped her off and felt great. Coaches are great. Everybody's happy, right? Players are there. Come home, and she forgot to turn her light off.
Oh.
And so I have to go into the room, see all of her stuff, turn the light off. I teared up. It was pretty tough.
Well, I'll tell you what, you did a great job. She's a tremendous young lady, is all I can tell you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
And we're gonna keep covering her from down here, but we'll go to Coach Huss real quick. And and you're kind of in the position that Coach Roberts was in. This is a big change for Hancock. Graduating 5 seniors last year, if I remember correctly.
It was 6.
6. All right, I miscounted. So I mean, it's kind of a new process for you and a new group. Has that rejuvenated you a little bit and kind of taken you back to the roots of, going back where you kind of start all over?
Yeah, this is my 7th year head coach in the girls program, and this is kind of where we were year 1. I took over. We had some seniors. We had more juniors and seniors then than I do this year, but really just kind of rebuilding with little varsity experience and
those seniors were great. Loved them. Still keep up with them. And still a big part of the program. But even, just simple things like
this is our locker room.
And practice, not all 6 seniors played a ton of minutes, but those girls were super valuable to practice and doing the little things the right way and how we carried our team. I've been a little anxious about, starting that process over. This is how we work. This is the disciplines that we establish. But these 3 are my returning experience, and they've really stepped in and haven't missed a beat, even through cross country this past weekend. They were still balancing both and wanting to be a part of the program, even though they were running at state this past week.
Well, I'll have to ask Izzy. You talked about a different where you have to kind of become a leader for the first time. When you lose 6 seniors, new people have to step up. Is that a role that you were wanting to step up into, and how's that going?
It's my job. It's not really my type of thing that I like to do. I kind of like to be in the back or not really speak up. But it's a process, and I'm really excited for how our season's going to go. And I feel like being a leader is a good thing for me.
Talk about your 2 teammates here. If I'm going to ask you if you had to study for a test and one of these 2 had to help you, who would you choose?
Definitely Ansley.
Ansley, okay, all right. And what are some things that you wanted to work on in your game this offseason that you worked on that you wanted to improve on?
In my game, I think the biggest thing for me is ball handling and my shooting form. I'm not very confident with handling the ball. I kind of like to, just stand in the corner of the court and just let everyone else do the work. But, I feel like I've really gotten better over this summer and going into practices.
Coach Huss talked about his 7th year here. That means, he's been there the entire time that you've been there. What does he mean to you, and what does he mean to that program?
He's a really big player. He's a really good coach, and he's led us through a lot, through championships and losses, and he's just always been there for us.
And it is tough when you lose that many seniors at a smaller school. Where the team is right now, and I know it's going to be different with where it is now, where it's going to be 2 months from now, but do you like what you see so far?
I do like what I see. We've had a lot of improvement, and we still have a lot more to go, but we're doing really good right now. We just need more practice.
All right, we'll go down here to Caroline Jones. She's coming back. One of the few, the second leading scorer coming back at 6.6 points per game. And, I don't know if, when you lose somebody like Ella, and the points that you guys graduated, it's not going to be one person that's going to fill those shoes. Do you see where everybody's kind of stepping forward and, you got to make more shots? Izzy's going to have to shoot more. Do you see that at practice right now?
Yeah, so, even if I don't see that, we have to tell everyone, you got to shoot, because if you don't shoot, you don't score. And you have to score to win. So
it usually helps. I've yet to see somebody score less points than the other team and win the game. It hasn't happened yet.
Sometimes you got to shoot it before you turn it over. So
that's true. What were some stuff you worked on in the offseason? What that you wanted to get better at, and where do you feel like your game is right now?
Definitely my shot, because last year it was a little wonky, but I'm working on it this year. It's gotten a lot better. And last year I was a little more timid, so I'm trying to not. I'm be less, scared this year.
Okay, now I'll ask you the most important question I can ask you, because I believe, who is the worst coach you played for, and why is it Ty Cowan?
Todd's a great coach.
Oh, come on now. Just because he's sitting here, you don't have to tell me the truth. But, and you talk about Coach Husk. If I ask Coach Husk if your shot's gotten better, would he tell me it has?
I hope so.
And talk about the community, and when you lose 6 seniors like that, it's a new locker room. A lot of you grew up together. How's the camaraderie with the girls and your teammates? How is that right now?
It's so good. We grew up playing Little League together, so we're all best friends, and it got a little we stopped kind of talking whenever some of us went to high school and some of us were in middle school, but now it's never changed.
Really? Even with Ansley? Oh, come on now. You don't have to lie. No, tell me about her game. What has she gotten better at from this time last year?
So this might surprise you, but Ansley has the best 3-point shot on the team.
Really?
Put us in a contest, and she's going to win by a mile.
Well, wow. I'll tell you. Well, I'll say this. If you can't shoot in that family, they get rid of you. I'm just telling you. The Millses and the Hernandez and the Houses, if you can't shoot, you're disowned. So she had to get better. It's just the way it works. How good can this team be?
I think we have a lot of potential. Even like this year, we take this as a learning year and we like build as a team and get a really good bond. And like next year and the next years, we're going to be like really good.
Now we'll go to Ansley real quick, and the leading returning scorer at 7.1 points per game going into your sophomore year. Am I right on that? What did you want to get better at, and do you feel like you're there yet?
I definitely want to get better with my shot and my ball handling. Because
Well, they all say you can shoot.
I can shoot.
Okay, just making sure.
Because I have worked on it, though. And last year I was mostly in the post, which I only shot like 2 threes last year. So it'll surprise people.
There you go.
But I've definitely wanted to get better at ball handling.
Softball or basketball? If you had to choose one, which one would you choose?
Basketball.
Basketball. Okay. All right. I'm just making sure. That's what the other thing he said too. And I know. Let me ask you this, because I know you were really close to your sister.
Mm-hmm.
How tough was that for her being off to college? I mean, how big of an adjustment was that for you, just personally?
That was really hard because I used to just be a room away from her, and now both their rooms are empty. Both my sisters are in college, and it was rough, but I've gotten used to it.
How's Mom handling the second one being off? Has it been harder on you, or has it been harder on Mom?
Probably harder on her because I have people around me like Carolina and Izzy, but it's been rough, but she's getting used to it too.
I would think if you ask, and expectations for a lot of people around the region would not be very high for Hancock County because you did lose so much. Mm-hmm. But, just talking to you guys, you plan on surprising some people this year, don't you?
Yes. I think that we will surprise people this year.
Have you seen a difference in the way Coach Husk has been, because it may be a little bit inexperienced team? Have you seen a difference in practice? Not necessarily just maybe how he handles practice or how practice is structured, because you are so inexperienced. Can you see a difference between this year and last year?
Yes, because last year we were obviously way more experienced, and now we have younger girls. Some people came back who played in like middle school but didn't play last year. Mm-hmm. And so it's just like learning experiences and trying to improve like the knowledge of the game for everyone.
So if you had to have one of these two, Izzy or Caroline, help you study, who are you picking?
Izzy.
Caroline, nobody likes you. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just teasing. Coach,
I wouldn't pick me either.
For the record here, something I'm probably most proud of over the past 7 years is out of 7 years, every girl that's ever been on the team, we've had 1C. They're always A's and B's, every grade check. They're all making the all A, and receiving their GPA certifications for that at the state level. I'm super proud of their academics, including Carolina. She's just as good as them.
Well, you gotta understand that, I think you would understand that the expectations, if you were to do rankings, Hancock would not be where they were last year because you lost it. But you gotta love the fact that these three up here are saying, hey, we're going to show out and surprise people. That's got to make you feel good as a coach too.
For sure. We just like that quiet confidence. We know the work we're putting in, and we know what's out there and what the reality is. But that's really our situation year in, year out.
Yeah, it's a tough district you play in every year.
Yeah, we're a tough district. We're a tough all-A region, and we've proven we can compete. Even when others don't think we can compete, we've proven we can win, even when others are picking others. And we're not worried about that. We're worried about getting better every day. And, our theme this year is kind of stocking days, putting days together where we're trusting our work is going to show results down the road, and we're not worried about all that.
Coach Roberts, I got to ask you, we always talk about floors and ceilings. Steve and I do that a lot on Live at 5. Do you feel like this team's ceiling this year is a big step from where it was last year just because of the experience and the players you got back?
I would definitely agree with that. I think, like Coach Husk said, we're putting in the time, and, when you do that, you see results. It's consistency, doing things over and over and over and building the good habits. And I think we're really going to be in a good spot, come game times. But we got, like I said, 12 football guys that we got to get in. So it's a little bit of a different feel, for us until we get everybody in. But once we have everybody, the standards, expectations, and where we're at. So, and I got to say one more thing too. This hasn't anything to do with it. Keegan and Ainsley are actually boyfriend and girlfriend, so we got a couple here today.
Oh, I tell you what,
I had to throw that in.
You and I will talk about that later, Ainsley. When we get off the air, we'll talk about that, and we'll figure out if you get to keep Keegan or not, okay? Is that fine?
Yeah, I was getting ready to say you were asking the wrong person to talk about Keegan. You needed to ask her.
There you go. Who's the well, real quick before we get you out of here, last question. Who's the better shooter, you or Keegan?
Ainsley.
Come on, Ainsley. I'm asking you, Ainsley.
I'd probably say Keegan.
Oh, come on now. Just because he's your boyfriend don't mean you have to give in to him.
He's been shooting longer than I've been, trying to improve my shot, so he's probably better than.
Well, I guarantee you then he's asking you to help study. I'll promise you that. But I tell you, Hancock County, yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to, I should have did this before and slipped my mind, but obviously I know you all talked about Coach Mormon and everything he's gone through. Us Lady Hornets and the boys program fully behind him, and I'm glad to see where he's at in his process. And man, we've been impacted by family members and friends to cancer, but Coach Mormon, the way he handles it, the way he fights, and his perseverance and determination is unmatched. And I'm super proud to know him and call him a coaching friend.
Well, we were all out there praying for him. We hope everybody out there listening keeps him in his prayers. We hope we get great news that, he gets to ring that bell coming up. And it's not all hate up there in the 12th, so y'all can all love each other too.
We still want to beat him. We still want to beat him.
I was going to say, there you go. You're not going to take it easy on him. I can promise you that. Coach Husk, Coach Roberts, players, thank you so much for joining us for Media Day here. Make sure you get plenty of food. And we'll be right back with more interviews here on Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health.
$1,000 off roof replacements. When you're craving homemade food, head to Windy Hollow Biscuit House in the heart of Owensboro for a true Southern feast. This Saturday and Sunday, they're serving up their country ham breakfast buffet. And if you need a little pick-me-up, try the customer favorite. Caramel latte, iced or hot, the perfect companion to your home-style meal. Windy Hollow Biscuit House is open 6 days a week. Windy Hollow Biscuit House, 630 Emery Drive in Owensboro.
Hi, this is Travis Sultry from Foreman Watson Poultry. Whether it's a car wreck, an injury, a business dispute, criminal defense, or a family law matter, our attorneys are known for a relentless pursuit of perfection with an expectation of excellence. We are creative, consistent, and courageous. We are Foreman Watson Poultry, dedicated to you, committed to justice. FWHlegal.com.
Step into the forest with Maxwell Brothers Logging, masters of the timber since 1946. Whether you're building the future or clearing the past, trust in their licensed and fully insured service to handle your logging needs with precision and care.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game. Also live streamed on the 3rd Region Sports Network. Vic Evans, Ty Cowan, and as you're out there for listening to Media Day, watching Media Day, don't forget to go do your civic duty and go vote today. But, Todd, before we get to McLean County and Coach Ellis and Coach Lynham, tell me about some people making all this possible.
We got Southwire, Owensboro Health, Kentron Manufacturing, and Chip Parish Drywalling.
There we go. Without them, we couldn't do what we do. And we'll jump right into Coach Lynham up there at McLean County, the boys basketball coach. 16-12 last year. Lost to Muhlenberg in a tough one in the district tournament. A lot of turnover, a lot of new faces. How's practice gone so far, Coach Lynham?
Yeah, practice has gone really well. We've got 4 seniors and 4 juniors back from last year, and all of them played somewhat and some more than others. Things are going well so far.
In a program that you've made a very much of a habit, since you've been there, taking McLean County to some levels that maybe it hadn't been for consistently in the past. You do have your Jax Lee coming back, your leading returning scorer coming back at 7.8 points per game, 44% beyond the arc. Seems to me you've got to find a way to let him shoot a little more.
Yes, Jack, he can light it up from the three-point line, and Landon's sitting here with me as well there. The three-pointer is both of their fortes. We've got a little bit of everything this year. We've got some good guard play. We've got a little height. We've got some quickness. We feel we're going to be okay.
Where this team is at right now compared to maybe where were you guys last year, I know it's a long way between now and you got to get it to, the whole regular season sets you up for the district tournament. But do you like where this team and the work you're getting put in?
Yes, I think so. This time last year we really only had 2 holdovers from the year before that. Now this year, like I said, we've basically got 8. We've got a lot of experience coming back. And these guys really gel together, these 8 guys. And I think, as we have been since I've been at McLean, we will be more than solid.
Yeah, I got to ask you because, coming up through, I think the only misstep you've made is they hired Caleb Farkas as your middle school coach. What were you thinking, Coach? You're building something out there, and then you let Caleb go coach the middle school?
Well, Coach Farkas is 4-0, so maybe he needs to take over the varsity.
I was going to say, hold on now. Maybe he needs to think about your job. 4-0, what? How'd that happen? Jeez. And maybe they all hire media to coach all the time. We always say that we want to coach, and we're always critiquing. Maybe we can.
Well, we got Coach Briggs sitting over here, and so I know he's joined the media.
He has joined the media. And we got Jalen here, the voice of McLean County, wants to ask you a question. Oh, hold on. Got to turn it on. Well, before he gets there.
Go ahead, Vic.
Oh, go ahead. Now go ahead. You're on now.
It's 2 straight seasons we've missed the regional tournament. Regional tournament or bust this year?
I think that's one of our goals. The last 2 years we've got beaten overtime. It's come down to the wire. It didn't work out in our favor. Hopefully we can, change that this year. Absolutely.
And then it's a region that's always a very competitive region, with, you and Muhlenberg and Ohio. Whoever gets that first game of that district, it's always a war.
Yes, and we're fighting Ohio, which is about 3 times our size, and Muhlenberg.
Uh-oh. I may hit a button there, or
it might have went out.
It may have went out. Now, Jalen, check that real quick.
Yeah.
Try that other microphone there real quick, Coach. Yeah.
It's dead.
Yep. Oh, no. I'll tell you what, we're going to change that. Where's the other mic here, Jalen? We'll change these out so we can get the coaches here. We got another mic that will get changed out here. All right. 1 second. Technology sometimes just doesn't always work the way we want it to work. We always got a backup plan. All right, now we got you, Coach.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, not yet. Jalen, you can turn that one on. There we go. Now we should have you.
Is it working now?
We got you now, Coach.
Okay. Yeah, we're in a very tough district. All 3 teams are really good. And when the 2 of the 3 make it to the sports center, we always make noise when we get up here. Whether that's us, Ohio, or Muhlenberg. And, that's one of our goals this year's, to try to get back.
We'll ask Landon here. Landon, a guy coming back. What were some things that you wanted to work on in the offseason to get your game better, and do you feel like you're there yet?
I feel like, I've just tried to work on my 3-point game, my inside game, just really my overall game, my defense, just to try to help the team just so we can get far. Like Coach Lime said, back in the sports center, because that's the overall goal, and I feel like I have done at least a decent job of getting there.
You know, and you know, where this team is now in practice, you know, do you see a difference between where you guys are starting at this year, maybe compared to where you were last year? Is Coach Lynham, you know, coaching it a little differently?
I'd say for sure there's differences. I feel like, man, this year we're all best friends, and we're closer this year than we've ever been. So I feel like we can just really play together and play as a team.
You know, and Jax, we talked about a guy that, you know, the leading scorer coming back, you know, one of the top 3-point shooters in the region. Were you looking to expand your offensive game a little in the offseason and maybe, you know, take it to the rack a little more, or what were you looking to get better at?
I was looking to be able to finish my right-hand layups and be able to get to the lane more, and yeah.
Oh, come on. You shoot 44% from 3. What are you – you're having trouble with layups? Come on now.
Yeah.
Hey, I saw him go off for 25 against Breathitt County down at the Sports Center. So if you look a little more aggressive, I think you could score a little bit more.
Yeah, I believe that too. I'm hoping to work on a jump shot too.
Oh, there you go. And what is it like? You know, Coach Lynham, you know, he's come into McLean County. You know, taking them to, you know, you took them to a regional championship game. You know, has won a lot of games there. What's it like playing for him?
It's different. I mean, you just got to be able to take the.
It's a little old school style. Yeah. There's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
It's listen to what he's saying and not how he's saying it.
You know, Landon talked about the team and the closeness of the guys. Do you see a difference in just the teammates and the camaraderie between the guys and maybe teams in the past?
Yeah, I agree with him on that. I mean, we're a lot closer, and it's just we're a team.
That makes a huge difference. The chemistry of a team can take you a lot farther than maybe talent that you have on a team.
You know, and I've got to ask, you know, he talks about the district, you know, that you guys play in with Ohio and Muhlenberg. I mean, you know, how are those rivalries? What does it mean to you when you get to go out there and suit up and play either Muhlenberg County or Ohio County?
Just to give it my all and have fun and hope for the best.
You know, Coach, I'll ask you, you know, we always talk about floor and ceilings of different teams, and we always give them. You know, do you feel like if your guys reach their potential, is this a team that has a very high floor or high ceiling?
Oh, yeah, like I said, I think we're going to be very solid. I think our team chemistry this year is going to be much better than it was last year. And, I mean, you know, these guys play together. And if they continue to grow and develop, I mean, you know, we're not going to have really maybe one or two guys you can key on. But you know, we have several guys that are capable of double figures every night. And you know, these two guys are two of those guys. And so, yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, I think we're going to be more than solid.
I love to ask you kind of different questions because you always give me an answer. So I'm going to put you in charge of KHSAA basketball.
Okay.
What's the first change you would make that you think that you would like to see made in KHSAA basketball?
Well, I will say this. You know, I'm an Indiana boy, as a lot of people know. I wish the two states could get together and kind of combine things. I think over here we start practice kind of when we should. Over there, it's kind of later. Mm-hmm. I would like to see conferences in Kentucky.
I love that.
Conferences over there. I like the way we do the tournament. You know, like if you're a school our size, you can play for all A in the middle of the year. Mm-hmm. But then yet at the end of the year, you know, you can play in your district, go to the sports center in the region, and play for all the marbles. And, you know, years ago, that's the way the sectionals used to be in Indiana. You know, the way it is at the sports center. You know, in March when everybody's playing for the region.
Right. Indiana messed up their basketball when they went to class system, in my opinion.
I agree with that 100%.
I do love the idea of conferences. Being over and covering the football, those are really – I love the way that conference works. Now, they get their tournaments all wrong in football with the blind draw, but that's just me. But, you know, and I will say that, you know, but I love those ideas. The change in the free throw rule last year that happened, now that you look back on it a year, do you think that was good for high school basketball?
I don't like it. You know, I get what they were trying to do, maybe shorten the game and things and whatever and not get so foul happy at the end of the year, but or at the end of the game. But, you know, now you get with 2 minutes to go, and whether you're up 5 or you're down 5, the team that's behind – doesn't have any fouls.
Right.
Because it starts over.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then everybody's, you know, hacking and slapping and grabbing because they try to get their foul total up so they can get the other team to the line. So, I wish they would go back to the way it was.
It still ends up prolonging it.
Correct.
In the long run, it absolutely does. Coach Ellis jumping into his very first year at McLean County.
Take that one.
Yeah, I think we've unplugged those.
Yep.
I have to pass one along here. They went 9-19 last year, lost in the first round of the region to Breck as they made it to the regional tournament. You only lost one senior to graduation, Sarah Miller, so it's a team that comes back with a lot of experience. How's it gone so far, jumping in there with getting your feet wet?
It's been going pretty good so far. Like what you said, though, only losing one player, and even that one senior we had
was hurt a lot of the year. Yes.
Yeah. So the experience is coming back. I've enjoyed it a lot. It's been a big change going from boys to girls basketball.
That's what I was getting ready to ask you.
It's been a lot different because I was with the boys for 5 years, and this is my first go at coaching girls. But the group we have right now I feel like they're very talented. They're dedicated, and they're working hard right now. So I've really been enjoying it. It's been nice.
I only joke because I like him so much, but has the big change been going from boys to girls or just getting away from Coach Lynham?
Which when me and Coach Lynham coached together, I feel like we did a good job of teaming up because we both have different approaches to the game, but I think we made it work. So, it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, I'm just because I love. Coach, all he does is win. That's just what he does. And you got freshman Anna Miller coming back this year. Averaging 12.6 points per game, 4 rebounds a game. That's a good start. We can start with. It's a young piece, but it's a piece that's got a lot of experience because she played a lot of varsity basketball last year.
Yeah, it's nice having when you look at our roster. All of our top scorers are coming back, so it's nice to have that returning production come back and just continue to build on to make it to where we're a threat from anywhere on the floor. Learn how to play based on what defenses give us.
You talked about switching from boys to girls. How big of a change is that? I know the games are it's still a game of basketball. It's a little bit different. How big of a change? Maybe expand on that a little bit.
The big change has been being with Coach Lime, we already had a program established. So,
right.
Now it's starting from scratch again, bringing in my philosophy, my play style. That's been the big difference is the girls trying to learn how to play to that game style. That's been the big difference, though. But, I couldn't ask for a better group right now. They're there any chance they can be there, and they're giving me everything they got. So it's been a pretty easy transition so far.
We talk about floors and ceilings. How good can this team be? Is this? It's kind of if you look at that district on the girls' side, kind of wide open. Muhlenberg lost, a lot. Ohio County, probably maybe the early season favorite. But is that district wide open for anybody to go out there and win it?
I feel like on any given night, whichever team's comes in ready to play, they can very easily win the whole thing. So I think it's going to be a very competitive district, but I really like our chances we have.
Every new coach comes in and wants to kind of put his stamp on things, and you come from a guy it's toughness and it's physicality and it's defense and everything that coach. What kind of stamp are you wanting to put onto this girls program?
That's just like what you said. Defense is a big thing of mine. I want our girls to have grit and toughness, and when any team rolls in, know that we're gonna get after everybody. It doesn't matter what name's on the jersey.
And we'll go to Anna here. The young freshman coming off a monster year last year. Also, I think won a couple ESPN Owensboro Player of the Weeks. It's amazing how much Hancock and McLean will get in there and vote. But had such a big 8th grade year, but now going into your freshman year, what were some things that you wanted to get better at, and do you think you're making those improvements?
Yeah, I feel like last year I kind of relied on my 3-point shot a lot, and this summer I've been working on getting stronger and more physical so I can obviously go against older girls and make it easier for me to finish at the rim.
Hey, this year, how big of a difference is it that you didn't have to play middle school the first part of the year and come and, you're ready from the get-go with the varsity season?
It definitely makes a big difference. I didn't really notice it at first, but once I realized, how much I get to play with all the older girls and start out the summer with them, it definitely makes it a lot easier with all the plays and everything.
New coach this year, Coach Groves was there last year. I'm not asking you to tell me who's better because that's not what the question is, but have you seen a kind of a difference? Every coach comes in with a new, he's going to play his style and he's going to put his stamp on it. Have you seen a monster difference about how practice is run or structured or just the overall practice with Coach Ellis?
Yeah, Coach Ellis came in with a lot of energy, and I feel like that kind of changed our mindset going into the season, and we're all really hyped and excited. Practices are faster paced, and it really has changed our mindset on who we are.
How tough is it? This year you're gonna, your sister's the one that was hurt last year and graduated. You got to play with her. How different has that been? Where now it's just you. You don't have big sis out there.
She was definitely the vocal leader of the team last year, so I feel like I get to lean on what she did, and I've definitely stepped up a lot just by seeing what she's done.
All right, before I get to Sarah, I want to ask you, tell me something about Sarah I need to know. Go ahead.
She's definitely probably the funniest on the team.
There you go. The funniest one on the team. We'll
Just
go
took one of your questions.
Yeah, we'll go to Sarah here, and Sarah Larkin comes in. And Sarah, what's the biggest change that you've seen, in this year, maybe from where this team was, any point last year?
I mean, we are definitely a way faster team than we were last year, and we were fast last year in my opinion, but we were definitely better at transition and getting the ball up the court quick and trying to score as fast as we can. So, yeah, we're definitely faster than we were last year.
What were some things that you wanted to work on that we can get better at?
I have been more of a defensive player ever since middle school. So this year I've really tried to get to the basket and get my shots up and just be a more offensive player for my team.
So being the defensive stopper, when Coach Ellis decides to put you on Anna, do you shut her down or does she get the best of you?
It's definitely a good – we've done one-on-ones before.
It's a war, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
For sure.
And being one of the seniors on the team and one of the leaders, you've got this young freshman, very talented. I mean, you ever just sit back and be like, man, I wish I could do that? I mean,
all the time. Her shot, I'm like, when she shoots it, I'm like, I'm so jealous of you. I wish I had that.
They say you're the funniest one on the team. Are you the one that kind of, when things get a little tense or Coach Ellis comes in, you've had a bad practice, and he may chew a little tail, are you the kind of one that will crack a joke and kind of relieve the pressure?
I try. I always try and be positive and just make jokes. And they like to make jokes about me, so that's funny too.
Well, I know you're still learning, Coach Ellis. It's still a new process, but I'm not going to ask you to grade him A, B, or C. but I mean, have you enjoyed the process?
Oh yes, I've loved it. I mean, I've known Coach Ellis for a really long time, and he.
Oh, then I should have. If I'd have known that, I'd ask you to grade him. I mean, you got to let me know those things beforehand.
And he coached my brother, so I watched him coach him. So it's been really cool to have him. I mean, I've learned so much already in the short time that he's been coaching us. So
I'm going to ask you before I go back down here and ask them. You got Anna and Jax. They're going to have a shooting competition. Who wins?
Oh, gosh. No, I'm going to have to go with my girl Anna.
There you go.
Yeah.
Jax, can she beat you? Yes or no? No, he says no down there. We'll go back here real quick to Coach Ellis. And Coach, just talking to these two, it seems like the camaraderie is at a level maybe it hasn't been, or at a better level, or at least it's just growing because maybe it's, just teammates being around each other. Are you happy with that, with what you've seen so far of the right team now, together?
Yeah, right now I feel like when you're at our practice, like we seem like we're a family and we're together, and I feel like we have a group of girls that want the best for the team, not an individual game or anything like that. They just want to do whatever they got to do to be a successful program. So it's been a really good preseason and beginning of the season so far. So,
well, Coach Lanham, I've got to ask you, your lead assistant goes off and takes the girls' team. Tell me about Coach Ellis a little bit, as we're learning a new coach here in the third region.
Well, Coach Ellis did a really nice job for me the last 5 years. Been my main assistant the last 4. And, of course, we're in the JV team.
That's worth a raise right off the bat,
Coach. There you go. You have to talk to administration about that. But anyway, so he's always wanted to be a head coach. And, he had a chance to take the girls' position. And, in turn, we hired Logan Patterson, which is our all-time leading scorer and rebounder in school history. As a JV coach, he's home from Murray State. Mm-hmm. So he will take Coach Ellis's place. But I think Coach Ellis will do big things with the girls' program.
Eli, Coach Lanham talked about hiring Logan to take over in your spot. Talk about your staff that you hired, bringing in McLean County people in Sydney Rice Cessna and Jordan Revlett. Talk about those two and what they're going to bring to your staff and how they're going to help you along the way.
Yeah, so both my assistants I have, we actually all went to high school together, and both of them were very solid players back in the day. So I was really thrilled to get them to come out and help me. I think when it comes to basketball IQ and just their mindset in coaching, it's pretty strong, and I'm really excited to have all of us, team effort.
Yeah, absolutely.
To be.
Well, I'll tell you what, thank you so much, Coach Ellis, Coach Lanham. It's always a big fan. I always love talking to you, Coach Lanham. You'll tell me just like it is. No problem at all. Thank you so much for the players, too. Go ahead, Coach.
I do want to say I want to thank you all for the stuff that you do for the third region. I mean, this is just outstanding. I mean, not only today, but the Live at 5 show and everything. You really put a focus on the third region sports, and I just want to thank you for that.
Oh, well, thank you so much. It's an absolute passion of ours. And guys and ladies, good luck this year, and we'll be right back with more interviews of coaches and players here on the Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Great news for our local athletes who play Friday night games. You now have access to walk-in sports medicine care from Owensboro Health on Saturday, as well as weekdays. But you don't have to be an athlete to benefit from convenient orthopedic walk-in care at the Owensboro Health Sports Medicine Walk-in Clinic. Open 8 to 11 a.m. Monday through Saturday at the Pleasant Valley Medical Building in Owensboro. Learn more at owensborohealth.org/Owensboro Walk-in.
This is Jalen Darty, the voice in the McLean County Cougars. Did you know that the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Check out the latest titles, join a workshop, or explore their e-library. Visit McLeanCOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events, or give them a call to learn more.
Unleash your team spirit with a visit to Simply For You, where Hornets pride comes alive. Nestled at 435 Haas Boulevard in Hawesville. We're more than just a store. We're your partners in passion. Come join us at Simply For You, the heart of Hancock Hornets fandom. Go Hornets!
When you're craving homemade food, head to Windy Hollow Biscuit House in the heart of Owensboro for a true Southern feast. This Saturday and Sunday, they're serving up their country ham breakfast buffet. And if you need a little pick-me-up, try the customer favorite. Caramel latte, iced or hot, the perfect companion to your home-style meal. Windy Hollow Biscuit House is open 6 days a week. Windy Hollow Biscuit House, 630 Emory Drive in Owensboro.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game. Vic Evans, Todd Cowan here. And Todd, before we get to Grayson County, Coach Matt, Coach Johnson, and the players, tell me about some people making all this possible.
Johnson Plumbing, Purple Walls Lawn Company, Above All Roofing, and McLean County Public Library.
Do have to give another big special shout out to Windy Hollow Biscuit House for providing all the food for the players and coaches. And we'll start with Coach Johnston with Grayson County. 17-12 last year. Lost in the district to Edmonson County. One of the teams probably with expectations, have some of the highest expectations in the region with what you have coming back. You know, have you talked to the guys about expectations and that kind of thing? Because you'd be one of the, the early favorites in the region. Oh, hold on. Got to turn the button on there. There you go. Yep.
Yeah, we've talked to them a little bit about that, and the expectations I feel like are there, but the bottom line is we haven't made it to the region the last 2 years. So it's something that we have to do. We can't worry about where people are ranking us and stuff like that. But with the team that we have coming back and the players that we have, we should be thinking that we should be that high up and thinking that we can play with anybody, because we have a lot of talent and a lot of speed and a lot of different guys that can play. So if we're not thinking with those high expectations, then something's wrong.
Where your team is at right now, I mean, are you happy with what you're seeing in practice and the work that the guys are putting in?
Yeah, we have most of our team out there. Obviously, Hanshaw's he's killing it on the football field.
Yeah,
right
it may be a few weeks before you get him back, Coach. Hopefully, it's 3 or 4 or 5.
I hope so, but he'll work himself in pretty good. But right now, we're having pretty competitive practices. We got 10, 11 guys that can go at each other, and we can mix teams, and we got several guys. One of the worries that we had was having people go against Jack in practice just because he's so big and versatile. But we got several guys who are going at him. Brody, Kyle Higdon does a great job with him in practice, guarding him. And so everybody's getting better each time, and I think we're starting to play a little bit more together, which I think that was a sort of a problem last year, but I think we're doing a better job of that now.
You got a couple seniors here with you today, and my question is, as a coach, and we'll even ask them, you got young guys who, bust onto the scene last year, like you talked about Logston and Langdon and the points they put up. Have you felt like maybe the older kids, that maybe this year they understand everybody's role a little more and it's more of a cohesive group than sometimes you get young guys that can be superstars, upperclassmen, kind of, you get that friction between the two? Is that, I'm not saying that you had it last year, but is that something that you kind of been cognizant of this year?
Yeah, and I think that we're going to try to do a better job of explaining roles weekly and every single game, but it's always a struggle trying to figure out when you have new guys like Spencer. I think averaged close to 17 a game last year, and I never would have guessed that. Brody averaged probably 12, and all of those were younger guys, and but I feel like, especially these seniors, these two, Kobe,
Zach. I think that those guys have really bought into what their role is on the team, whether it's guarding the other team's best player or rebounding or trying to play fast and things like that. I think it's gotten a lot more defined, which makes it easier as a coach once those roles are more defined versus, last year that was kind of up in the air game to game.
Since you are experienced now where you've had such young players early, practice-wise, have you been able to, where everything else you had to break down and teach what you were wanting to do and what you were wanting to run, now you can fine-tune things earlier in the season? Is that something that's been a little bit different? Or
I think these guys can attest to it. Practices have been different this year, a lot less drills, being able to play 5-on-5, play up and down, work through mistakes in gameplay instead of having to break down drills. And I think you're exactly right. That's just a credit to getting older and knowing the stuff. And we don't have to teach what jumping to the ball is and things like that. They know all that stuff. And we're able to work through in game settings, which is a lot better to teach than having to go through drill by drill.
We'll get to Landon real quick. And, as Coach Johnson says, the practices have been a little bit different and better. Are you happy with what you're seeing so far in practice, Landon?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with what we see. I feel like more or less this year we've got a bunch of different guys going at each other rather than last year it was more developmental stuff, where this year it's a bunch of, just playing up and down and letting people get better.
You got some young guys, he talked about it, guys that average a lot of points at a young age, Logston, Langan, they're very talented. Do you ever sit back or do they do stuff in practice every day and you're thinking, where'd that come from? How often does that happen in practice?
Yeah, mainly with, Jack, he's really talented. He's definitely, taller than a lot of the guys we have on our team, so he can just take shots above everybody, and he hits a lot of those. And then you have Spencer, and he's got a deep range. He was pulling up from probably the volleyball line today, and he was hitting probably more than 50% of them. So, just seeing how talented they are, it's pretty special.
What were you wanted to work on your game in the offseason that you wanted to get better at, that you wanted to bring to the table, and do you feel like you're getting close to there?
I feel like in recent years I was a liability with the ball in my hands. I feel like I didn't have a –
you don't have to be so tough on yourself. Come on. You could have just said I want to be a better ball handler. You didn't say I was a liability.
Well,
why didn't you just tell me you stunk it up last year? No, I'm just kidding you.
I feel like this year I've gotten a lot better of attacking downhill and more or less not standing around and basically letting all the other people score. I feel like I've been getting more involved in the offense.
You talk about a very, experience-laden team coming back. Coach Johnson, have you seen a difference of how practice has been and a difference in him this year compared to maybe years past?
Yeah, I feel like in the years before he was not easier on us, but he was definitely more teachable, trying to learn with us. And I feel like this year it's more like if we're not doing the job that we're supposed to be, he's getting on us more because he expects more out of us.
Before I get to Hayden, tell me something about Hayden I need to know. What's the one thing about Hayden I need to know before I ask him a question?
He always brings energy.
Oh, okay, all right. We'll go to Hayden Robinson real quick. And Hayden, Landon here said that he just stunk it up last year and wanted to get better. What were you trying to get better at this year?
Well, having my shooting more consistent, because at the beginning of the year I did not shoot very good. And
okay.
By the end of the year I did. And more rebounding and stuff like that, like Coach Jay was saying, fit to my role that game, because that's going to be probably different every game depending on who we play and who everybody's guarding. But just matchups and especially pushing the ball forward, because everybody knows we're going to play fast and we're going to score a lot of points, and defense is going to come this year, and I can guarantee that we're better at defense.
And how's the camaraderie of the team been this year? Do you see a difference this year that maybe you saw at this time last year, that they get along better, or just the camaraderie is a little better, the teamwork's a little better? Do you see a difference in that?
Yes, I really do, because I feel like last year was kind of everybody was kind of with their own people and stuff like that on the team. But this year I feel like it's just been more team bonding. Say we have late practice one day, we'll all go out and just stuff little stuff like that, what people think doesn't matter, but it truly does, just having a friendship and stuff like that with your teammates.
Coach Johnson, I've got to ask, is that something maybe looking back at the last year, and coaches always want to adjust and get better, and when you got a team that's got kind of some young guys and some older guys, is that something that you kind of wanted to facilitate more this year to kind of keep it a more cohesive group?
Yeah, and I think we started that a little bit last year. We had more team meals before games. But even like he said, it's just more they have kind of focused on talking with everybody. And, we have a class together with a weightlifting class during school, and they're always in there. And it seems like everybody is pretty close-knit versus – like he said last year, you kind of have your cliques, which every team does.
Yeah, yes.
But it's we seem pretty good, and even in practices, we talk about every time if somebody does something good, whether it's Landon or Jack or even a young freshman, you got to let them know that they did something good. It's just like we ask you if they're doing something wrong to tell them. If they're doing something good, you got to tell them, and I feel like the positivity has been better. Myself included, I've never been a real positive guy. I've always been pretty pessimistic. But I'm getting better at that, and I really like where we're at. We got a long ways to go, but I really like where we're at right now.
Well, I will say one thing. You won the pullover game because those great pullovers are absolutely tremendous.
I'm upset I didn't get myself one. It was all the players.
If you want to send one to 1027 the game, I'll wear a double extra large. I'll wear a great because those things are tremendous. You've been at this game a long time, and you played the game at a very high level. Just how good can Jack Logston be? What is the ceiling on that young man?
He's really stepped up as far as his work ethic. I think that started in the weight room. We had a lot of guys go after it. Landon was talking about how he got better. I bet he gained 15 pounds in the weight room.
I can do that easy, Landon. Just come talk to me. It may not be good weight, but I can gain 15 easy.
And obviously Jack had a long way to go. He had plenty of room to get stronger, but he did. And it may be a product of some people challenging him more in practice and getting under his skin, but I feel like he's raised his level, and really that's the skill is there. He just got to get quicker and stronger, and he's 6'6" and still doesn't dunk consistently, and I hope he hears that. But he's just got to get better at that athleticism because the skill's there to play at a very high level in college as well.
Yeah, we'll go to Coach Mike real quick here, and the girls coach down there at Grayson County, coming off a really good year, 22-9 last year, lost in the first round of the third region tournament to Catholic. Still returned a lot this year. Expectations still very high for you. Are you expecting, about the same type of year?
Well, our schedule's a little tougher this year, so that's going to make a difference maybe. But
was that intentionally done, that you felt like that you wanted to play a tougher schedule to get yourself ready?
Maybe get ready more for, tournament play and so forth. So, yeah, we've upgraded the schedule quite a bit, but these girls have accepted it. The one thing that we're blessed with is we got great senior leadership, and they do a good job of teaching stuff to the younger girls. And, these three are, they're going to be starting, and they all play hard. They've got different things that they can do, but our perimeter play ought to be really good with Sutton and Isabel, and then Bree Jones, who's a freshman.
Put up big numbers last year as a young player.
They've all accepted that. Ella's very tough on the boards and plays great defense. She probably doesn't get enough credit for what she does because she's not going to, box score is not going to show it.
Dirty work.
Yes, she does the dirty work, but she, I'm very proud to be their coach, for 2 years, and been a lot of fun, so we'll see how it goes.
I won't tell you what Edmonson said about you guys, so just so you know, I'll leave that alone. You can go back and – I'm teasing.
No, that's fine.
Completely
They didn't say anything.
No, they didn't. I'm just joking. I love that whole Edmonson-Grayson County rivalry, and I like to play it up a little bit. But, do you like where your team is like at this point this year maybe than where you were at this point last year?
Yes, I am, because I think we're looking a little bit different offensively. We got a lot of good perimeter play, and then our people inside have accepted, doing, like he said, the dirty work. But our perimeter, we can hit threes, which is, good for us. And one thing I think we're really way behind on, it's my fault because we really haven't – we've kind of changed our offenses. Coach Jones, who's the football coach, is kind of like our offensive coordinator. He does a real good job, so he's changed some things up, and I think it's really going to help us. So, we can cause some problems.
We'll start with Isabella here, one of the seniors on the team, and had a nice year last year. You averaged little under 5.5 points per game. What did you want to get better at? What did you want to change about your game coming into this year?
I really just wanted to work on being able to shoot from wherever and whenever. I needed to work on getting my shot off quicker because I knew I was going to have to take more contested shots than I did last year.
So I really just wanted to work on that and just being able to play with the team well.
You know, Sydney graduated last year, the leading scorer, 15, I think it was like 14, a little over 14 points a game. You know, do you see, I know I'm not going to say that you're going to average that, but it's going to be one where everybody has to jump up their scoring a little bit to kind of replace that. Is that something you see for you too?
Yeah, I definitely think like me, Sutton, Ella, Bree, we're all going to have to collectively score more than we all did last year to kind of replace that.
Now, River wouldn't be your brother, would he?
He is my cousin.
Oh, he's a cousin. I was going to say, you were saying I needed to shoot more. He never met a shot he didn't like. That's why I was asking.
That's where we're different.
Okay, I was just checking on that. I was going to say you didn't get the shooting gene. He must have. That's why I had to ask. But, you know, before I get to Sutton, tell me something about her I need to know.
She can shoot.
Okay. We'll go to Sutton Van Meter. And do you like where this team is right now at practice? I mean, do you feel like this team it's got a high ceiling? Mm-hmm. Do you feel like you're going to get there?
I like that we have seniors that are experienced. We do have a lot of youth that we're going to need to step up this year, but I think this is one of the best shooting teams we've had all 4 years that I played high school. So I think that's going to be kind of difficult for people to guard us. You know,
he talked about your talented freshman, Bree. And do you ever, at practice, do you ever sit back and just like, God, I wish I could shoot it like that, or I wish I had that talent?
I get on her, though. We go at it, but she can take it. I can get on her, and she knows it's all love.
So you're kind of the one, the voice leader, huh?
For her, mostly.
For her, just for her,
yeah.
Nobody else? All right. Your two teammates here, if you had to study for a test, you have to pass the play. Which one of these two are you asking to help study for you? Ella? Okay. Well, we'll go to Miss Ella. And the glue girl, as Coach Mike said, the ones that like to do all the dirty work. Yeah. You know, I mean, and talk about that, of going in and doing that kind of stuff and accepting that role.
Well, I feel like I've always had, like, the ability to rebound and jump and stuff because scoring didn't come naturally to me, especially since I started basketball later than these two did, so I didn't have that scoring in my pocket, so I figured I could do something else, and that was rebounding.
Okay. Did you plan – I mean, is it something you've worked on your game a little bit to try to score more or shoot more?
Yeah, I have, especially since we lost one of our – scores last year. I've definitely had to get it in my brain that I need to step up and work on my scoring to help us win. You know,
you guys got to the regional tournament last year, lost in the first round. How much did that drive y'all in the offseason where you get into the weight room and you get to the offseason work and you're like, hey, you know, we got there. Now we need to get over a hump and win a game there. Did that drive you any?
Yeah, we've Coach Mack is making sure we're getting stronger this year. We've been lifting either before or after every single practice almost. And I think just that loss kind of hit us all that we really need to step it up.
I got to ask Sutton here, you know, Coach Mikan is, you know, was it second year or third year? Second year. Okay, that's right. Tell me a little bit about Coach Mike. I mean, I don't need you to grade him, but tell me a little bit about as a person. I need to know about Coach Mike.
Well, he's not only a good coach, he builds good connections with all the players, and I think that's something that we haven't had at Grayson County in a long time. But no, we love him.
Okay.
We love him over here at Grayson County.
Isabella, I ask you the same thing. You a big fan of Coach Mike too? I mean, I know he's sitting there right beside you. It's kind of hard to say no, but tell me a little bit about what you think of Coach Mike.
No, I'm just kidding. He's definitely made the game more fun to play for all of us. We all enjoy everything way more. Like, you can just tell by looking at everyone in practice that we're all having fun because he's always so positive and just knows how to get the team up and ready.
You know, Coach, we talk about ceilings and floors. It's a tough district down there. Butler, you know, Coach Belcher always has a good team. Edmonson with Carrie Ann Williams, a really good team. It's a tough district down there. What do you think is the ceiling for this team if they reach their potential?
If we get to our potential, you know, we can win the district, you know, and another thing is Trinity is you go into Trinity and Coach Hernandez always has them playing hard. They don't quit.
She is my favorite coach in the entire region. I can tell you that right now.
They're related.
Okay. She does a great job, I think. And but yeah, if we get to where we can want to be, I mean, we can be all right and contend and maybe, you know, our goal is we want to win the district. We want to have a winning season. But I mean, the winning season with the games we got, it's going to be a little bit, you know, but tougher. We can do it. But like I said, we kind of toughened it up for tournament play, and you know, our goal, we want to win the district, and then we'd like to move on in in the region.
I'll ask Coach Johnson. We'll get to you. Now, I wasn't wrong about the Blanton comment about a shot he never liked because he loved to shoot the basketball. What didn't I? Was I right there?
River took the most shots with the lowest field goal percentage that I've had.
I knew that one. Real quick before we get you out of here, I mean, a lot of expectations. If this team meets it, exceeds it, they are a regional title contender in your opinion? I mean, is that what you expect?
Absolutely. I think so. Obviously, there's really good teams. Daviess County has two of the better players.
Yeah, but they got Coach Payne coaching them.
Well,
so
he sure as heck doesn't help on the bench any. I know that. So, and obviously, unfortunately, Butler suffered that injury and stuff, but they're still really good, and Catholics very, very disciplined and very good. But I still think we're right there. We have to get better on defense. This summer, we closed games better, which I think was one of our problems last year, partly because of youth. But I do think that if we get to that ceiling, then we should be right up there.
Third region better watch out. That's my prediction.
And that's all you can ask for.
Right.
You want a chance, and I do think that if we play our cards right, we have that chance. And, again, that's all you can ask for.
Well, Coach Mike, Coach Johnson, you guys do a great job down there. I think Grayson County in basketball the last few years a little overlooked by the average third region fan. It gets a little Owensboro-centric. And players, good luck this year. And we hope to see you guys at the regional tournament in the Sports Center come regional tournament time.
Thanks, guys.
As you're listening to Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
We're proud supporters of local high school athletics.
Feel the power of the road beneath you. Rick's Tire and Service can make it possible. Offering comprehensive car care from front-end repair and brake work to air conditioning and diagnostic services. We're more than just tires. Elevate your ride with our range of aftermarket accessories. Get those wheels, tires, level up with lift kits, sleep bumpers, bed covers, and running boards. Even lights, you bet. At Rick's, we customize your vehicle to reflect your style. Rick's Tire and Service, the place where we turn your car from basic to fantastic.
Shuffle into Champion Ford like a boss. Imagine your dream Ford vehicle right there. Calling your name, and guess what? We've got them all. F-150s, Broncos, Super Duties, Escapes, even Bronco Sports. You want it? We've got it. We're the #1 selling truck hub. So, what are you waiting for? Shop online at championowensboro.com. Champion Ford, proud sponsor of Daviess County Player of the Week and KWC Athletics, where your Ford dreams come alive.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission, to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
Great news for our local athletes who play Friday night games. You now have access to walk-in sports medicine care from Owensboro Health on Saturday, as well as weekdays. But you don't have to be an athlete to benefit from convenient orthopedic walk-in care at the Owensboro Health Sports Medicine Walk-in Clinic. Open 8 to 11 a.m. Monday through Saturday at the Pleasant Valley Medical Building in Owensboro. Learn more at owensborohealth.org/Owensboro Walk-in.
Hi, this is Travis Sultry from Foreman Watson Poultry. Whether it's a car wreck, an injury, a business dispute, criminal defense, or a family law matter, our attorneys are known for a relentless pursuit of perfection with an expectation of excellence. We are creative, consistent, and courageous. We are Foreman Watson Holtree, dedicated to you, committed to justice. FWHlegal.com.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game, also live streamed on the 3rd Region Sports Network. If you haven't already, make sure you get your vote in, as it's voting day, election day. Vic Evans, Ty Cowan here. And Ty, tell me about some people making all this possible.
Johnson Plumbing, Purple Walrus Lawn Company, Above All Roofing, and McLean County Public Library.
And we were now going to get to the Ohio County boys and girls basketball team. And if you don't get enough of Coach Briggins here in this interview, then you can make sure you check out Beyond the Bench tonight at 6 o'clock. It's a conspiracy theory edition, and it's must-listen-to radio is all I can tell you. But, Coach, I'm not sure anybody in the region graduated more production than you guys did. I mean, it's kind of a rebuild job when you talk about losing, Decker and Young and Morse, guys that played for a lot of years there. How's it gone so far with this new brand of Eagle basketball? Oh, you got to hit the button there. Got to turn it on there, Coach. Hold on. No, it's not picking. Try it again. Oh, maybe if I take you off mute. How about that? Now let's try. There you go.
All right.
It's on me.
But we're definitely young. We lost pretty much everything, due to an injury. Ryan came in, started the last half of the season. We got one senior, Hayden Phelps, but the guys have been working extremely hard, having good attitudes. We had to get better defensively, and that's what we've really been working on this year, is getting better defensively and just taking a step forward every single day. And we had practice this morning. We got after it, and it was a good practice. And we just got to keep building. And, this is a rare circumstance where the region really didn't lose a whole lot. It's a very loaded region, didn't lose much. We lost a lot, and we just got to go out there and play and keep getting better.
Not your first head coaching gig. You were the head coach out there with the girls at Ohio County before.
And boys.
And boys, but now coming back now, taking over for Coach Decker after being his assistant. What do you think you learned in maybe your last couple jobs, head coaching opportunities, that you kind of looked at and said, okay, when I get another opportunity, this is what I want to do? Do you see yourself as different now than you were the first time you were a head coach?
Oh, absolutely. I'm way more laid back. They may not think I am, but I'm definitely more laid back now than I ever have been. I'm kind of looking at it as a program building approach. So we're trying to build it from the top down. So we want 6th grade on up. We want all our coaches to be on the same page, all one coaching staff, all one program, and really trying to build it and get it going in the right direction. And it's not a sprint; it's a marathon for me. And this is probably one of my last coaching jobs, hopefully. And but just being more positive with these kids, and it's a lot of more teaching moments, because they're young and we don't have a whole lot of experience, and so we got to keep teaching, keep getting better. And kids these days, and you can blame AAU on a lot of this. The attention to details is just not there. It's not. And they hear me say it all the time. I harp on it, attention to details, because the little details is what wins and loses games for you in varsity basketball, especially at tournament time. So that's what we've been working on, attention to detail, playing, working hard, and just getting better.
Well, I know one thing, no matter how many people you graduate or lose or what you lose, the one thing they expect you to do at Ohio County is you just win, baby. I mean, it's just the way of the world out there. Yeah. Talk about what the community there in Beaver Dam and Hartford mean to you.
Well, it's a great place. I mean, I played at Apollo, coached at Apollo. I'm from here, but I'm living in Ohio County now. I've been there 16 years, and they love their basketball. It's like Kentucky basketball.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And they expect you to win, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing because they support it, and we want to win. We want to be relevant, and we pack out the gym. We got the best facilities. I'm just going to say it. We got the best facilities around in basketball, football, you name it. We got the greatest fans, and just really excited about it. And we got a great coaching staff. We really do. We've brought Steve Barker along.
Yeah, it's a huge hire of won a regional tournament, a couple of regions I think at Apollo, and talk about. Sometimes a coach, doesn't always, there are coaches out there like they don't want anybody smarter than them. But talk about, making that move and hiring him.
Oh, I mean, the more head coaches you have on your coaching staff, the better. It's like Coach Decker coaching last year together.
Coach Payne told me that means y'all have now one head coach on your staff.
Yeah, that's what he thinks. Yeah, yeah, he got me stumped there. I got something for him later, but no, Coach Barker brings a lot to the table, and he's got a lot of experience, and he's been great with the kids so far. And then I also hired my dad as coach, and if we don't kill each other, it should go well. So.
I want to be a fly on the wall in the backseat of those drives home when they ride together.
I'd like to
well,
hear
we
that.
don't. He lives in Owensboro, so we don't ride together much.
There you go.
But yeah, I mean, we have our moments, but it's all working out good. And maybe Coach Payne can get up here one day and be a head coach again. And he's still riding Neil Hayden's coattails right now. So hopefully one day, Coach, you can get up here and start talking.
How you guys have a podcast together and don't kill each other? I don't know. I got to ask Ryan. We get to Ryan Durham here, and one of the guys with a lot of experience coming back. As he talked about, you got moved into the starting lineup after some injuries last year. More of a leadership role that you've had to play this year. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, for sure.
How big of an adjustment has that been? Last year where you had, guys like Decker and Young and Bo Morris who had been through the wars. How big of a change is it for you, just your personality-wise, to maybe take more of a leadership role?
It's a lot different now. I wasn't really close with them. I wasn't as close as them as I am with the guys here because they were a lot older than I was. I was always like the younger guy.
You were just
the little brother.
You're the little brother they didn't want to hang out with, but you could play.
I do learn a lot more, like rebound-wise. They're big, so I didn't really have to focus on crashing boards and stuff. So now we have a smaller group now, so we have to go in more, play harder. Since we have less size.
I've got to ask you, Coach Briggins, he was the head assistant last year under Coach Decker. Have you seen a change from him from last year to this year? I mean, I know he's going to be a little bit of change because now he's the head guy, but maybe personality-wise and the way maybe it's the teaching. And have you seen a big change out of him since he's moved over that one seat?
Yeah, he's a lot more laid back than he was.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, he was.
Hayden says no.
I think so. I think he is.
All right. And talk about you talk about the camaraderie, with it being kind of a team that had a bunch of seniors and then some young guys last year, that maybe the cohesiveness, and as you talked about, I didn't hang out with them. Do you see a big change in that this year with the team, that it's maybe a little tighter knit?
For sure, because we all played together in middle school and we played on teams together, JV and stuff growing up. So I think we're a lot closer now. We're all friends. We all hang out.
Well, Hayden, you just said you have not seen a big change, or he's not as laid back. You tell me, as Coach Briggins has moved that one seat over, how's that adjustment been for you?
Nah, it's been pretty good. He don't joke around as much as he does.
Oh, no, you can't do that. Yeah, now that's Barker's job. Now the problem is I don't know how funny he is.
Yeah.
So good luck with that. But what was some stuff in your game, last year going into this year in the off season that you wanted to get better at? And how do you feel? Do you feel like you're at least close?
Free throws and finishing layups through contact.
Okay.
And then the whole team has to rebound this year. We don't got height, so we all got to learn how to crash and not just fall back.
I hear through the grapevine that there's been a lot of rebounding drills and loose ball drills and get on the floor. Has it been pretty physical at practice so far?
Oh, yeah, but that's how I like it.
Oh, you did? Okay, that's my kind of guy right there. And Ryan, we asked Hayden, what were some things? You had a nice year last year as the young guy, more of a shooter at times. You sit out there and you let, them concentrate on Decker or on Young, and then you had the open shot. What were some things that you wanted to get better at?
Defense.
Hey, are you getting there yet? Or is it still a work in progress?
I think I am. I think I'm getting a lot better.
Would Coach Briggins agree with that assessment if I asked him?
I hope so.
Yeah, we talk about the district you guys play. It's always a tough district. It's a heated rivalry, whether it's you guys in McLean or you guys in Muhlenberg or them. Can you surprise some people in that district this year, or do you feel like this team's getting overlooked a little bit and you can surprise some people?
For sure.
Oh, okay. I'll ask Coach Briggins before we go to Coach Hill. We always talk, Coach Briggins, ceiling and floor. Do you think this team has a higher ceiling than maybe most people around the region think?
I hope so. I mean, you just don't know. Everybody feels good about their team right now until they play the first game.
They get pushing them out the first time.
We open up with Hoptown on December 2nd, so it'd be, ask me that question then and maybe a different answer. But we hope that, people overlook us. And, I really like, it's a great young bunch, and they work hard. And that's the thing, it's been fun coaching them.
I was going to say, I know I asked you this on Beyond the Bench, but you felt like this type of group and their attitudes kind of rejuvenated you a little bit.
Oh yeah, they've been a fun group to coach because they listen. They don't think they know everything. They want to get better. They work hard, and that's what you want. If you got a team that thinks they've arrived and know all the answers, then you're in a little trouble. You may have to look yourself in the mirror and say, "Hey, where are we at right now?" And I've coached
many teams that's been like that. I've coached teams that have been sponges and eager to win and listen, and that's kind of where we are right now. And it's going to be ups and downs in the season. We got to stay together, stay focused, and stay on point, and keep the main thing the main thing.
We'll go to Coach Ted Hill real quick, coming off a year where they went 9-21, lost in the district of McLean. Returned, you have to use that one. That one, the battery ran out. Returned quite a bit, Coach Hill. In a very open district, there would be a lot of people out there that say Ohio County's the favorite in that district. How do you like where your team is right now?
I like it a lot. I was in an interview earlier there, and I'm like, it just feels different this year. Same kids. We lost one to graduation, but basically the same kids back, just a year older. We played a lot of young kids last 2 years, and it just feels different. We're putting in new stuff defensively, some new offensive stuff. The old days we were pressing full court and smacking each other and just running motion offense and trying to score 90 points, and it's changed. Mm-hmm. It's changed, and a lot of that is of the multi-sport athletes that we have. We have 16 high school kids, and 12 are multi-sport. So I know I was driving over, and I heard Coach Hackett say, "We've been to the gym 2 times a week for 6 months." Yeah. And I'm like, we haven't picked a ball up in 6 months, and so it's just different everywhere. I got Ella back yesterday. They got beaten volleyball last Monday. I just gave her the week off because I knew she had been in playing volleyball since March, basically, and not physically, but she needed a week off mentally. And she came in yesterday and looked like she'd been in the gym for 6 months. So that was great to see. And but yeah, our district's pretty tight. Just speaking about our district, be honest with you, last couple of years we've been irrelevant overall, all three of us, and all three of us have got to get back full circle and where we can make a little noise in the region if we make it. We've just been down. Just be honest.
Well, and I think people forget, when I was in high school and growing up and really started to follow the Ohio County Eagles, the Lady Eagles were, running the region. And, you're a guy, not to say that you're older or anything, but your guy's been around a long time. How different is coaching nowadays than it was maybe 10 or 15 years ago? I mean, do you see big differences?
I do, quite a bit. And the kids have so much to do now. And back then, when we had our first run, it was like we had one or two that played a different sport, and then they were all basketball. I can remember getting there and first year, and we had 24 high school kids, 9 through 12. And then they added soccer, and then they've added everything else. But it's a little bit different. You have to coach them different. Then back then, you've got to make the culture better, and it's just not in those days when we were really good, it was just like I say, it was hardcore, and there was no question of will you get out of the district or whatever. It's like we're going to win the region.
Right.
And that was our only goal. And so it's us and Muhlenberg like that forever, and then it's fell off, but he'll circle back.
You talk about coming back. You got, Ella and Emerson, the 2 leading scorers coming back. Talk about, before I ask them a question, talk about these 2 girls, just what they mean to your program and what it's been like coaching them.
And this 4th year back, so I've had them since they were freshmen. And be honest with you, these two are one of the reasons I did come back, for knowing them so long. And just great kids, really good athletes. We depend on these two for a lot, not only to score points, but on the defensive end of steals and all that. We got to keep Ella out of foul trouble and all that. And that's one of the reasons we're switching up some defenses now. We've got to keep her on the floor. And just 2 wonderful kids, high academic. Both can go play college athletics if they want to. And just beautiful kids, just wonderful kids to be around. And our young kids look up to them, and how they go, we go.
Yeah, well,
that's just the way it is.
We'll start with Ella coming back, averaging 10.6 points per game, getting off the volleyball. If I had to ask you, is it volleyball or basketball? Which one's the first love?
I mean, I took my first steps, I feel like, in the basketball gym, but
I've really fallen in love with the sport of volleyball.
I tell you what, we've had conversations of participation down. Volleyball has a lot to do with that. It's gotten very popular, and it was a great run by you guys. What were some things you wanted to get better at from last year, other than fouling everybody everywhere, as Coach Hill says? What were some things that you wanted to get better at this year? And do you think you're there?
No, I feel like there's always room to improve in whatever you want to improve in, but I think I need to obviously stay out of foul trouble, finish more around the rim, and just be better on the defensive end.
As you said, you and Emerson together for the last 4 years, going into your senior year, playing with Coach Hill. Talk about your relationship that you have with Emerson a little bit.
If you know Emerson, she doesn't really talk a lot. So
well, then, don't tell me that before I interview her. I mean, come on.
You have to get to know her a lot to know who she is, but she's really one of a kind. I mean, everybody on the team looks up to her. She's good in the classroom. She's good on the floor, and she gives everything she has in whatever she's doing. So she's a really great person.
We talked about being a wide open district. I mean, I know everybody's goal is to get to the regional, tournament, and you get to the sports center and you play. Do you feel like this team is a team that can be playing in the regional tournament? Is that something that you feel like this team is good enough to do?
Yes, I feel like we have a potential to win the district. It's just whoever is there to play. I mean, I don't think any team is head and shoulders above anybody else.
I've got to ask you, because you've been coaching, for your years there, and I've known Coach Hill for a long time. He was a baseball coach back in Ohio County and known him forever. Talk about what he means to you a little bit.
Well, I mean, I've known him my entire life.
Well, tough luck there, but that's all right. Oh, there you go.
No, he's meant a lot. He coached me growing up in softball. He's came up in basketball. He's just honestly taught me to be a better person off the floor, really, than basketball. He's had a bigger part in my life than he has in just basketball.
Well, Emerson, they say you won't talk a little bit. You have to, because we're on radio, so you have to talk here. But talk about what you coming off a big year last year. You averaged 11.1 points per game. You and Ella both in double figures. How do you see this team? How good can this team be?
I think we can be really good, and I think we can win district this year for sure. We've improved a lot. We're looking really good so far. And I think we'll do big things this year.
I've got to ask you, looking at where you're at right now in practice and how practice is going, and how big of a difference do you see now than this same time last year with last year's team? Is it a monster difference, or is it just? I mean, is it noticeable for you?
I think it's a big difference, and I think it's noticeable. We are working a lot better with each other. There's a lot more communication on the floor. Definitely could be more communication, but compared to last year, a lot more communication, and our offense is getting better, and our defense is almost there. I think we're doing pretty good.
She talked about you don't like to talk a lot. Is communication something that you have to, on the basketball floor, constantly work on for you? I mean, there are some people that are naturally, a little more shy, and the people that are outgoing, and then you got Coach Briggins who will talk to anybody. But for you personally, is that something that you have to personally work on a lot to make sure that you're communicating on the basketball floor?
For sure. Yeah. Compared to my freshman year, I did not talk on the floor at all or off the floor. And now
now you're on the radio. I mean, come on. We made great strides already.
Yeah. But I think this year for sure already, I feel like I've been talking a lot more. Definitely communication is key when playing defense, because, everyone has to know where they're supposed to be. So I think I could work on it a little bit more, but
okay. For you personally, everybody set some individual goals. What are some individual goals that you have for this year? Do you have any that you've set for yourself?
Work on defense for sure.
There you go. Coaches got to love to hear that, because everybody says I want to shoot better. Yeah, we all want to shoot.
And finishing around the rim through contact. That's like a big thing, because I feel like I drop the ball a lot.
Okay. So you and Ella, you guys go one-on-one in practice. Who's getting the best of each other?
Oh, gosh.
Come on now. You got to – oh, there you go. She answered it for you. She'll do that. And I'll ask you before I go back to Coach Hill. Coach Hill, he's been there a long time. He's been there your entire 4 years. Has it hit you yet that this is your senior season, and like all of a sudden it's like the last time I do this? Has that hit you yet?
A little bit, yeah. It's for sure going to start when we start scrimmaging. And it's kind of, I do think about it a lot, because I know that I have to be someone that the younger girls can look up to. Okay. And I have to be their role model on and off the floor. And so, yeah.
That's fine. Coach Hill, I'll ask you, and then we'll go back to Coach Briggins, and then we'll get you out.
I've got to say, there's a different look in that kid's eyes. She's talking now on defense and all that. She sees the end of the line there, so there's a different spark in her.
Do you, as a coach, and people talk about this, but as a coach that's been doing this a long time, do you see that sometimes it just takes a little longer for the light to come on, and you'll get a senior who's been in the program, has played well, but then you just see something different because they do recognize maybe it's the end of the line?
With girls, you see that quite a bit. Also, though, on the other end of that with girls, they start driving and doing all that. When they get older, they kind of fizzle out the other way.
Right.
And but with her, and I could see Ella yesterday, I can tell they're ready for one last run, and we're excited about that. We really are. And we have Celeste Jacomowitz back. And that's
I'm
big.
glad you said it because I sure couldn't.
I have to. But we missed her all last season, and just her being a threat, she's our best outside shooter. Her just being on the floor makes everyone more comfortable.
I'll ask Coach Briggins before I get you guys out of here, Coach. I mean, like I said, a team that, when the regional, we talked about it on Beyond the Bench, when the Cats Paws came out, Ohio County went in there. For you, what do you think is the true ceiling for this team if it reaches its full potential? Is this a team that could get to the Sports Center and give somebody a couple of good games?
Oh, absolutely. In tournament time, anything can happen.
Mm-hmm.
You saw a few years ago, I know Bradley likes to say it always runs to the ninth, but a couple years ago, we had the Muhlenberg and McLean in the regional finals, two 10th district teams. So I kind of think it runs to the 10th. And I think that when we get to tournament time, these guys are working hard. They believe in each other and want to continue to get better. I think, anything's possible. We can definitely make a run at it.
Well, one last question, because Mr. Payne wants to go to the mic, and I'm warning all the fans that listening and also on the live stream. I don't know where this is going. But go ahead, Coach Payne.
Are we live?
Does he have a pass?
You are live. You're hot.
And and you're on stream too, so it's going to be out there forever.
But I'm not on camera. So I can't pronounce me. It's a two-part question, basically, for you guys. If y'all are shooting bad, has Coach mentioned anything about the earth being flat?
They don't even know what that is yet.
Did y'all have any idea he was like that?
I'm not a flat earther.
Just asking you. Second thing is, I've also heard that he doesn't give water breaks. You know that's illegal.
That is not true. I give water breaks.
Foreman, Watson, Holtry, they're a provider here, and you can call them up.
We're under a boil advisory.
Water main broke.
No, we give water breaks, don't we, guys? We get about three of them a practice.
I tell you what, it's Ohio County. Coach Hill, thank you so much. Coach Briggins and both the ladies and the gentlemen out here, thank you so much. Good luck this year. We hope to see you have a great year, and we'll hopefully see you down at the Sports Center at the regional tournament time.
Thanks for having us.
As you're listening to the Southwire Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Southwire.
Federal Credit Union is what local business is all about. Not only is it ran by local people, but all decisions are made right here in Owensboro. Serving the community since 1958, we're proud supporters of local high school athletics.
Put us in, Coach. Disaster Team has the training and experience to get you back in the game after almost any type of disaster. We can help you recover from the unexpected and get you back in the winner's bracket.
Find us on Facebook or call us at 270-926-5001. Call the team, Disaster Team.
Experience ultimate control and peace of mind with Labor Management Federal Credit Union's Secure Lock Equip, an easy-to-use mobile app that allows you to protect your credit and debit cards in real time. Turn your card on or off. Customize permissions as needed to prevent fraud and control spending. Visit lmfcu.net for details.
Hawkins Avenue PLLC is a full-service architectural firm providing design services for K-12 education, business, healthcare, industrial, religious, hospitality, and mercantile projects across the state. Our motto is design-focused, service-based, and feel it nothing less than mandatory to provide a service to our clients that exceeds our expectations. With a combined 30-plus years of experience, the team at Hawkins Avenue is the architectural firm you need for your next project. Located in Beaver Dam, give Jeremiah or Kyle a call at 270-363-2235.
Ever wonder why it's better to have a local insurance agent?
Someone like Gavin Roberts?
Yeah, he's with Kentucky Farm Bureau Insurance right here in Owensboro. He understands what we need.
Personal service, local knowledge, that counts for a lot these days.
Exactly. With Gavin, you're not just insured, you're cared for.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, Todd Cowan here. And Todd, you're going to tell us some people, before we get to Apollo, some people making all this possible.
Simply for you, Hancock County Farm Supply, Green River Area Federal Credit Union, and Kyle Colbreth and Sarah Brown from Kentucky Farm Bureau.
And we'll start with Coach Tinsley, the boys basketball coach in Apollo, coming off a year 16-14 on the regular season, lost to Daviess County in the district tournament. Not a single senior on the team last year, so you're returning everybody. You know, talk about, you know, when you took that job, you wanted to kind of rebrand and get back to the roots of Apollo High School boys basketball. I thought you did a great job with it last year, but where you are at right now with everybody back from where you were last year, your first year, how big of a difference is it for you?
Oh, it's a big difference. Even try what we're trying to schedule. So 16-14 was, you know, that's great, but we're trying to find a way to get out of this 9th district.
It's easier said than done.
And I'll say this, Region 1 through 5 will make a powerful statement here out of the gate. I think it's as good a district as anywhere in Western Kentucky this year. You're talking about 1 through 4. I mean, Daviess County's returning a lot of people, Catholic, Owensboro, and we got our entire squad back. So do we go 16-14 again? That's not really the goal. We're improved our schedule, and it's year 2 now, guys. So they know the expectation, and they're high for us.
You know, one thing I think – oh, I'm sorry. But one thing I thought you did was when you got the job, you really embraced what all Apollo basketball meant to not just Apollo people, but to people out the state. It's one of the top 25 programs all time in the state of Kentucky.
Yes, sir.
You know, and I thought you know, handled that embracement and fulfilled that really well. You know, what was – and that was kind of the goal when you started. You know, you always set new goals. Going into this year, what did you want to see your team improve on, or maybe you as a coach improve on?
It's kind of simple to say this, but how our practices look and what we're trying to accomplish, where we have a different style, rather than not say the style on camera.
No, that's fine. No,
you know how that goes. But, I mean, we're growing. We were so young last year, but I've already told them very early, you have a senior, you have 2 sophomore years. We had no excuses for being young. I know we have 2 seniors. That's not an excuse. I made that excuse to some last year. That's not what we're trying to do. We tried to win basketball games last year. We did that. Hey, it's time to take the next step.
How is it different this year for you now that, you know, last year everything was new? You were trying to teach you guys your system and what you were wanting to do. Now that they're all back and you're in year 2, how has your practices and stuff been different this year as opposed to last year?
Losing teams have no voice, coach or player. Average team, the coaches led voice, and that's where we were. We were a little above average, but pretty average. This time we keep emphasizing a player-led team. So their communication, what they see on the floor, because, guys, I don't play anymore. I'm 30 years old. It's all about them and about what they want to accomplish here.
Yeah, I've got to ask you because, you know, we talk about, you know, you got the big man down here in the middle and a guy that came on the scene last year. Really all your players did, but that was, you know, defensively how he could change the game.
Right, and he's grown 3 inches, so he's 6'10" this year.
Right, so but does he understand how big his ceiling could be yet, or is that something you're still trying to get him to understand?
No, he doesn't, and there's a high expectation. A lot of people tell him a lot of great things, but we're kind of here to humble him. We're trying to get him to guard on the perimeter some. We're trying to make him uncomfortable as possible in practice. But again, he's a great kid. He leads a lot of our prayer. I'm just super proud of the person he is, let alone the player. So everybody sees the player piece, but he's the greatest. Like when I talk to people, travel clubs, I've been on the phone with a lot of travel clubs, Division I schools. You can't get a better kid than him. He's a not miss. You can't miss him.
And like I said, you return your top scorer. Luke was the top scorer. Tate was right there, averaging 10 points a game. And Henning. We talked about how much he is defensively. Do you see his offensive game blossoming this year compared to where it was at this time last year?
Yes, and what we're trying to do, I think he's going to be very successful. He's not a guy you're just going to sit there and post. He's very versatile. So we're trying to have, get to explore his range a little more this year. And he's put on about 20 pounds of muscle, so that's going to help a lot for his game.
How high can the ceiling be for this team? I mean, if you talk about getting out of the ninth, it's tough to do. Is this a team that could, if you reach your potential and everybody plays to their ability and you catch a little luck, you stay healthy, is this a team that can compete for a regional title?
I think so. I know that's easy for me to say, but I think anyone who gets out of the ninth this year has got a chance to win the regional championship. Like you see Grayson County talking here. I mean, it's pretty open.
The regions.
Yeah, Butler County, and when Ty Price said this, it wasn't an exaggeration. They were a top 5 team in the state. They're still got a chance to win the regional championship, even with Rice out. I have a lot of respect for them. But it's very deep. This is the deepest I've seen the region in 10 years, guys.
Especially,
best I've seen the ninth in 10 years since the 2015 Owensboro State Championship team. It's really, really good district and region.
And I think at the top with individual talent, it's maybe as loaded as it's been in a long time. When you're talking about, Logston and Price. Now you lose Rice, but Henning's another one, and Keaton Hughes and Luke Bikeman. I mean, there are a lot of top players in the third region.
Yes, and I think there was a time there was I think 5 schools with a Division I scout there in the fall.
Yeah.
Like you don't hear that around here. So at 1 through 5, again, I think it's about as good as anywhere. So if you're a fan right now, you got to go watch boys basketball this year. And girls basketball's got a load of talent too. It's a great time to be
a third
coach
region basketball fan.
Player fan. Just you need to get out and watch the games.
We'll start with Luke here real quick. The leading returning scorer from last year, averaging about 12.7 points per game. Before I ask you, I mean, everybody wants to improve. What was the big improvement you were looking to make in your game from last year to this year?
Really, I was just kind of working on becoming, not just a leading scorer, but looking for my teammates, getting other people open, using my attention to get everybody else open, and then being able to guard the other team's best player at the same time.
One thing I really admire about Coach Tinsley, watching, from a distance on the media, calling games, very passionate guy when it comes to basketball. On the sideline, he's fun to watch on the sidelines. Does that passion rub off on this team? Is that something you guys notice and really, buy into that and feed off that?
No doubt. It's very contagious. It's gets everybody going. We talked all during practice, preseason, energy. That's all it is. You keep your energy high, you're gonna win some basketball games.
Just how good can that guy on your left be? I mean, how scary can it be sometimes with how good he is?
He's all right, man. He's put on a little bit of weight. He's gotten tougher. He's going to be definitely a threat on the offensive and defensive side this year.
All right, well, let's go to Landon Henning, all 6'10" of him, and I mean, after watching it when you walked in, I was trying to figure out who it was, because the thing I noticed from this time, watching games and calling games last year, just how much you filled out and kind of and gotten bigger. Was that something in the off season that you were really trying to do?
Yeah, I've been trying to get stronger. Been in the gym a lot, getting weightlifting in. Getting new PRs and all that. I've been working to get stronger and tougher.
And one, I know last year really made an impact on the defensive end. I mean, I don't know how many exactly block shots it was, but make an impact on the defense end. Is wanting to expand your game offensively something in the offseason that you really took seriously and worked on?
Yes, I would love to get better at offense. My defense, I just, like Coach Tinsley said, I need to get better at perimeter defense, offense. I can shoot. I feel like I can shoot and just dunking. I love to dunk. I love to dunk.
Well, I'll say this. If you're a fan, when Owensboro plays Apollo, when you get Keaton Hughes and Landon Henning matchup, that's must-see TV. I'll say this. Who out there last year, maybe in the region, it could be anybody, was the toughest matchup for you? Was there somebody out there that you just struggled with the matchups with?
Honestly, toughest matchup for me was probably Owensboro going against Keaton Hughes. He's a great guy, great athlete. Love going against him.
All right, and then I've got the little guy over next to you, Tate. I mean, the ball skills and the shooting ability. I mean, as a big guy, that is that sometimes that you just kind of sit back when he dribbles and just kind of marvel at, man, I wish I could do that.
Yeah, sometimes I wish I could. Like, I see Tate doing his thing, and I'm like, I'm not going to set him that screen. I'm going to let him do his thing. I trust him.
Yeah, we'll go to Tate Powers. I mean, hey, I hate to tell you, but that's a big last name to live up to. I mean, it's just what it is in the third region basketball. And where do you feel like your game is right now?
I'm looking to, like, drive more and kick out to my teammates and be a shooter, like, once again, like last year. But also, I'm looking to, like, step it up on the defensive end as well.
Oh, that's got to be music to coaches' ears. I got to ask you, is it dropping the dime to one of your teammates or just burying a three in somebody's face? Which one kind of gets you going a little more?
I'd say it depends how good of a pass it was. It was like alley-oop to Landon, then definitely that.
Okay.
It feels pretty good also to hit a three. And
and he talks about how tough the ninth is, and you guys grow up with these, the kids that go to Owensboro and the kids that go to Daviess County and the kids that go to Catholic. You play against each other in middle school. Is it more of a friendly rivalry because you're friends with some of them, or is it just I really want to beat them really, really bad?
I say when I get on the court, I feel like I just really want to win.
Okay,
like beat them.
Have you seen a big difference between where this team is now than this year than where it was last year?
100%. We're a lot more aggressive and just confident as a team.
I'll let either you three answer this. Have you guys seen a big difference in Coach Tinsley compared to where you were last year? And if so, what difference is it?
I just think that he's kind of let me and Kobe, both seniors, take the reins of the team, and he's kind of let us just, coast into whatever we're doing and really take the team by the helms and teach them.
Is it this year? And I know it's still way early. And there's a lot of steps to go. But for you, being a senior, is it I got to get to the Sports Center or else? I mean, is this the year?
That's obviously that's the end goal. That's what we work up towards all season. But just looking for improvement every single time you step on the court, every time you put on the jersey, every time anytime you do anything, just looking to get better every single day.
I've got to ask you, because you guys know the history of that school. What's it mean to you every time you get to put on that Apollo jersey?
I mean, it means everything. We had like a Champions Night last year, and it means everything. It's a big deal. Every time you step on the court, there's so much years of legacy, so many generations that have come before us that have been really good.
We'll go down here to Coach Riggs, who I thought absolutely hit a home run last year in Media Day, so no pressure on you, Coach Riggs.
I hit a home run.
I thought so. I thought you killed Media Day last year, Coach.
Nice.
100%.
That's a lot of stress for me this year. I'll try to keep that standard.
Try to uphold that standard.
It came into a tough situation last year. You ended up going 5-23, but it was a total rebuild with a lot of people that moved out of the school. Not a lot of varsity returning. Experience coming back. As a first year coach, how tough was that?
So it's not just a rebuild; it was a rebrand.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and the biggest thing, you're coming into a situation when these kids didn't have fun playing basketball there.
Right.
A lot of kids left. So when you start talking about a rebuild, we had to rebrand the whole culture. Like, we had to change it where kids actually wanted to be in the gym. They wanted to play basketball, because that's the first step. And you all heard Coach Hill talking about it. Like, girls have so many different things they could do with volleyball and soccer and softball exploding. You have to give them a reason to want to be a part of the game of basketball. So that was the first part, is just getting
making it fun. Making it fun.
Absolutely. And you can also make it fun and be competitive and push your kids. Because I know 5-20 whatever doesn't sound good. I think of the schedule we inherited, like 20 of those teams ended up winning 20 or more games. We competed against a lot of teams that I was like, we probably shouldn't have. Mm-hmm. Henderson went to the semifinals of state, right? We were within 10 of them. We were up at Catholic at the half one of our games. Those are the kind of things, and you're just proud of your kids. With whether you win or lose, you can go in the locker room and say, hey, we did everything we could do there.
Right.
And we're getting better. Like, that's it. We played I remember playing one team at the beginning of the year, it was over within 3 minutes. Running clock first quarter. Well, second time we played them, it's still a game in the third quarter. Like, that's what really, and still, we're wanting to see out of this program, is just getting better. Because eventually, the boys program, like at Apollo, like everybody knows, the girls isn't that far behind.
Hold on, the girls program,
Apollo.
if you look at it, like, when you're talking about, Lori Townsend and Natalie Powers, and I mean, that was the Eagles, and what Will McClure did there was the dominant force of the third region.
This will come around. Like, there's the talent in the Apollo school system to get back to that. It's there. It just has to be developed, and it's coming. The girls that we have now are doing an excellent job of being ambassadors for the program. They're fun to coach. Like these two up here, it's a joy to coach. So I do discipline out of middle school all day. So all day it's a lot of times it's negative. I am looking forward to that hour and a half, 2 hours that I get to spend at basketball. A lot of that's because of them.
I've always asked, because I know coaches have done that, do you have to kind of watch yourself from being jaded because you are dealing with discipline and not that any kid is, but, the quote-unquote problems that sometimes you can get jaded about what you see out of young kids, and so it may be good to get back to a practice where it's a joy?
Yes, so basketball is the joy, and it's also a good thing for them that I have a 15-minute drive to go to practice. So on days where it's just insane all day, I still got that time to decompress before I get to practice.
Where you're at right now compared to where you walked in here to media day last year, on election day, how big a jump have you seen a difference in the program where it is compared to where it was last year?
Well, it's the same concept of a growth mindset. We're still there because even though, like last year, I thought we were competitive, we lost 5 seniors off of a team that won 5 games, and the seniors meant a lot. 2 of them were good enough to be all district. They were. They averaged double-doubles.
I was going to say, you got Jenna Dant and Jennifer Lee that, combined average 26.4 points per game and just about 20 rebounds.
Yes. The other 3 seniors we had did everything we asked them to do. Came in, had some of them. I had one kid at middle school and just, can you please play basketball for us for a year? Those are the kind of thing. Coach Edge's kid came out and played, had never played basketball. Like those are the kids that we had come in and just gave us everything they had. So this year we've got some kids stepping into those roles, and they are doing a fantastic job. It's a lot of kids who you're not going to know who they are. The media won't. People outside of our locker room won't. You're going to get an opportunity to because I'm just telling them it's an awesome opportunity for them. We've got a couple of freshmen who are probably going to play a lot for us this year. We had a kid who didn't play last year who could be a really good piece for us this year if we can keep her out of foul trouble. She's one of those really aggressive kids. She'll tackle you.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
Oh, you got to have those too.
I'd rather have those.
Yeah, and these two, they show up to everything. So this summer, I tell the girls in our program, when you leave here, you have no excuse to not be the best version of yourself as far as a basketball player and a person. You'll have access to the gym. If you need in a gym and it's a Sunday afternoon, you send a text to me or one of our assistant coaches, we got you. We'll put you on the shooting machine. We'll take you through ball handling. We'll get workouts in. They have no excuse not to get better. These two did. All summer, all spring, all fall, they've been in a gym. I'm really excited for them this season.
Well, let's go right here to Aubrey, and then we'll ask the first question. The first question I'm going to ask you, he talked about it was kind of a rebrand and wanted to make girls basketball Apollo fun again. Grade him on here. Is it fun again?
Yes, definitely. The energy is a lot better than last year. It's just fun overall.
So do you see where you're sitting at in practice right now as practice is starting and getting ready to, down the line to play some scrimmage games? Do you see a big difference of where you are at now than you were where you were at last year?
Yes. I feel like me personally, a lot more confident. He helps with that a lot. Coach Riggs does. And just the team in general helps with everyone's confidence. And
he talked about how much work you put in the off season. What were some things that you wanted to get better at that you felt was maybe a weakness that you wanted to get to strengthen? Give me a couple of those things that you really worked on.
Definitely my defense. I feel like.
Yeah, but nobody likes to guard anyway. Don't worry about that.
Just offensive stuff like finishing at the rim,
okay.
Like a couple of people have said. Shooting, of course, and ball handling. That's what. Typical what you want to get better at.
One thing Coach Tinsley did, and then Coach Riggs has done, he talked about this here, was embrace the tradition of Apollo High School boys basketball, girls basketball. Have you studied that tradition, understand what Apollo girls basketball has meant through the years to Western Kentucky and the state of Kentucky?
Yes, definitely. We've had a lot of good players come through, men and women, and almost look up to that standard, and get up there. So hopefully we can do that.
Before we get to Mattingly down here, tell me something about Mattingly I need to know that maybe the average person doesn't know.
Well, Mattingly is definitely one of those type of people where you have to get to know her. She's definitely shy at first, but once you get to know her, she is.
I've got to talk to these coaches about bringing shy people to the radio show. I mean, come on. We got to work on this here. But I've got her laughing, so I bet she's going to talk. So we'll go to Mattingly here real quick. Yeah. And, in Aubrey and Coach Riggs talked about the change that you're seeing in the growth of this program. Do you see it also?
Yes, I see it. There's a lot of changes at practice, and honestly, positive changes for the better.
Well, tell Aubrey you're not shy. That was a great answer on the very first question right there. I'll return the favor. I'll let you tell me something about Aubrey that I need to know that we don't know yet.
Aubrey is just Aubrey. She's always positive. She's always laughing. If you look at her, she's probably laughing. She just honestly gets everybody in a good mood.
As Coach Tinsley talked about the boys, it may be one of the toughest districts in the entire state. It's not a piece of cake on the girls' side either, with Catholic and Owensboro and Daviess County returning everybody. You have to understand that, this is a very competitive 9th district, and it's going to be tough to get out of there. Is that something of the challenge that you're embracing?
Yes, it definitely is a challenge. All the teams are amazing, and we know that we do have to work hard, and if we want to get to the level, yes, we know that we have to kick it and get it.
I'll ask you the same thing I asked Aubrey. Coach Riggs talks about wanting to rebrand Apollo, make it fun again. I'll let you give me a grade, A to F, at making basketball fun again at Apollo. What would you grade him as?
Definitely A+. He has made it amazing. All the coaches are amazing. They're hilarious, and they make practice so fun.
I've got to ask Coach Riggs real quick, Coach. I mean, how much money did it cost you to get those 2 answers? Because you can't get a better – when you got 2 seniors here giving you those kind of grades.
$20. That's it. I got 20. We were back there for a little while. We're a little bit behind, so I had time to talk to them about that.
We are running a little behind, doing our best, but the interview's been great. And as you talked about, it is a tough district, and you know what you're looking at. But it's also, just getting to talk to you a few times, I think you embrace that challenge of you don't want it to be easy.
So, and I have a lot of respect for those 3 programs because if I had to guess, and I've seen some rankings, preseason stuff, they could all be top 20 teams in the state this year, which is amazing for the district. Like, we may have the toughest district in the state as far as girls basketball goes.
I'll put it right up there with any of them.
So, again, we're looking at it as an opportunity to improve. It's a challenge. They're going to throw the ball up. We're going to go in. We're going to compete. I think the biggest thing, and especially last year when we got beat really bad early when we would play these teams, we wanted to make it where the second time they played us, they weren't going to take it as a joke. And if they did, we could beat you. We could sneak up on you. We could challenge you. That's part of it. You're just wanting to come in and compete. Right. And those games give you an excellent opportunity to do that. Those are games where a lot of people come to the gym. They're there to see you. It's just that opportunity. And nobody outside of our locker room really expects us to do much in those games. So it gives you that opportunity to kind of surprise some people.
I've got to ask Coach Tinsley because, you two talking to you, kind of embracing the same thing about the Apollo tradition. Do you guys talk about that and changing the culture? I mean, there's conversations between you two?
We talk almost daily.
Okay.
And I want to talk about Coach Riggs for a second. I mean, he's about as good as anybody you're going to get in the 3rd region. What he's doing from top to bottom, I'm talking about kindergarten all the way through 12. They're building a legitimate program, and you're going to see it in time, and you're going to see it this year.
Yeah, Rome wasn't built in a day. Sometimes
That's
it takes
right.
a little
That's
longer.
across the board. We have the same mindset in a lot of ways. So,
well, guys, thank you so much for coming to Media Day. Coach Tinsley, Coach Riggs, the best of luck. We'll be out calling games. And then to the young ladies and the gentlemen here, best of luck to you guys and have the best season you can and stay healthy. And we can't wait to cover you guys. As you're listening to Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
up and get $1,000 off roof replacements.
When you're craving homemade food, head to Windy Hollow Biscuit House in the heart of Owensboro for a true Southern feast. This Saturday and Sunday, they're serving up their country ham breakfast buffet. And if you need a little pick-me-up, try the customer favorite. Caramel latte, iced or hot, the perfect companion to your home-style meal. Windy Hollow Biscuit House is open 6 days a week. Windy Hollow Biscuit House, 630 Emery Drive in Owensboro.
Hi, this is Travis Sultry from Foreman Watson Poultry. Whether it's a car wreck, an injury, a business dispute, criminal defense, or a family law matter, our attorneys are known for a relentless pursuit of perfection with an expectation of excellence. We are creative, consistent, and courageous. We are Foreman Watson Poultry, dedicated to you, committed to justice. FWHlegal.com.
Step into the forest with Maxwell Brothers Logging, masters of the timber since 1946. Whether you're building a future or clearing the past, trust in their licensed and fully insured service to handle your logging needs with precision and care.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, Todd Cowan here, 102.7 The Game. Todd, before we get to Owensboro High School, you're going to tell me all the people making this possible.
Maxwell Brothers Logging, Windy Hollow Biscuit House, and wow, their food was good. Disaster Team, and Gavin Roberts, Kentucky Farm Bureau.
And we'll start here with Owensboro High School. We'll start with the boys' coach, Coach Rod Drake. Last year going 13-13. Lost a heartbreaker to Catholic in the district. And Coach, looking at where your team is this year, the one big key loss was your point guard, Deshaun Sanders, who had a big year. How do you like where your team sits right now? Got to fit the button there. Yeah. There.
All right. Well, we're really excited. Like I say, last year was kind of a rebuilding year for us, and we played Keaton here. He was probably our returning starter, and we played a lot of freshmen. Got better in a lot of areas, and like I say, one of the best things about last year, it was last year. So
exactly right.
So I'm excited with these guys. They put the work in, and like I said, I look forward to the season.
For a guy that's not only been a basketball legend, playing at, at Owensboro and at Kentucky Wesleyan and then winning a state title, you've been at this a long time. How different is it now than maybe it was coaching 10 or 15 years ago? What big changes have you seen that makes it either easier or harder?
Self. A lot of people's self gets in the way with this. and I tell people a lot of my athletic accomplishments, because I play with great people. Mm-hmm. People that sacrifice points, people that sacrifice a lot of things. There's guys running around here now that if they were in this generation, they would be All-Americans because they wouldn't have been selfish. But that's the biggest thing. And, you got to realize, too, there's only one basketball, and that's the way you got to learn to play this game. If you can share the basketball and do what you're supposed to do, then you have success. But, that's one of the biggest things is self.
Yeah, I always remember Coach Embry one time. I remember him talking to my dad and telling a story where my dad made the comment, you're only going to make 5 people happy. And he was talking about the 5-star, 5 parents happy. Yeah. And Coach Embry said, let me stop you right there. No, because somebody's parents want there to score more or they want to pass more. Like, you can never make everybody happy. But I've got to ask you because, we always talk to coaches about people that are going to jump onto the scene. Well, I'm not sure anybody jumped onto the scene any bigger last year than the big man standing beside you, Keaton Hughes. I know he was hurt a little bit the year before, but what a monster year he put together. Talk about the growth that you've seen from him since he joined your program, from where he started to where he is now.
I stay in Keaton. He knows it. And I tracked him down. One of the things a lot of people don't understand about Keaton, I've got a special relationship with Keaton. Keaton's great-grandfather was my sophomore coach, Tom Turner.
He was my sophomore coach, too, at Owensboro High School.
And, he was a hard coach, and I told him, I always told him he was one of my mentors, and it hadn't been for him a lot of times. And, he told a story one time in 1980 that Watson sent all the seniors, all the freshmen down to the he kept 4 freshmen, sent 2 down. That was Dwight and myself. So we played with Tom Turner for 2 years, and we played varsity. He said it was the biggest highlight of his life when they called out the All-State tournament team, and Dwight and I were number 1 and 2. Keaton, Keaton's put the work in. I mean, he's getting a lot of offers. His game has, changed a lot, run the floor. And, of course, you were talking about basketball change. Keaton runs the floor well. He shoots the ball. He's out on the floor, not your traditional postman with the back to the basket. So he's improved in all areas of his game, and he's shown some, leadership this year. So,
being the new voice of the Kentucky Wesleyan Panthers, Coach, if you can pull some strings, I wouldn't mind seeing him in purple. That's all I got to tell you.
Well, we've tried before. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
We tried before.
I will say this, you do have to, looking, some changes. You got the big three that comes back. Keaton, and then of course Michael, and then Hume. Those are guys that got a lot of experience last year. Maybe who are a couple guys that we don't know about that maybe come 2 months from now that for you guys to be good, who needs to step up to help the program?
Yeah, we've got Aaron Richardson. He is transferred in from Madisonville. And we got Cade Arnold. We've got a boatload of sophomores that I think will play a lot of time for us, and I can't get into names right now because I don't want phone calls.
No, I understand.
I totally get it.
Stay in my mind. So we've got a lot of sophomores step up. Had some kids try it out with some little diamond in the rough. So I told you, I'm really excited about this group of kids. And with our group, I think we've probably got about 6 or 7 guys that can step up.
Yeah, I know it's a tough district. I mean, I think this year the district's absolutely loaded. Yeah, maybe as loaded as it's been probably in 10 or 15 years, top to bottom.
Yeah, it's very tough. And I tell people this: what makes this district so tight is that we've got 4 teams, but yet we're so close together. We battle football, we battle basketball and baseball. The only time this town is peaceful is during Friday after 5. And that's from May until Labor Day. That's when everybody's happy.
Everybody together then.
Everybody's competing. That's what makes it so tough,
Well, I've asked you about Keaton. I better ask you about Michael. I watched his dad play at Owensboro, and I mean, a tremendous player. Talk about the growth that you saw out of him last year through that freshman season. And then now where he's at compared to where he was last year.
Well, Mikey's grown up a lot since last year. He's taking his training wheels off. We're letting him ride a bicycle now. So he's a lot of growth, showed a lot of leadership. And in my career, I've never seen a kid that made the adjustment. He's made some strides. I mean, he's made some leaps and bounds, maturity, physically, since last year. And, now I think that right now he's at the stoplight. That green light is about ready to flip it. So I think
better look out.
He's about ready to go.
I think he can get out of the gate.
I hope you're working on him a little bit on his dunking because it did not look good at the Dust Bowl. That's all I know is you felt about 4 times.
Yeah, well, actually, Chad Emery, he was our dunking coach. He's gone. So, I mean, we don't need to do it anymore.
Let's go to Keaton real quick. And Keaton, what a year last year. 16.2 points per game, 10.3 rebounds. Right there is I think, a second-team ESPN Owensboro player, our area player. What were some things in the offseason that you wanted to get better at in your game, and how do you feel? Are you there yet?
My basketball IQ, I never really saw the open shots that I could have gave up my own shot and hit a better man, that one extra pass like Coach always says. And my way to run the floor, I've got a lot better at that. And my range, I'm trying to expand my range, get further out there.
Is he letting you shoot 3-pointers yet?
We'll see.
Good answer.
So, he talks about he has a special. Talk about your relationship with Coach Drake and what he's meant to you. I mean, I know what he meant for guys my age that watched him play in high school and a hero of ours. I mean, I lived and died with Joe Utley on those games at Wesleyan. This is back before anybody was on TV. You listened on the radio. Talk about what Coach Drake means to you.
From the get-go, he's always been on me to get there, be at practice every day, put in 100% effort. He's the reason that I am who I am today because he's pushed me so hard, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, he's a lot of old school in him. I know that. I know in this day and age that can be tough in a while, but I mean, do you think it's made you a better player and a better person? That little old school mentality.
Yeah, definitely, it has. It's just some people learn different ways, but I feel like his teaching ways on me has definitely helped improve my game.
I've got to ask you about the young guy to your right there. I mean, he really busted on the scene last year, had a great freshman season, averaged just under 10 points a game. How's his game right now? How much better is he right now than he was last year?
Coach said he's definitely more mature. He's getting way better. He pushes himself a lot harder in practice than he used to. And seeing him stride, like Coach said, he's taking a lot of bounds to be where he's at.
I don't know. I'd always ask because I don't aware of the Owensboro history and what Owensboro basketball, has meant through the years. You talk about more regional titles than any school in the state. You've got, state championships and, I think 3 state titles in basketball. I think, or maybe it's like, no, 4 state titles.
4, maybe 5.
It may be 5. But, putting on that, red and black jersey with OHS across the chest, what's that mean to you?
It's an honor for real because Coach tells us every day it's not every day that you get to put on that jersey. And when high school's over, we're gonna all miss it because putting on that jersey every day to play and to practice, it's special because not everybody can.
We'll go here to Michael now. And Michael, like we talked about, the young freshman that jumped onto the scene last year. And, what was some stuff that you wanted to get better at? What do you think needed the biggest improvement, and what did you do this offseason to improve in that?
I wanted to get better, like my physicality and like getting like more like strength and stuff like that, and like scoring the ball more consistent.
Okay. Talk about Keaton here, the big man in there. I mean, do you stay away from him in practice? I mean, you don't attack him in practice.
No,
do you?
I do.
Do you? Yeah. Who wins that?
Me.
I'm curious because watching you play last year, it reminded me a little bit of and I'll ask Coach Drake about this in a second, a little bit of the old scale game. Like, I think your mid-range jumper may be as good as it's been in the region in a couple years. Are you looking to improve the outside shot but also still keep that mid-range jumper? Is that something you've always worked on, that little free throw line mid-range jumper that you don't see in the game a lot now?
Yeah, I like to shoot a mid-range more than a three-pointer. But, I'm trying to expand my range out to shoot more threes. And
I've got to ask you, is the goal to be better than Dad by the time you get out there? Because you got a long way to go. I'm just letting you know that. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
How's that relationship with him? Like, when your game, whether it's a good game or a bad game, and you go home, how does Dad help your game a little bit?
He always shows me, like, what I could have did better and, helps me out.
Okay. How good can this team be for Owensboro? I know that, everybody's talking about, Daviess County, and they talk about Catholic. Just how good can this Owensboro team be?
We can be really good if we all tune into the same thing.
Okay. What's it mean to you to put on that jersey?
I've always wanted to, ever since I used to watch Owensboro when I was a little kid.
Well, I was going to say, Dad wore that jersey. Mom, and I went to school together. It's in Owensboro. So it has to mean a little something special to you. Coach Drake, let me ask you about that because I do think he has a little bit of a kind of an old style. Yeah, just pass the mic down there to him. Kind of an old style game that you don't see a lot of that, that unbelievable mid-range game that he has at a young age. I mean, you just don't see that a lot anymore.
Yeah, we noticed that early on in his career, and it's similar to like Paul Pierce. He's got a smooth game in there, and then that's those are a lot of shots left out there. Mike can pick up on those shots. He's very accurate, that shot.
Well, I joke with him, says he's got a long way to go. You saw his dad play, too. All the great ones.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, the bloodlines are there, and I can see him being, just a sophomore.
Yep, just to put the work in.
Let me ask you before we'll go to Coach Locker. We always talk about floor and ceiling. Just how high can this team's ceiling be if everybody reaches their potential? I mean, is this a team that can compete?
Yes, I do. I agree with that. The guys are deceptive, quick. And their basketball IQ again is very high.
Okay.
This is one of the few teams I've had with that IQ. We can do it. You know what? It's just like anything else. When you got people know what they're doing, you can.
It makes you look a lot smarter.
It makes me look a lot smarter, and then you can expand on doing a lot of things. And you can get away from doing the minimal things.
Right.
You can have fun with it. And that's just what the difference is with high school and the next level. High school, October 15th, you start running 3-man weave and doing that stuff. In college, you're already there. You start putting sets in.
Yeah.
So that's where I am with these guys again, because we can move pretty quick.
You feel like you're farther along right now this year than you were last year?
And, and then Coach Locker will tell you, we've had some, things going. We had practice schedule. We've had a lot of things right now that, are good things. Volleyball team going to the state.
Yeah, football team playing.
Football teams playing, playoff atmosphere. That's what tradition is all about. That's what the tradition of excellence is. We're practicing at different times than we normally would, and that throws everybody off. But it's a good thing, what I'm saying? It's a great problem to have.
Yeah, I've got to ask you, because I don't know if I've ever asked you this, but I've always for a guy, what has Owensboro High School meant to you? You look at where you are now in your life, and without Owensboro High School and the things that you learned going on, what does that place mean to you?
I mean, this Owensboro High School in this city is huge. My mother worked in the public school system. And I tell people this one story about my grade school. I was an honor roll student when I was in the 8th grade. My mother worked in the cafeteria, and every break she came to my classroom. As the teacher, I was going. I mean, it was like, oh, my God. So when I got to high school, I had fun. But getting back to your question, it's a lot to me. You know, I followed Owensboro basketball, and I've been fortunate enough to see all the greats through here. My Little League Baseball, we used to practice and play Little League Baseball games, you know, right there where the edge is.
Oh, yeah.
So we played Western Little League. We leave there, go to the sports center, to a ball game, a wrestling match. So I lived in that area, so it means a lot to me. And then, you know, like I say, I live and die in Owensboro, and, you know, that's where I'll always be, I guess, until I retire.
Well, Coach Drake, I mean, listen, I'm a big fan. One of my heroes growing up. Like I said, I followed you and Dwight at Wesleyan. Kind of got my passion for Wesleyan, listening to Joe Utley and you guys. Just like I said, one of the heroes, and the job you've done at Owensboro has been tremendous, and it's greatly appreciated by former Owensboro High School people.
And I'll tell you, for Pastor Mike, you guys do a lot for high school basketball. I mean, you know, the things that you guys are doing right now today, and, you know, ball games and awards you guys do. I mean, it is tremendous. You're talking about a jump start for the next level. You guys do a great job. And, I mean, without you guys, I don't know how excited high school basketball would be right now with technology and people sitting at home watching ESPN and things like that.
Well, we appreciate it so much.
Do a great job.
Thank you so much.
Great man coming up to you here.
Yeah, we'll go right into Coach Jansen Locker, and let me just say it. The defending third region champions is, I mean, what a run last year, 21-12, lose a heartbreaker up at Rupp Arena. And before we get to this year, just looking back, I mean, I know you put it in a year because now everybody starts at 0-0. But from where Owensboro's basketball girls was, 10 years ago to third region, I mean, there was a lot of steps. And, what did all that, have you been able to soak it in a little bit in the offseason?
Yeah, we definitely let it soak in. We didn't let it last too long because we were back in the gym pretty quick. But we were super happy about last year. Even though it lost in a heartbreaker, we felt like we could have made a little bit more noise than we did. But it's really easy to get back at it. I always joke that my wife, she's from Ohio County. She won 3 regional championships there. So
you're still behind.
So I'm still behind her. But when she first came to Owensboro, she said, where's the girls' banners? You have all those boys' banners up there all those years. And she said, there's 1992. I said, we're trying to change that. So it's good to go into the gym now and see that 2024. But also, we let the girls know that that was last year, and now we are, we're not starting from up here. We're back down here, and we're going to scratch, we're going to claw, we're going to fight our way to try to get back there again this year.
Well, one thing, too, and I want to give a lot of credit to, Coach A.D. Harper and the administration, because not only, do you win the first regional title in girls basketball since 92, the volleyball team wins their first ever. Where the girls programs at Owensboro as a whole is night and day from where it's been, and it's got to be a lot of the support you get from the administration.
For sure. They always, they're asking, what can we do better to help your team? What can we do to help your program? Have you thought about this? And when I went to him last year about scheduling, I always joked that, everybody used to always want to schedule us, and then the last couple of years that's kind of went back a little bit.
Welcome to Coach Drake's world.
Right. So, I was like, hey, we're going to have to travel to this place. He said, whatever y'all need, you do what you have to do to make you guys successful. So, they support us a lot. I think they support all the programs at Owensboro, and that's a great part about being in our school system is that, we love all the kids we have, and, everybody's very supportive of what we do.
Now, you returned a lot from last year's team, but the one big loss was kind of the heart and soul of that program for about 5 years, where in Lyrica Hughes. Have you seen have you had conversations with people that, we've got to fill that leadership role, and how's that going right now in the early season?
Yeah, I definitely have to fill that leadership role. I told him, I said, we can replace her production as a team. It's not going to be one person, but, we can have some people that's going to, their scoring's going to improve a little bit, rebounding, things like that. And then the leadership thing, that's one thing that we're really working on every single day in practice, getting people to kind of step up and fill that void. Because she was our leader on the court. That's just when it comes down to it. And some of our other seniors we lost, we felt that, we lost our main bench person that kind of kept everybody in focused, rallied up and all that. So, we missed those seniors, but everybody kind of sees now that they may have a little different role. For us to get to the top again, then we have to kind of fill that void, and it's just a day at a time. We're not gonna have it start in December. By the time February comes around, everybody kind of have their role, and we'll go from there.
Have you had the conversation with the girls and the team that this year now you're the hunted instead of be the hunters? Going into last year, you guys had gotten to the regional championship and gotten beat and lost that game. And so, but do you see a difference, or do you feel a difference that when you're at the top of the mountain, getting to the mountain's tough at the top, but once you're there, it's even tougher to stay. Have you had that conversation?
A little bit, but we also know that we think no matter what, that we're still going to be doubted because everybody knows how good Lyrica was, and are they going to be able to survive without Lyrica? And so that's what I tell them is that, we've got to fight because they're looking for you guys to fall off. off. That's just kind of what happens. They're looking for a fall off, and we've got to make sure that we come in every day, work hard, and make sure that, we just keep improving. And nobody's going to really care about what happens in December besides, some of the fans, things like that. It's going to be
in the media. We make a bigger deal out of it than what it is.
But we know how hard it is to get out of our district. You're talking about, especially this year, we know what Catholic has, we know what Daviess County has, and it's going to be a fight in Apollo. They're rebuilding, but they're going to be there too, and so it's kind of a fight. And 2 years in a row now, it's been 9th district teams in the regional championship in the girls, and so we have to prepare for that, and that's what our main focus is.
Y'all played. I was just going to say, y'all played. Now, Illyrica was out for some games last year, right? So y'all had about 10 games.
Yeah, we had several games. She was out with a head injury, pretty severe head injury.
Right. So you all
concussion.
Got a little bit accustomed to playing without her.
Yeah, for sure, and we had that a little bit. Unique was out a little bit last year. We had Abby Sapp was out at one point with the flu. We had several girls out, and so it kind of just lets them be able to play with each other and start to gel a little bit more. And that's what we're working on in practice right now, is just gelling together and how, learning each other's tendencies.
One girl that took her game to a different level once you got into tournament times, the lady right there to your left, I'll have you hand her the mic there, Helena John, averaged 10 points a game last year, but when it came tournament time, almost unstoppable on the post. What were you working on this offseason that you wanted to get better at?
Probably my aggression, going towards the basket.
Okay. You talked about, the regional championship, now you're the hunted, are you looking to kind of fill that leadership void that maybe you list for Illyrica, or is that, or is that going to be kind of different people, more than one person?
Probably more than one person.
Okay. So, talk about Coach Locker a little bit and what he's meant. You came over from Apollo, and then you get there, and I would say maybe that you were the key because, you get there to Owensboro, they win their first regional title. And I'm just teasing. But talk about what Coach Locker has meant to that program and what he means to you.
It means a lot to me. He's got me to where I am right now, and I'm really just happy to be here and have it be my second year here.
You have any personal goals that you've set, individually goals that you set for this year? Or is it all team goals? Is it just a repeat? All
team goals.
All team goals? I've got to ask you, is in practice, do your guards do any better than every other guards whenever Unique guards them? Because nobody else's guards can get by. Do y'all have any more success than they do?
It's kind of about the same.
Kind of about the same. So we'll go to Unique Carter Swanigan. Maybe the best on-ball defender I've seen in years. Is that something that you take pride in and work on every day? Because, listen, if I was playing basketball and I look up and you guard me, I may just go sit down. Because is that something that you take a lot of pride in?
Yes. I know my defense. I really try to improve on
Oh, don't swing it around because then we can't. Just hold it right there. There you go.
Improve on my offense. I know my defense is there. I make sure that's there every game.
Well, you took a step forward in your shooting last year. I know, at times, especially in the three-point line. Is that something you were still working on this all season to even get more consistent?
Yeah, I really want to focus on my three-point, also my mid-range.
Okay. I've got to ask because calling y'all's games and the games I've called, it seems like in every big spot, when there's a defense or an offensive rebound, the smallest lady on the team comes up with it. You just have a knack for finding that basketball. Is that just a will-to thing, or is that something that you take pride in your rebounding?
No, I definitely try. I look around. At practice, our coach, assistant coach, Coach Johnson, he really puts it on me and everything, really paying attention. Ball comes.
It did. It seemed like every big offensive rebound, you'd be like, who got that one? And it was Unique Carter Swanigan, the smallest guard. I think. How good can this team be?
It can be really good. As long as we stay together, we'll be fine.
All right. Well, Coach Locker, before we get you out of here, you talked about how tough the 9th is. It's not an easy cake, even getting out of the district. How good, is this a team that can repeat? Do you feel like if you guys reach your ceiling and the potential, is this a team that can repeat?
Yeah, definitely. If we stay healthy, the girls just keep getting better and better. We definitely think that we can reach there. That's our goal. We schedule it because that's our goal. I don't know if anybody's seen our schedule. We're starting off with Henderson, just kind of giving a repeat of what we had last year because we know that they're going to prepare us for the end of the year. So, that's what we have our sights set on. But, we take it a game at a time. And we prepare for that first game in district. And once we take care of that first game, then, everything goes to getting prepared for the region and making a run.
Well, that's Owensboro High School, and when we come back, we'll get more interviews with coaches and players. Coach Locker, Coach Drake, thank you so much. Both ladies and young men have great, healthy seasons, and good luck to you. As it's the Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game.
Kentron Manufacturing is hiring. We're looking for entry-level associates who are dedicated and drug-free. In business over 50 years, we offer insurance, paid holidays, vacation, and a clean, controlled environment. Apply in person at 610 Industrial Drive. Kentron is an equal opportunity employer.
Empire Supply is a supply house here in Owensboro that carries everything from fasteners, power tools, hand tools, and safety supplies. Come see us at 309 Sutton or call us 270-691-0620.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission, to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
Great news for our local athletes who play Friday night games. You now have access to walk-in sports medicine care from Owensboro Health on Saturday, as well as weekdays. But you don't have to be an athlete to benefit from convenient orthopedic walk-in care at the Owensboro Health Sports Medicine Walk-in Clinic. Open 8 to 11 a.m. Monday through Saturday at the Pleasant Valley Medical Building in Owensboro. Learn more at owensborohealth.org/Owensboro Walk-in.
This is Jalen Darty, the voice in the McLean County Cougars. Did you know that the McLean County Public Library is your gateway to a world of knowledge? Check out the latest titles, join a workshop, or explore their e-library. Visit McLeanCOPublicLibrary.com for a full schedule of events, or give them a call to learn more.
Unleash your team spirit with a visit to Simply For You, where Hornets pride comes alive. Nestled at 435 Haas Boulevard in Hawesville. We're more than just a store. We're your partners in passion. Come join us at Simply For You, the heart of Hancock Hornets fandom. Go Hornets!
When you're craving homemade food, head to Windy Hollow Biscuit House in the heart of Owensboro for a true Southern feast. This Saturday and Sunday, they're serving up their country ham breakfast buffet. And if you need a little pick-me-up, try the customer favorite. Caramel latte, iced or hot, the perfect companion to your home-style meal. Windy Hollow Biscuit House is open 6 days a week. Windy Hollow Biscuit House, 630 Emery Drive in Owensboro.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game, live streamed on the Third Region Sports Network. Vic Evans, Todd Cowan. Todd, before we get to Coach Riley and Owensboro Catholic and Coach Howard, tell me about some people making this possible.
Hawkins Abney, Labor Management Federal Credit Union, Billy Tyndall Trucking, and Trophy House.
Coach Riley, coming off a year you went 23-10, lost the regional championship game to Butler County. Have a couple key losses. You lose Tuck Carrico, who graduates and goes to play football at Hillsdale, Kaiser Frick at the point guard. But you do return 3 of your top 4 scorers. You know, how do you like where the team is at right now? And I know with football it's a little different. Oh, got a button one time. There you go. There you go.
Yeah. Last year it was just a couple of older guys and all freshmen almost in the preseason. But this year we have a little bit better of a practice going on right now than we did last year. And so we have a few more bodies than we did last year. So this has gone a lot better, much better start. But, we'll start the year with without a number of our key guys, since we know that. We felt like that was going to happen coming into the year. So.
And that's something you kind of – I mean, you had to do it last year. You've had to do it throughout your career. I mean, it's just when you coach at a school like Catholic, you have multiple sport athletes, and I'm sure you want the football team to go as far as it can go.
Yeah, I'm happy for them. I would really enjoy like I can see so much improvement in Solly by him being there every day.
Right.
And if they're not there, you can't coach them up.
Right.
And so we'll never be as good as we'd like to be, but this is high school sports.
Right.
They love to play football, and they should play what they want to play. So I would like to have them, but I am happy for them.
You talk about a guy that making a jump and improvement. I mean, I can remember, his sophomore year watching Luke play at the regional tournament, had a nice regional tournament, and I was expecting – you could kind of see a jump coming. I don't know if I expected the jump I saw last year, his junior year. Were you surprised by how big the jump was, or is that something you got to see every day? You just knew it was coming?
When he first come in there, we thought he was special. No doubt about it. We kind of has that bounce about him. He's athletic, and what most people don't know is how hard he works.
Mm-hmm.
That's the different part that somebody on the outside would not know how much time that he puts into it, how much he's been in the gym. You tell him that when he's a freshman, he's got to get stronger, and how important the weightlifting is, and all of a sudden, he's with a strength coach, and so that's the part that people don't understand. And his body's changed so much. I looked at some film from 2 years ago.
It looks like he's a bodybuilder down there. He's put on even more weight.
When he showed up last year to media day, I was like, "Holy cow!" Because you could tell a big difference in your body last year.
Yeah, and it's something that you can. Like, here's another thing that he'll do. He'll eat. It's like a lot of kids will go lift weights and they don't eat right.
Mm-hmm.
So really the weightlifting is a weight loss. Luke's going to do what you tell him he needs to do and what he believes in, and he's going to do it, and he's going to do it the right way. And that's one reason why he's Luke Blackman, honestly.
Well, I mean, what a year he had, but a guy that I would expect to make a huge jump this year and kind of rival that kind of jump is the other guy down here you brought with you today, Sully. Does he understand yet just how good he could be, or is he starting to figure it out?
Well, he hears it pretty hard every day in practice, and but he's got a chance to be a really special player. He's another guy that. We have to tell him not to come to school early in the morning to get in the gym. We have to tell him days don't come. He went the start of school. He was there every morning on the gun and working on his shot, and he'll do whatever you ask him to do. And he works so hard in practice. He's an incredibly hard worker as well. And not all the guys you coach work like that.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, when I'm saying this about them, I'm not trying to say this just because they're up here, but because both of them are really dedicated guys that really want to be good at basketball, and that's their craft, and that's what they do year round. So we've seen great improvement in both of them.
I'm going to ask you is, were you surprised at a little bit? I mean, you had a year before last year where you set the school record in wins and had an unbelievable year. Were you surprised I don't know if I don't mean that you won games last year, but did 23 wins surprise you a little bit following up that year in the pieces that you lost?
Honestly, I'm not going to do this anymore if I don't think I'm pretty good.
I love that answer.
I'm too old. These losses hurt too bad. And so if I'm still around, it's because I think we're going to have a pretty good team.
Okay.
And so I thought we'd be good last year. But we had to cancel games at the start of the year.
Right, yeah.
And then we got guys that were coming in and from the state championship game that were too beat up to practice.
Right.
And so, what surprised me is how quickly we started winning.
Gotcha.
Because we played one game the first week, and we lost that to Apollo. Then we played one game the next week, and we lost that to Daviess County, and then we got on a roll there for a while. So after those first two, we were really 23-6 on the year.
Right.
It was pretty good.
Yeah, really good.
We're 23-8. Yeah, we lost 10 games.
Yes.
But, I sort of look at it like, we had a college athlete, senior. He wasn't a college basketball player, but he was a college athlete who was a great competitor. And then we surrounded him with a whole bunch of guys that were pretty good as well, and then Luke was a special guy that averaged 20 points a game. And I've been doing this a lot of years. I haven't had very many 20-point-a-game scores.
And talking about losing Tudd, that was the guy that just brought toughness everywhere he'd been. Is that something that you find you're going to be tough to replace? Or
both he and Kaiser are tough little guys.
Right. They're really tough.
Both of them are great competitors. I worry about who's going to stand in front of somebody and take a charge. We don't have guys like that. And I don't know where that's going to come from. I also worry the first time against Owensboro, we won the game because Tut wouldn't let them get a rebound late in the game.
Right, yeah.
And he leaves as like the 4th all-time leading rebounder, and I'm not sure he's 6 foot tall.
I don't think he is.
At Catholic High, but we'll miss that part of it. And because I said in practice the other day, like, I don't know who's going to go rebound. We don't have guys that have that kind of mentality that Tut had of just going to get the ball, and he meant a lot to us with that aspect. But at the same time, we won our first 3 games in the tournament without Tut.
Right.
We beat Owensboro with only one senior. We beat Daviess County with only one senior, and then we beat one in the first round with only one senior. So we got pretty much our team back together. So I think we'll be better. We'll just see where our record falls and, what happens out of that.
You talk about a Hall of Fame career and a Hall of Fame coach, and the job you've done at Catholic has been tremendous. Do you remember the 9th District being this many players that are coming back this year in the last 10 or 5 or 10 years?
The 9th District's going to be really solid this year. I really do. I think the closest that would be 2018 was a really good year in the region, in the district. And that was when Apollo upset Owensboro in the first round, but then after that they were the best team in the region. They ended up winning the region that year. We beat a very, very good Daviess County team in the first game of the district tournament on a putback when the score was tied with like 4 seconds to go in the game. So that one was really good. I'm not sure this doesn't have a higher end level of talent because there's guys that are Division I basketball players in the district right now.
Yeah, and we'll go to one. It's going to be one. Yeah. The guy a year left there, Luke Bikeman, and what an unbelievable year last year, 20.6 points per game, took the game to another level. But everybody's always working to get better. What did you want to improve on to your game coming into this year?
I mostly wanted to improve on my ball handling this year and, learning how to create more space and read the defense better and just trying to get my shot off whenever I'm more open. Still been in the weight room, trying to get stronger, trying to get faster, jump higher, just really working on all parts of my game.
Well, first of all, congratulations on your commitment to Eastern Illinois. They get an absolute steal. For guys that are listening and parents that are listening that their kids are maybe going to get into the recruiting process or going through the recruiting process, what's a piece of advice that you know now that maybe you wish you knew like 9 months ago in that whole recruiting area?
It's fun. It's fun having all the coaches text you and building the relationship with all of them. But it's kind of like whenever you go to the place that you're going to go to, you kind of know when it's.
Did you know immediately that was the place?
What place you're going to end up at once you meet those coaches and go on campus and stuff. So but it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it.
I marvel at how at the game, your game. But I think the guy to your left. Tell me a little bit about Sully, because this is a guy that is uber talented, is a little bit under the radar. How good can he be?
He can be really good. He works super hard. We go against each other in practice about every day.
Who wins?
Depends on the day. But, it's fun going against him in practice. We push each other and
making each other better.
Exactly. He can be really good. It's just great having him as a teammate.
Another one of your teammates, I think, it flies under the radar. I think he even does in football, is Warren Ebelhair. I mean, it's an absolute sniper over in the corner.
Yes.
Talk about him a little bit.
He's definitely focused on football right now, but once, football season is over and he transitions back to basketball season, I think he's going to be a big piece for our team. He'll stand in the corner and make shots, but he's also good about, making the right pass, making the right play, and, making sure that he just helps our team.
Talk about Coach Riley a little bit and what he means to you and what he means to Catholic High. I mean, it's, the job that he does down there and the job he does with you guys. Talk about him a little bit and what he means to you.
He does a lot for us. He'll open the gym for us. So, if we wanted to reschedule practice to a different time, it's more convenient. He'll try and do that or whatever. But, he means a lot to us. Catholic basketball wasn't as good as it is without him in it. So he's really changed the program around, and he's been great for us.
I'll tell you a funny stat I realized. You realize that since the year 2000, that of the 9th District teams, Catholic has more wins than any team in the district?
Yep.
2000. From 2000 to 2024, they have the most wins.
That guy had something to do with it.
He did. I know Can he still get on you a little bit? I mean, can he still make you feel about that tall every now and then?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll go over to Sully. And this is a guy whose game I think is just going to explode this year. And at times last year, it exploded last year. But were you looking to be more consistent this year? And what did you work in the offseason?
Well, I tried to work on my shot, mostly trying to get stronger, working ball handling, and trying to work on my decisions, like choices I make, passes.
Calling your games, when you get the ball out on the open floor, I'm always waiting for something tremendous to happen. I mean, I feel like that there are times that you get out on the open floor and it may just be – I've seen a couple of times where you try to rim rat it over like 3 people. Is that something you still enjoy trying to do every now and then?
I try to.
Yeah, Luke says depends on the day. Talk about your teammate, Luke Bikeman, and what it is like going up against him day in and day out.
He's pretty talented. He helps push me a lot. I can't lie about that.
I'm going to ask you, regional runner-ups last year, is this team good enough to compete again for the regional title and be right there in the thick of things again?
In my opinion, yeah.
What do you think has to happen as a team? What's the most important thing that you think that if you're back in that regional championship game and you look back and say, this is the reason, what do you think that number one thing is for you guys?
Defense, mainly. Defense.
So you've been listening to Coach Riley, haven't you? He's all over you about defense. Is that something you enjoy doing? I mean, I know you can go out there and put some defense on people. Is that something you enjoy?
Well, yeah, I tried. Well, Coach Riley tried to change my attitude about it. So,
did it work? Hold on, I was going to say, did he try or did he change?
He did a lot. He's been getting better.
Real quick, Coach Riley. 2 guys here. I mean, they're tremendous. What makes Calachi such a special place? You've been at a lot of places and you've won at a lot of places. And I'm not saying you're more happy at Catholic.
This is the easiest question you've asked me today.
Okay.
What makes the school is the families that drop off their children. And most of the kids that I deal with have 2-parent homes. And I've been at most of the schools I've been at have been nothing like this. Most of them have been where I had numerous guys that really needed my help.
Right.
At Owensboro Catholic, they still need my help. They still need to have their coach that cares about them, but they don't have as much of a need for their coach as some of the other places that I've been. So it is the families that pull in and drop their children off and leave the parking lot, and the ones that their children have, that means to drive their own car to work, to school. The last school I was at before I came to Owensboro Catholic, for 2 years I didn't have a kid on my team that had his own car.
Makes things a little tougher.
Made real tough.
Yeah.
Made real tough. You had to stay there and wait some nights for an hour after practice for the last person to pick them up. And that was a long hour to sit there and wait, and so, but that's what makes the school.
Right.
And that's at all the schools, but at a lot of the schools we have those that need the extra help and then there's those that don't allow the class to run smoothly. And we just don't have as much of that, not near as much of that.
You talked about when you stop trying to win or think you're going to be good, you'll see, you'll do something else. Not that I'm trying to push you out or anything, but do you see yourself still coaching for years and years as long as it's still fun?
Well, I mean, not years or years, but I don't like some people go, are you going to coach through Luke Bikeman? You're going to coach through Dramel Carruthers. And that is, I did not stay for Luke. I've stayed because I'm enjoying it.
Right.
I'm also staying because my wife and I have no grandchildren, and when we do, she might lose her mind, and if she does, I'm going to go with her.
You've been married a long time. For a coach that's been at it a long time, how important it is to have that rock at home?
Well, what she's done is she's let me coach. That's what she's let me do.
Right.
I say this all the time. She's a good coach's wife in terms of she comes to our games. Now, she's not going to be there when they throw the ball up most nights. But she's going to sit behind the bench and she's going to cheer, but she's not going to be, upset because Luke don't make a shot.
Right.
She's not going to be upset because Solly doesn't go rebound. So she's not going to cause me any grief by upsetting the family because she's critical of their child. She's going to come to the game, she's going to cheer, and she's going to let me coach, but she's not going to bring brownies and do all that kind of stuff.
Does she let you know when you coached a good game or not?
No.
Okay.
No problem there. No problem there.
No problem there.
She tells me everything else in the world I do. but she's not very critical of me as a coach. Everything else.
We'll go down here to assistant coach, Coach Howard. You're right. He had a lot to do with those wins for Calicut. He's sitting in for Coach Robinson, who couldn't make it with his job. And it's kind of a different feel at Owensboro Catholic on the girls' side, where this year, you lost a lot of production in, Haley Johnson and in Cooper Delaney and Jenna Crampy. 3 leaders that got a regional title a couple of years ago in the regional final. How's that adjustment been at practice, losing, those 3 big seniors that were leaders?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, looking year over year there, we have lost about 80% of our production, scoring, rebounding, assist, facilitator. So it's going to be an adjustment moving forward. With the girls that we have returning, girls we have coming in, we were able to, we have Carmen Riley, Aubrey Randolph coming back as seniors. So they've played 4 years within our system, played together, have been steady members of those teams growing up, so they have experience. So we look at them to be leaders within this team this year. That being said, we return several sophomores, a pretty deep sophomore class, and have a couple of freshmen coming in that are going to be great assets to our team. Looking at the sophomores last year that logged some minutes, especially into the postseason, some good minutes for them. You had Layla Martin, Katie Hagan, Claudia Muncie, and Taylor Manahan all returning. We're going to look at them to continue that production.
It's the next girl up
forward.
at Calicut. It's always. I've got to ask you, because you talked about Carmen Riley and also Aubrey Randolph, and I've always said Randolph's a girl on a lot of teams in the region last year. Probably could have averaged 18 points in 10 boards, but that's not where you needed her. Is this a year that you maybe see her take a jump in the scoring and be more of a leader than maybe just a glue piece?
Well, I think the big deal with Aubrey is, as with all of our girls, they all have that capability. Oftentimes we don't ask our girls to be that person. We look at it as a collective. There's no doubt on any given night that any of our girls could step up and be that point scorer, be that leading rebounder, the assist leader, who's going to get the deflection, on the defensive end, who's going to rally the troops, right? That's kind of what we look for. But there is no doubt, with Aubrey and Carmen they have the most experience within the group, we are going to look to them for their leadership piece.
Just a question, just from an outsider looking in the last couple of years, you had Crampy and I'm going blank here. Where you at? Crampy and Johnson, excuse me. They were kind of like your heart and soul, your toughness. Who are y'all going to have that are you expecting some people to step into that role for you guys?
Oh, 100% between Haley and Jenna, both, and even losing Delaney. But Haley and Jenna those two were very physical pieces, to our puzzle. They did a lot for us on both ends of the court. They did a lot of the dirty work.
Yeah.
So we are looking for that next girl up. We do have pieces that we feel like can be that. Our practices have been going pretty well so far. We'll say been very competitive. It's kind of what girl we need you to challenge one another, be great teammates to one another, and be good people. With that comes competition, and we've had that, which is a good sight to see.
Well, I'm gonna give an assistant coach here a question that he's gonna love, because Coach Robertson, I don't think gets the credit he deserves a lot of times of what he's done there at Owensboro Catholic. Talk about what he means to that program and the job he's done there.
I don't know what his record is. And no, I'm not kidding. No, but Coach, Michael's done a tremendous job over the years. He has had a lot of talent that has come through there.
All good coaches do, though.
Good coaches do, and he's put the pieces in place and put things into motion and gone to a style that has benefited the program, benefited the girls in itself. But Michael's a competitor. He's gonna try to do. He's always gonna do what's best for our girls. And with that, he's had some good fortune in being able to win at various levels. This year's gonna be really tough.
Yeah, it's a different
we're
type of
losing.
year.
We lost a lot. With that being said, the district, I would venture to say, probably on the western part of the state, this top to bottom is gonna be the toughest district, in this part of the state, if not the whole state.
Right.
Daviess County, they have a lot returning. Owensboro has a lot returning. Apollo has a lot returning. So we've just got to do what we've got to do, try to get better every day to be able to compete with them.
What's the ceiling for this team? Is this a team that if it reaches its ceiling, can it compete for another regional title?
I just think we need to do what we need to do every day.
I love it.
And to see where we can get to. Again, losing a lot, we're going to get to, what we can get to see what our ceiling is. That's yet to be determined. There's a lot of talent here in the city. So it should be a fun year and a good competitive year.
Well, I'll say this is one. I think there's both Calico boys and girls. Don't bet against them is all I can say. Coach Howard, Coach Riley, thank you so much for coming to Meade Day. Sully, Luke, good luck this year, monster year, and once again, congratulations at Eastern Illinois. They got an absolute steal. And when we come back, we'll have Daviess County's. We'll wrap up Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
We're proud supporters of local high school athletics.
Feel the power of the road beneath you. Rick's Tire and Service can make it possible. Offering comprehensive car care from front-end repair and brake work to air conditioning and diagnostic services. We're more than just tires. Elevate your ride with our range of aftermarket accessories. Get those wheels, tires, level up with lift kits, sleep bumpers, bed covers, and running boards. Even lights, you bet. At Rick's, we customize your vehicle to reflect your style. Rick's Tire and Service, the place where we turn your car from basic to fantastic.
Shuffle into Champion Ford like a boss. Imagine your dream Ford vehicle right there. Calling your name, and guess what? We've got them all. F-150s, Broncos, Super Duties, Escapes, even Bronco Sports. You want it? We've got it. We're the #1 selling truck hub. So, what are you waiting for? Shop online at championowensboro.com. Champion Ford, proud sponsor of Daviess County Player of the Week and KWC Athletics, where your Ford dreams come alive.
Southwire in Hallsville has been family-owned since 1950 and strives to be generationally sustainable for years to come. They are one of the leading manufacturers of wire and cable used in the transmission and distribution of electricity. Southwire delivers power to millions of people around the world. Their mission, to be a preferred provider of solutions to the electrical industry by providing innovative products and services with exceptional quality and delivering on our promises. They also are proud supporters of all Hancock County athletics. Go Hornets!
Great news for our local athletes who play Friday night games. You now have access to walk-in sports medicine care from Owensboro Health on Saturday, as well as weekdays. But you don't have to be an athlete to benefit from convenient orthopedic walk-in care at the Owensboro Health Sports Medicine Walk-in Clinic. Open 8 to 11 a.m. Monday through Saturday at the Pleasant Valley Medical Building in Owensboro. Learn more at owensborohealth.org/Owensboro Walk-in.
Hi, this is Travis Sultry from Foreman Watson Poultry. Whether it's a car wreck, an injury, a business dispute, criminal defense, or a family law matter, our attorneys are known for a relentless pursuit of perfection with an expectation of excellence. We are creative, consistent, and courageous. We are Foreman Watson Poultry, dedicated to you, committed to justice. FWHlegal.com.
Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health here on 102.7 The Game. Vic Evans, Todd Cowan here. And we're now being joined by Daviess County. And we'll start with Coach Hayden of the boys. as they go 24-8 last year, and they end up as they losing in the first round of the regional tournament to Butler County in a tremendous game. And Coach, another team that you'll be right up there at the top of the rankings in the region. You and Butler County and Catholic. How do you like where your team is at right now, and how's practice been going?
Practice has been going well. We've had 17 practices. I like what I'm seeing. Like anybody else, we got things that we need to improve on, and I'm ready to see us go against somebody else besides ourselves.
I bet they are too.
Yes. I think they're tired of the 5 days a week and practicing, but I like the direction we're headed. We're just ready now to see somebody else and get something on film.
You have a couple big losses. You lose Gage Phelps, who averaged just under 16 points a game, and also some nice pieces and guys like Luke Floyd and Jackson Lee that did different things for you. With what you've got returning, and you're going to have to replace some points that you lost. Is this something where you've got guys that kind of spread that around and guys are going to make some small jumps? Who are some guys that you're looking for to make jumps to help kind of replace some of that production?
Yeah, we'll bring back 4 of our starters. We know that we'll need their production to increase, but Joe right here is going to be one of those guys that's going to fill in a big void. And we've got some other guys that we know will step in. But the season will play itself out. And we know that the guys are going to have to take different roles, even the ones that are back from last year. And we did. We lost some guys, but I like what we return, and guys will step up and be ready to play.
We talked about that loss at Butler County last year in the region. Has your team used that as a little bit of motivation in the offseason? Because they want, you want to make that deep regional run, and this is a team that can compete for a regional title. Has that been something that you kind of use as a motivating factor?
Yes and no. I think you're always living in 3 different worlds of the past, present, and future. I also think in high school you have your own identity each year. It's been brought up, but it's not something that I focus on. I don't want to say that we're not outcome focused all the time, but this team is a different identity, as I said last year. What we're going to do is going to be defined by the guys here right now on this roster. So is it motivating? I would hope so. If you don't get what you want, you need to figure out how to do it better. But we know that each game is going to be its own task at hand, and I'm not somebody that preaches rup all year long. I want to be presently focused on what we're doing that day or that game.
We talk about floor and ceiling. How high can this team's ceiling be if it reaches potential? It is a team that can win the regional title. You got to at least understand that, right?
Sure, yeah, and I don't want to be even just finished with that.
Right.
So these guys will determine that. We'll find out early. Well, our schedule is a challenging schedule, so I think that will present itself in a way that we'll be ready for hopefully a postseason run. And yeah, absolutely. They understand without me bringing things up what we want. But we know with our district, we better win in our district first. We want to get outside and play.
Easier said than done, Coach.
That's correct. So that's why we cannot be thinking ahead. We better be focused on what's at hand that day.
Any changes that, each and every year, Coach will look in the mirror and will make some adjustments, and, what are some things that maybe you look to do differently this year that maybe you've done in the past, or some adjustments that you've made and I know sometimes it's tailored to the team you got coming back, but is there anything in specific that jumps in your mind when I say, what changes have you made, either style or maybe the way you coach?
Yeah. Well, one of the best compliments that I can say about our guys is I'm getting to coach how I want to play basketball.
Okay.
And so, we can do some different things defensively where we're not just single-minded, and we can switch some things and manipulate some things defensively with different coverages where we can play with different matchups. I think we're going to be athletic enough to guard different spots. So that's going to hopefully be something exciting. Offensively, we got guys back that know how I want to play. So the freedom to get a play a little conceptually should be there, where we're not calling a set every time, but they have been around me and vice versa, been around each other, where let's play basketball. And outside of certain situations, they're going to get some freedom to play.
You talked about a guy that may jump on the scene here. We'll go right to him, Joe here. And a guy, I've heard this name. Coach Payne talked about guys that we didn't know on Beyond the Bench that we were going to be, that the average fan would know, and your name popped up. What are you working on this offseason and is ready to make this jump? What was something you wanting to get better at?
Honestly, just my shooting. Just being able to spot up and just
hit it from anywhere.
Okay.
And be able to shoot the ball.
You know, and it's such a deep team coming back, you know, with Aiden and Moss and then, you know, Watkins, the big man. How competitive is it at practice? And have you reached that stage where you're tired of having to beat on those guys and want to try to find somebody else?
No, I mean, I love it every day, just coming in and me and D just going at each other. Like, it's fun. And
who gets the best of that?
Honestly, it's just, like, every other day. Like, me, D, I mean, we go back and forth. Like, it's just whoever having a better day, you know.
Who's the one guy on your team that when you're at practice, and let's say you get to ball on the wing, that you don't want to look up and see him guarding you? Who's the guy on your team that gives you the most problems when they guard you?
Honestly, probably Aiden.
I was going to say, he's kind of a defensive stopper of the team.
He's a good defender.
Yeah. Well, we'll ask Aiden. You know, it's a guy who I thought your game last year as one of the role players and defensively really grew last year. You know, what were you looking to get better at? Was it to take your game to a different level offensively? I mean, defensively, I mean, you usually draw the tougher assignment.
Mm-hmm. Definitely shooting the ball better. Started off shooting pretty good, and then later in the season started falling off a little bit. But definitely over the season, shooting the ball better and working on my hops.
Right.
Also,
when you're working on shooting, do you ever just sit back and marvel about how well Jonathan shoots it? I mean, are there ever times where – is there ever a time in a game when it leaves his hand that you don't think it's going in?
No, every time he shoots it, it's probably going in, even when it's deep. Yeah.
You know, and talk about Coach Hayden, and let me ask you, I'll put it this way. Where you guys are at right now compared to where you were last year, do you like where this team is at right now? Do you feel it's like a, you know, I'm not going to say it's different, but do you feel like you're in a good spot as a team and where you're at practice-wise and where you're at camaraderie and teamwork-wise?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Gage Phelps leaving. Graduating. We got Joe coming up as a starter now. Our team's looking big. We're looking really good.
How tough? And I talk about how good you are defensively. You know, when Coach Hayden, you're going out there and you got to draw Jonathan one-on-one. I mean, is that, do you just shake your head and think like, not today, Coach? Or who wins that battle?
With me and Jonathan?
Yeah.
To start, when we first guarded each other, I had to get used to him because AAU and stuff. But I don't know. I mean, we go back and forth.
Oh, okay.
He had a good move on me, and then I might stop him. He has to pass it off, but it's a good battle.
Did you set any individual goals for yourself? And I mean, I know the team goes to go. You know, you go to RUP and you take your shot at the state tournament. But individually, like if you wanted to set an individual goal for you, what would it be this year?
To try to be the leader of the team, since Gage Phelps was the leader last year.
Okay.
Just try to get the team together on the right mindset, get everybody together on the right mindset. Yeah.
All right, well, then we'll go to Jonathan Moss. And, I mean, he put on a show in the regional tournament last year and came out in a tough loss. But, you know, I know there's nobody out there that works, you know, I mean, you're right next to the top as far as working on your game, and you're always looking to improve. What were you looking to improve this year? What would you like to have when you get to the end of the year and say, okay, I got better at this, and that's what I wanted to do?
Just being more aggressive.
You aggressive? I mean, you never met a shot you didn't like, did you?
I'm talking like going to the ring.
Oh, okay. All right, I got you. You know, and how do you like where this team sits right now?
It's looking pretty good.
Oh, okay. You got to, you and De'Aaron have been buddies for a long time, played some AAU ball. You know, he comes over last year and joins Daviess County. How was that, having a guy that you played with a lot that came over there and came in there with you?
It was good. It's just the chemistry was already there, so we didn't really need much to work on for real.
How's the chemistry for this year's team?
Good.
Just good. You know, you can expand a little bit. Let me ask you this. So who's the toughest guy at practice? Who gives you the toughest when they're going to guard you? Aiden? Let me ask you, how about in the region? Which guy has gotten the best of you so far? Or is there anybody out there?
No,
not at all. Well, let's jump down here to Coach Hayden. And, Coach Hayden, you talk about Joe and what he can bring to the table. I mean, he's a physical specimen here. And, Aiden defensively. And then Jonathan Moss's game, I mean, it's his, he's one of the best players in the region. Talk about these three and what they mean to your team individually.
Well, I expect a whole lot from them, honestly. They've played a ton of basketball, have been around this program. They know the ins and outs of what's expected each day. They each bring something different. From Joe, he's probably been one of our most consistent guys every day. I've said this for years about Joe. He's one of the most improved players I've ever coached. His length and athleticism will show up, and people will get to see that. Aiden, I think Aiden has even done what he elaborated on. Like, I think he's become much more vocal, you want to see that go even another layer. But we're playing 2-point guards at all times. Like Aiden started as a sophomore for us. And his experience, and even defensively, we can rely on him to do those things. And Jonathan, Jonathan played up for us as an 8th grader, so Jonathan knows what we want as a staff and as a program, and his ability to how he's expanded his range, but his ability to be aggressive, and even what he didn't say, but I think people are going to see defensively he's gotten better. And then you add De'Aaron, what we're going to expect more out of him, and even Jackson Brown. Those are another
guy that's very underrated in the region in Jackson. And I think great shooter, but I think his athleticism is very underrated in the region.
Jackson's one of the best athletes, I think, not only in our region, but I'd say on this side of the state. Again, another kid that started some as a sophomore, started all last season, brings back a ton of athleticism and experience. So, then you've got guys like Jack Labhart, Caden Payne that are going to be able to come off the bench and provide big minutes. Gavin Howard's another junior that we want to get something out of. So, excited about the group, and I'm most excited that they can compete and challenge each other in practice.
Oh, I've got one last question. It's actually written by a friend of mine that wanted me to ask you this question before we go to Coach Natalie Pires-Payne. And the question was, how many wins is Brad Payne worth a year having on your bench?
I wonder who wrote that.
Game, if that answers the question. No. This is the 10th year I've been at Daviess, and Bradley has been with me the whole time.
The only person that's put up more years than you is because the lady sitting next to you.
That's right. Bradley and I don't always see it the same way, but we get to the same place. I love having him, and even the staff. We bring back everybody from Coach Griffin, Coach Ferguson, Coach Pruitt. Coach Ferguson is somebody that I coached in high school that has been with me. I think this is year 8 with him, or year 9. So even the experience that we've got now, we can go and practice, and from our guys the assistants can take on certain things in practice. So Coach Payne, the rest of the staff, it's really fun to have them.
We'll go to the ladies coach here, Coach Natalie Pires-Payne. And Coach Payne, I mean, you look at a lot of the rankings out there, and teams that put them out there. And Daviess County, the girls team, right up there on top. I don't think you lost anybody. You bring basically the entire team back. But it's also the 9th district, and it's tough to get out of. Expectations this year higher. I mean, you know what kind of expected from Daviess County. How's the offseason gone so far for you?
We've been practicing really hard and competing in the preseason. Girls have put in a lot of work on their own, and I think that's one thing that I'm most proud of that I saw over the summer. Zoe Bean and Lily Hoagland. We got Kennedy Lane, Riley Hayden, Maddie Barron. Those are 4 that just stand out that they constantly wanted in the gym. They were asking, can you open the gym? Can we go here? They're just putting in time. They play a lot of AAU basketball. We've got other players that on our roster that are going to help us. We can go about 9 or 10 deep, honestly. But those kids that I just mentioned put in a lot of work on their own.
Well, you talk about Kennedy Lane averaging 17 a game, Lily averaging 15 a game, and go right ahead.
I'm just going to say, how is it different this year for you, whereas last year you come in, a whole new roster that you hadn't seen or anything. Now this year you've got everybody back. Is it more beneficial, of course, that you're able to, instead of starting from here, you're starting from there, and that should be a big benefit for you, correct?
Sure. I was just talking to my coaching staff about that today in practice when they were shooting free throws. I said, it's just a different vibe because we already have our system kind of implemented, and you still have to tweak things from year to year in high school because you don't get to recruit your players. But like you said, we have basically everybody back. So they know the expectations in practice. They know the locker room expectations, what we expect at timeouts, like everything. All of those small pieces and those fine details, they've already seen and done that. So it makes my job a lot easier, and it allows them to lead.
It allows them to play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've got to ask, which of you enjoyed more? Is it basketball coach Natalie Pires-Payne or softball mom Natalie Pires-Payne?
I never saw myself being a softball mom. And when they first started playing, I thought, well, they'll dabble in this T-ball stuff, and that'll be it. But here we are. So I enjoy it a lot more than I thought I would, and I'm understanding the game more. I didn't play that much growing up, so it's fun. It really is. It gives me a chance to get a break from basketball some, and kind of see it in a different light. So,
well, I hate to tell you, but that's probably like collegiate softball players you got growing up there. So you may have to enjoy being softball mom for a while.
I may have to.
But there's one lady I thought that maybe took the biggest jump of anybody last year, and that's the young lady to your left. You know what she did in the last off season and the last year and the numbers she put up. Are you expecting that same type of jump from her this year? And have you liked what she's put in the work in this off season?
Oh, yeah. You're talking about Zoe, right?
Yes.
Yes, of course. She was a force. And the thing about Zoe is she's so versatile. She can play outside. She can play inside. When we really need her to dominate in the paint, she can. And she knows that. When we need her to extend and handle the basketball for us and help break a press, she can do that. So that's what's so unique about her game. And we're going to utilize her in every facet. And she's ready for that.
Well, let's go right to Zoe. Had a huge year last year. It was 10.6 points per game, 8.6 rebounds. Had an unbelievable offseason that led to a great season last year. What will you try to improve this offseason to get your game even to another level?
I think about being more aggressive and getting to the rim. I think, good at posting up and shooting, but just driving more.
And what has Coach Payne brought to the Daviess County Ladies Panthers program that's just kind of changed it, either for the good or the bad? If you want to say something bad, you can. She's sitting there right next to you. But what has she brought to that program that has just made it special?
I think she definitely pushed us more. I mean, last week she had us up at 5 a.m. Thursday and Friday.
That's just because she's used to that being softball mom. She's got to get up and see the schedule. Yeah. So if she's got to get up, you have to also.
Definitely pushing us more.
You talk about two great scorers you got on your wings out there, and Lily and Kennedy. In practice, when those two go at it, how fun is that to watch?
Oh, it definitely is fun to watch.
Who wins?
I feel like it goes back and forth.
There you go. How good can this team be?
I think we can definitely do something, that's never been done in Daviess County, which is win the region.
I didn't realize that they've never won. The girls.
I did not realize that either.
Well, there you go. So now there it goes, and we'll go to Lily Hoagland, who had an unbelievable year last year, 15 points a game. Zoe made a big jump last year. Talk about your pal, your teammate here, Zoe, and what she brings to the program.
Me and Zoe have been playing together for a while now.
Well, sorry about that, but that's okay.
10 years old. We have a lot of chemistry, and she just brings in post moves, and she can shoot the three. She can do everything for us.
And she talked about she thinks it can be a special team. Do you feel that way too? And do you like where the team is right now?
Yes, we've been getting after at practice. Our younger girls have stepped up and pressured us.
Yeah, let me ask you this. You've got to play a regional championship game tomorrow, but you got to take a history test today. What teammate are you having help study for that test for you can pass and play?
Probably Zoe.
Oh, there you go. You've known her forever, right? She's never let you down. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
And we know about the 9th District. I mean, it may be in the girls' side, maybe the toughest district. It's the toughest district in Western Kentucky. It would be in the top 5 in the state with you guys and Catholic and Owensboro, the defending regional champions. What is it that makes it – I mean, how big are those games? Have you got those games circled on your calendar yet? And what is it like to play in those games?
Very exciting, but kind of nerve-wracking. I just go out there with the mindset, like, we're going to win this game and try my hardest.
What individual goals have you set for yourself? We know what the team goal is. Is this to win the first, now that we know the first regional title in Daviess County Panthers. How about individual goals for you, Lily?
Be a leader. Dribble, like, play against pressure, mid-range shot.
I've got to ask you, can you outshoot your coach?
Maybe.
We'll go back to Coach Powers Payne. I've just got a couple questions for you. I've got to know is just how big has Brad's head gotten now that he's a radio star?
That's all we hear about.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's all we hear about. The girls are, wanting to listen some, but we're always on the go. So people will come up to me in the community. Did you hear Bradley say this or say that? I'm like, I have no idea. I did not listen.
No, I am not going to
I'm
listen.
too busy carrying the workload.
How many pictures did you get from Halloweens from adults that were dressed up, since he, I guess, made the entire community mad, saying that anybody that dressed up as an adult was a serial killer?
Right. So I had people from the community asking me about that too, and I'm like, listen, I don't have any idea what he said. I don't want to know. I wasn't a part of it.
Talk about the family dynamic when you have two basketball coaches and in the good and the bad, because I'm sure that you help each other, but also it can get tough at times. How hard is that to kind of balance all that out and turn it off sometimes and just be husband and wife or be mom and then turn off that basketball when you both are just so busy in basketball season?
First, I'll say, it's really fun, or we both wouldn't do it. And we choose to do it. This is the life that we chose. But there are times where, you're sitting there thinking, wow, like he's headed to Bowling Green and I'm going to Christian County this week. And maybe that's happened twice that week. And we just pass each other by. So it can get difficult. So you just have to find ways to turn it off. And it's hard because we're both very competitive and we feed off each other. I'll ask him for advice. And so you just have to find ways. And I think we do that with our kids. And they are that distraction, and they help us to get through a lot of that, and they don't even realize it because we then focus on them and their activities and trying to, work with them. So,
they talked about, the ceiling for this team is very high. Do you ever sit back? I know for you it's always we're here to win a regional title and get out of the district and go win a regional title. You won one at Apollo. What would it mean for you to bring one to Daviess County?
It would be very special. It would. When I coached at Daviess County before I left, those 5 years, I thought about how special it would be to be a part of the first, regional title ever for the girls. Sure. And to be able to come back and to do that and have just another chance to go to Rupp for these girls. Like, they deserve it. They've put in the time. They've played since they were young. It's something they've always dreamed of, and it's for them. It's not for me, but just to see how excited and just to see them working and striving for that and for it to come true, it would just be amazing. And, of course, again, we got to get out of the district first, and that's the toughest part of it. You got to win that first one, and, we haven't been able to do that. So that's number one, but if we could pull that off, it'd be really special.
It is going to be an unbelievable girls basketball region this year when you're talking about with you and Owensboro and Catholic and even Apollo's making strides there. And I will say, just to give you a heads up, you may want to turn your phone off at about 7 o'clock tonight, because when the conspiracy theory of Beyond the Bench goes out, you may get a lot of texts. I can't believe your husband just said that. So I'm just warning you, you may want to turn that phone off. Coach Hayden, before we get you out, let y'all get out of here. I mean, right there with everybody, one of the favorites. I'm sure you're embracing that and looking forward to it. How good can this team be?
First of all, just to get to play and coach these guys has been fun. And, I thought we had a really good summer, but you should want this. It is fun. I understand there's stress and nerves from coaches to the players, but it's also fun to get to know that on the flip side, the girls have the same expectation. So from a school standpoint, it's going to be a lot of fun.
You're in it together.
That's right.
We'll bring 2 regional titles to Daviess County.
Right.
There you go.
Why not? And what I'm excited about is that our school is going to be able to get behind 2 fun teams to watch. So on those Friday night district games, it's going to be a lot of fun. And even our opponents in the 9th, there's some good teams, some really good players. So I hope even just the city of Owensboro can get behind and come to some of these games. But I'm looking forward to it.
So if you saw the regional tournament last year and the crowds that were there, I'm telling you, this year is going to be even more fun, and I think even better basketball throughout. Thank you so much for joining us here. Good luck for both of you, and especially good luck to you. And then, you got it made. Brad says he's going to be an agent for his 2 daughters, so he's going to be a loaded man as he gets older. When we come back, we'll have Coach Groves from Muhlenberg was able to make it down here, and we'll have our final coach of Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Green River Federal Credit Union is what local business is all about. Not only is it ran by local people, but all decisions are made right here in Owensboro. Serving the community since 1958, we're proud supporters of local high school athletics.
Put us in, Coach. Disaster Team has the training and experience to get you back in the game after almost any type of disaster. We can help you recover from the unexpected and get you back in the winner's bracket.
Find us on Facebook or call us at 270-926-5001. Call the team, Disaster Team.
Experience ultimate control and peace of mind with Labor Management Federal Credit Union's Secure Lucky Quip, an easy-to-use mobile app that allows you to protect your credit and debit cards in real time. Turn your card on or off. Customize permissions as needed to prevent fraud and control spending. Visit lmfcu.net for details.
Hawkins Avenue PLLC is a full-service architectural firm providing design services for K-12 education, business, healthcare, industrial, religious, hospitality, and mercantile projects across the state. Our motto is design-focused, service-based, and feel it nothing less than mandatory to provide a service to our clients that exceeds your expectations. With a combined 30-plus years of experience, the team at Hawkins Avenue is the architectural firm you need for your next project. Located in Beaver Dam, give Jeremiah or Kyle a call at 270-363-2235.
Ever wonder why it's better to have a local insurance agent?
Someone like Gavin Roberts?
Yeah, he's with Kentucky Farm Bureau Insurance right here in Owensboro. He understands what we need.
Personal service, local knowledge, that counts for a lot these days.
Exactly. With Gavin, you're not just insured, you're cared for.
It's Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, Ty Cowan here. We've got our final team, and it's Muhlenberg County's girls teams. First of all, Coach Groves, I know you guys had a huge day with practice and pictures and all that. Thank you so much for getting up here and getting the media day.
Yes, sir. You're very welcome. Thank you guys for doing this and hosting it. It's great for our region and these student athletes, and we really appreciate it.
You know, jumping over your first year at Muhlenberg County, coming over from McLean County, you know, Muhlenberg. First of all, I'm surprised they let you in another school in the 10th district after coaching at McLean. But talk about going down there and taking over that program that's been a very successful program and maybe kind of the stamp you've been looking to put on it here in the early going.
Yeah, well, you know, I helped was Mike Harper's assistant for about 8 years when I first moved back to Kentucky from Indiana. Was fortunate enough to be on the 2 regional championship teams on that staff, and then went to McLean County, which is where I was born and raised. So that was a good experience. I think we did all that we could do there. We went in to change a couple of things and do some things there. So it was a good time there, but it just worked out how God wanted it to work out, and back at Muhlenberg County and really excited about what we're going to be able to do. We're really young overall. We got Taylor here, who's a senior, and we do have another senior, but she hasn't played since her freshman year, I think. So, but she decided to come out, which is great to have numbers. And then Izzy and JC Harper are juniors, and then we got 2 sophomores, Savannah and Peyton, and then we've got 8 freshmen. So that's really good, especially going in first year. To have good numbers at your freshman level, that's a really good thing. And then we've got some middle school girls that came this summer. Obviously, Brinley Sparks, who started some for them last year. She's in 8th grade. So it's setting up to be a fun and exciting season. I know I'm enjoying it, and I think they are too.
Looking at last year's team, losing Brooklyn Stewart to graduation, took her talents to Brescia, playing really well there, 19.5 points per game. It's not like any one person is going to kind of, replace those points, but who do you see maybe stepping up throughout the team that maybe you can replace some of that production that was lost when you're talking about there's like 19 points and 10 boards a game?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you lose some talent like that, it's tough, but listen, these ladies right here, I can't speak enough about. I came in May, and, we got to work. And one thing that's been great is they show up. They work hard. When I came in, there was a lot of things that we wanted to do fundamentally and, just work on the overall game. And they took to it. We've improved a lot since May. Really excited. I mean, it's nice when you have, anywhere from 12 to 15 girls show up all the time so they can scrimmage and do those things. But, Taylor, she was the second leading scorer last year. She had 10 points a game, I think maybe 6, 7 rebounds. Izzy was right behind her, 9 points a game. Same, about 5, 6, 7 rebounds. So, we've got good production coming back. You've got Brindley, who, has about a half a year of varsity experience, and she'll be up after the middle school season. Savannah Page, who is a sophomore, she's really worked hard on her skills this summer, ball handling and shooting the ball and working on distributing it. JC Harper, who's a junior, she's coming along to, rebounding wise. She reads the ball off the rim really well. We were talking about that today. So she's got to look to score more as well. And then our freshmen, we got a good freshman class. Kenzie Bard, she's one of our bigger girls. She had a successful middle school season. She's going to really help us down low. She's going to allow Taylor to come out on the floor a little bit more when she's in the game. So that really helps us. Taylor's really athletic. If you've ever watched her, she's super athletic and can do a lot of different things. And then, we've got some other freshmen, some guards there that see the floor really well. They'll make some passes that you're kind of like, well, where'd that come from? So we've got pieces, being young, but like I said, they worked really hard, and we got a lot of pieces we can put together. And I really think that we're going to surprise some people this year.
Does it help you coming into a situation where you have coached against them for the last 2 or 3 years, as instead of going somewhere where it's totally blind?
I think so, yes. Like you said, big district rival. Obviously watching a lot of film.
And you've scouted them, absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of film. So I did have expectations coming in, kind of knew what I wanted to do with what we have coming back. And I've just been so proud of them. They've from day one, hit the floor running. I can count since May, literally I can count one bad practice since May. And that's the truth. And when you only have one bad practice in that amount of time, you've got good kids. You've got good young ladies that are willing to work and put in the time. So been really pleased with that.
Coach, they say you never want to be the guy that replaces the guy. You want to be the guy that replaces the guy that replaces the guy. You're taking over for a guy in Mike Harper who's a legend in the third region. What's the pressure to be the guy to replace Mike Harper?
Well, yeah, Mike obviously is one of the best coaches girls coaches that's ever been in the state. Not just Western Kentucky or the third region. His accolades speak for themselves. Final Fours at North and had a team that was, I think, a couple points away from being possibly state champions. 9 regional championships, numerous district championships. Kentucky, Indiana All-Star coach. He's been blessed and he's done a great job, and obviously he's a great coach. So coming in after that, you got big shoes to fill. I will say this though, coming in and with the group that we have and them working hard and us being a little bit younger, it does kind of make it a little bit easier than coming in with maybe like a veteran team where you got 5, 6 seniors and 5, 6 juniors. So it's allowed us to put more of our stamp on it than probably normal. But, Muhlenberg County, their basketball history, their basketball community, and they expect, high expectations. So, we're just going to go in, try to give it our best, and hopefully we can make everybody proud.
Well, I've got to ask you, Taylor, as being one of the seniors on the team, when you heard the news that your new basketball coach was coming from McLean County, your district rival, how'd that make you feel? What was your first thought on that?
Well, I was kind of shocked at first. Got a little nervous about it, but he ain't too bad.
Oh, there you go. You'll keep him, huh?
We'll keep him. He ain't bad.
Talk about the nice year last year, 10.5 points per game. He talked about it. What were some things in the offseason that you wanted to get better at, and where do you think you are in that position right now?
I wanted to get better at my ball handling a little bit, and I think I've accomplished that pretty well, and still just working at every position on the court.
He talked about how you have you're a very young team too, with a big freshman class.
Yes.
And being a senior, sometimes that can be tough because you're 4 or 5 years older than these girls, and so it's not maybe that you don't hang out with a lot. But how's that whole transition been as being one of the older girls on a team that's a lot younger?
I don't think it's that bad. Our freshmen this year, they're pretty mature, so it's helping out a lot, and they're good at the sport, so that helps us too. I think it's going to be good.
Where this team is right now, are you happy with it where it is?
Yeah, I'm happy right now. I definitely think we can get much better, but I'm happy where we're at.
You know, it's a wide open district this year. I mean,
Yes.
you know, you guys last year with you know, were the district champions. You know, McLean, you know, he knows all of them. You know, but they also lost some pieces and they got some young kids coming back. Probably, if you were to judge everybody from the media, they'd say maybe Ohio County's a little bit of the favorite what they have coming back. But this is a wide open district that's there for the taking for anybody. Do you think that also?
I do think that. I think a lot of people could come out and shock you.
All right, it's kind of the plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, tell me a little bit about Izzy, your teammate here. You know, how long have you known Izzy?
I've known Izzy since like middle school softball.
Okay, so tell me something about Izzy I need to know that maybe not everybody else knows.
I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot there.
You know, and we are going to talk to Izzy Wilkins and another one that averaged just under 10 points a game last year. Had a nice year. You know, are you looking to score more this year? You know, you got some production replaced from Brooklyn student graduated. Has that been one of your goals to look to score a little more?
Yes. I think last year I definitely looked to shoot the three more than anything, and I've been working on my inside game and getting to the rack and definitely scoring a lot more on the inside.
So you and Taylor have been friends forever. So,
Yes.
I mean, how is that relationship? I mean, what does Taylor mean to you?
Taylor's probably my best friend. Like, she knows me like the back of her hand. We're always together. We play basketball together. We're always hanging out. Our moms are best friends. I mean, we're always just together.
You know, I ask you the same question. You know, it is a team that's got a weird, you know, a lot of older kids and a big freshman class, as Coach Groves talked about. You know, when it first started, were you a little worried about that there was a really big freshman class and maybe not as big as the upper class, or has it just kind of been smooth the whole transition?
I feel like it's been really smooth. I mean, I was in 8th grade when I started playing varsity, and I understand where these girls are at. They're scared. They're about to play against like 18-year-olds, and they're like 14. So I definitely understand. I think they're very mature, like Taylor said.
I'll ask you the same thing I asked Taylor. You know, you got the news that Coach Groves was coming over, you know, from the heated rival. I've been to a few of those games, and they're rivals. You know, what was your first thought when you heard that you were getting quote unquote McLean County's coach?
I was excited. I'm still excited. I'm excited for what he has to bring and how he's going to coach us. It's definitely a different look.
I'm not asking it's different. I'm not saying it's better or worse, but do you see, like, you know, with a new coach and in a new type of style you may play and some new things, is it a different?
It's like a new energy around the program.
It is new energy. Like,
Yeah.
Coach Harper, he was very like go, go, go. And I feel like with him, it's a lot more laid back. We have fun. We joke around. Like, it's just, we're serious. We get out there, we work, but we also have fun.
You got to be able to cut up a little bit.
Yes, we cut up a lot.
Who's the team client? Who's the one that when the stress is level, or maybe, you know, he said he had a bad practice in May, and so he comes in and he lets you know in the locker room that he's not happy and he leaves. Who's the one that always can crack the joke that just kind of relieves the stress and makes everybody laugh? Who is that one?
Definitely Taylor. She's probably the funniest person I know. I mean, you look over at her at practice, she's doing something all the time.
Yeah, I got to ask you, because as Coach Groves alluded to, I mean, basketball is kind of a way of life in Muhlenberg. I mean, even being a female, like, probably the first gift you got in the crib was a basketball. You know, talk about what the city, you know, what that community and that basketball and growing up in that environment, what it's meant to you, and how it's helped you grow as a young lady.
I mean, like, I went to the games when I was little. I was going to them in middle school. I mean, I've just watched it forever, like, and I've watched how the girls are. I've watched, like, the energy. I mean,
you've lived it.
I've got to ask you, Taylor, as you get on into your senior year, when you go in that locker room and you put on that Muhlenberg County jersey, what's that mean to you?
It's pretty much my life. I do that for a lot of different sports. It means a lot to me to be able to do it and have the ability to do it.
Has it hit you yet that it's your senior year of basketball, and has that hit you yet?
I mean, it's hit me, but it hasn't fully hit me yet.
And I'll ask you the same thing I ask Izzy. You know, new coach, new style, new system. Do you feel a different energy level around the program?
Yes, I feel a completely different energy level.
And how high can the ceiling for this team? Can you guys get to the Sports Center and compete in the region?
I feel like we can. We have a very high possibility of doing it, if not doing it.
Okay. You got one, Jalen?
Yeah. Coach, you know, Vic talked about it coming from McLean County. You know, I think on both sides, boys and girls, that first game of this district game of the season is going to be a big one. Is that one you've got circled on your calendar?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, anytime you have a district game, especially early in the season, you kind of mark that game as one that you're working towards. Mm-hmm. Obviously, every game's important. You want to start off the season, winning some games and getting better. But yeah, definitely, you circle that game and be like, hey, we've got to be at our best at that point in the season. Mm-hmm. Whatever that might be. So yeah, definitely got that one circled. I am going to be a little torn this year because my son, who's a junior, he stayed at McLean County, so I'll be rooting these girls on, obviously,
and then wearing a McLean County jersey in the boys game.
I don't know if I'll wear one, but I'll be over there trying to keep my mouth shut a little bit, because definitely want to root on Muhlenberg boys as well. But no, I mean, you do circle those games. I can tell you it's December 13th at McLean County. So that'll be fun.
97X will be there. So.
Without a doubt.
So, yeah, you circle those anytime you have a district game, whenever it is. That's the ones you're preparing for during the regular season to get you ready for postseason as well.
Well, best of luck to you guys, obviously. I'm going to miss having you around for sure, but I'm always going to be rooting for you unfortunately, from the sidelines, but
all except for 2 games a year. I'll say that. Yeah. And before we get out of here, talk a little bit. You're going. You as you said, you were an assistant down there. You're going back to Muhlenberg County, coming from McLean. What did these two kind of the two that you brought with you today? How easy have they made that transition for you?
Oh, it's been great. I mean, I felt like going in. They were probably. Well, I know they were a lot more nervous than I was. When you've been around it your entire life like I have, the nerves they're not always there. But coming in, I mean, I felt like the girls accepted us, right away. We've got a great staff. Angela Stringer, who's been on the staff with Mike, and she and I coached together when I was there. She stayed on. Our bus driver, David Gott, he's joined staff, and he's going to sing the national anthem for us. He likes to do that. And then Destin Everly, who was Destin Armour, who played for me and was on our undefeated JV team when I was at Muhlenberg County. One of the best players that I think has come through since the consolidation. She's our freshman coach. Done a fantastic job, and then of course I got Dad for one more year.
There you go.
So I said, give me one more year. Can you give me one more year? And he said, well, it is number 50 this year, so it'd be a good number to go out on.
You're getting back for 50.
I was going to say next year, it's a 1-year contract.
Yeah, that's it. It's year to year. So, that makes it easier too. And I feel like the girls enjoy, our staff and trust us, and that means a lot. But, it's been a joy, and like we talked about earlier, I was really familiar with what we have, and even at the middle school level, I was familiar with those girls too, being that Dad coached the middle school the last couple of years, and my daughter played as well. So it's been a good transition for me.
Well, Coach, thank you so much for taking the time. I know it's been a busy day for you, coming up here and coming to media day. I will tell you, for what I know against Muhlenberg County, when you win, you're the Muhlenberg County coach. And when you lose, you're that darn McLean County coach that we brought in. So just expect that.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure there'll be a lot of that.
Good luck, Taylor, Izzy, Coach Groves, good luck, and thank you so much for joining us. And when we come back, Todd and I will wrap this day up as it's Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health.
Replacements.
When you're craving homemade food, head to Windy Hollow Biscuit House in the heart of Owensboro for a true Southern feast. This Saturday and Sunday, they're serving up their country ham breakfast buffet. And if you need a little pick-me-up, try the customer favorite. Caramel latte, iced or hot, the perfect companion to your home-style meal. Windy Hollow Biscuit House is open 6 days a week. Windy Hollow Biscuit House, 630 Emery Drive in Owensboro.
Hi, this is Travis Sultry from Foreman Watson Holtry. Whether it's a car wreck, an injury, a business dispute, criminal defense, or a family law matter, our attorneys are known for a relentless pursuit of perfection with an expectation of excellence. We are creative, consistent, and courageous. We are Foreman Watson Holtry, dedicated to you, committed to justice. FWHlegal.com.
Step into the forest with Maxwell Brothers Logging, masters of the timber since 1946. Whether you're building a future or clearing the past, trust in their licensed and fully insured service to handle your logging needs with precision and care.
Southwire Basketball Media Day presented by Owensboro Health. Vic Evans, Todd Cowan, and Todd, always one of my favorite things we do are these media days, and because we see these athletes all year long playing sports, and we marvel at them on the athletic field. But getting a chance just to interview them for a few minutes and get a little bit of their personality and kind of see what makes them tick lets me know that being the old component that you and I are now, and it's always like, oh, this generation. You find out what the future generation's in great hands, because we've got great young men and women that play sports and also represent their schools in such amazing manner.
What is impresses me the most is you'll talk to the kids over here and they're really nervous and stuff, and then they get up there and they 90% of them act like a pro.
Yeah,
so the future is in good hands. We just got to realize that.
Sometimes, it's tough to do, but that's always one, and we appreciate everybody out listening, but we do have to say, man, we have to get to all these great sponsors that have made this possible for us, because without them, we couldn't do events like this.
No, it's all because of them, and like we've always said, please support these people that support the youth of this third region, because it is so important for them to do this so we can publicize and promote these kids and programs.
Well, not only that, I think events like this, I always tell people, events like this, they may not realize it, but at some point in time, these athletes are going to have to go to a job interview where you're going to sit down and have no idea. We don't put out these questions.
No.
We just sit here and start talking.
Right.
And so stuff like this, it helps them in the future too.
Absolutely.
But tell me about we've got to start with our title sponsor, Southwire. They've been on board since the very first media day we put on, which was basketball last year, and then Owensboro Health came on as the presenting sponsor, and it's going to be for the next three. Southwire presented by Owensboro Health. Without them, we couldnling do that. But tell us about some other great people that make this possible.
Well, like you mentioned, Southwire and Owensboro Health. We got Kentron Manufacturing, Chip Parish Drywalling, Johnson Plumbing, Purple Walrus Lawn Company, Above All Roofing, McLean County Public Library, Simply for You, Hancock County Farm Supply, Green River Area Federal Credit Union, Kyle Culbreth and Sarah Brown from Kentucky Farm Bureau, Maxwell Brothers Logging, Windy Hollow Biscuit House, Disaster Team, Gavin Roberts, Kentucky Farm Bureau, Hawkins Abney, Labor Management Federal Credit Union, Billy Tyndall Trucking, and Trophy House.
And you find a lot of those like I said, these are a lot of people that these companies do a lot for the youth and support them in our ability to go out and broadcast games and have media day like this. I got to give a big shout out to Windy Hollow Biscuit House. The breakfast was tremendous. The sausage and the bacon and the I don't know if you had the biscuits and gravy.
Yeah, I wore that out.
And then the chicken tenders in the afternoon. And like I said, it's just always so much fun. And these coaches don't have to come here for this and spend 20 to 25 minutes. Some of them drive an hour and a half to spend 20 to 25 minutes. I love that they do it to promote their programs, and that's what we want to do is promote the great coaches and players that we have, because there's not a coach today that I wouldn't impress with.
No, and you talk to every one of these, and they're very appreciative of the everything that we're doing here to publicize them.
You know, and got to give a big thanks to my staff, Jalen, who goes out and works so hard in everything he does and helped me put this on. I've got to give a big thanks to you and Joe with our partnership and you guys live streaming this on the Third Region Sports Network.
Well, Jalen, he's the main man because he's organizing all
everything.
this. Yeah, you know, whereas all we were doing was talking.
Sitting there talking.
Jalen was taking care of, you know, getting everybody ready to go for the next thing, and we can't appreciate enough of the stuff that he does.
And thank you to the fans out there for listening. We hope you enjoyed it. It will be posted, I guess, once we're done here. You'll be able to go back and watch again.
Yeah, within 2 minutes it'll be live where you can go, or not live, but it'll be archived to where you can go watch it.
There you go. And then don't forget, we'll have at 5 o'clock, Steve and I will be back live at 5. And then I highly, highly recommend you to listen at 6 o'clock, Beyond the Bench. You got Coach Briggins, Coach Payne. It's a great show. But this one's special because this one is the conspiracy theories that they believe in. And then it's a great show.
That's kind of scary to even think about. With those two.
Well, Todd, I couldn't have done it. Thank you so much for helping us here. I got big thanks to all our staff, Jalen, Tatum, Kristen, who puts all this together in here. Without them, we couldn't do what we do. And also Bud Walters, the owner here at Cromwell Media, that has made it his mission to be where your feet are and support local. And that's what we like to do through high school sports. But you have been listening to the Southwire Basketball Media Day, presented by Owensboro Health, here on 102.7 The Game.
You have been listening to the Southwire Third Region Basketball